big change. It all starts with us.
Okay, guys, we are streaming live.
The world we see is going dark, but here's the happy part. We start to look within ourselves and find the loving spark. Then collectively with hearts aligned, we work to put the past behind. And with our minds we map it out, and big change comes about. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us. The world we see is going dark, but here's the happy part. We start to look within ourselves and find the loving spark. Then collectively with hearts aligned, we work to put the past behind. And with our minds we map it out, and big change comes about. Big change. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us.
Welcome, everyone, to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, our quarterly respite of inspiration and intriguing ideas and actions for vegans. We are very pleased you are here with us. I'm Rebecca B.J. Allen. Welcome, everyone, to the 21st Climate Healers. Our quarterly respite of inspiration and intriguing ideas and actions. I am hearing Rebecca B.J. Allen. Welcome, everyone, somebody in the background. Our quarterly respite of inspiration and intriguing ideas and actions. I am hearing.
Guys, just a request because we are streaming live on social media, so you all have to close that volume. Just a request because we are streaming live on social media, so you all have to close that volume. Just a request because we are streaming live on social media.
Thank you. Ahmed, if you could turn yours down, please. I think that's where I'm hearing it. All right, let me just say, thank you so much for being here. I am. All right, let me just say, y'all hearing that? Thank you so much for being here. I am. All right, let me just say, thank you so much for being here. I think I want to make sure that I need to know if y'all are hearing the echoing that
Rebecca, I think
yes, we're hearing it.
You've opened the channel because it's streaming live, and you need to close that
Yes, we're hearing
off.
it.
Yeah, you've opened the channel because it's streaming live, and you need to close that
Yes, we're hearing
off.
it.
Yeah, you've opened the channel because it's streaming live, and you need to close that off. Yeah, you've opened the channel because it's streaming live, and you need to close that off.
Would you like me to open up, Rebecca? Would you like me to open up, Rebecca?
So
Oh, there we go. Now she's muted herself.
I will introduce Tami in just a moment. I'm still hearing the echo.
Oh, there we go.
Pardon?
Now she's muted herself.
It's mine? I will introduce Tami in just a moment. I'm still hearing the echo.
Yes, it's yours, Rebecca. It's yours.
Make sure your phone is muted.
Okay, can you hear it now? Is it better? Yes. Yay. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. Okay, can you hear it now? Is it better? Okay, it's because I've got some technology going on here. Thank you everybody for your patience. Okay. I am pleased you're here. We're all pleased you're here. I'm Rebecca Allen, your Climate Healers MC for this weekend. I am pleased you're here. We're all pleased you're here. I'm Rebecca Allen, your Climate Healers MC for this weekend. It's still happening. I am pleased you're here.
Can you mute your phone?
I'm Rebecca Allen, your Climate Healers MC. It's still happening.
If you're hearing the phone, then your microphone is hearing your phone.
Mute your phone.
I'm going to restart it. It has to be off then.
And Rebecca, check even if any of your browser is having our YouTube channel open, so it might be capturing sound from there as well. And Rebecca, check even if any of your browser is having our YouTube channel open, so it might be capturing sound from there as well.
Okay, thank you everybody. I'm going to mute my Facebook. I'm going to mute. Okay, thank you everybody. I'm going to mute.
Rebecca, I can just start with the opening prayer while you're working on that.
Okay.
Okay, great. So if you want to just mute yourself and bring me on, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Vegan Convergence of the People 21, Making Big Things Happen. And I invite everyone with our technical issues to just bring yourself back to this moment, this precious, gorgeous moment. And let's bring our awareness to our lungs, which are the lungs of the earth, our micro energetics of ourselves. So let's just bring ourselves to the awareness of our lungs. Maybe we can put your hands on each one of your lungs and take a nice big breath in through the nose. Exhale through the nose. Feel your nervous system settling down a little bit. Another big breath in. And one more. That interconnection between our lungs and the lungs of the earth. How do we make big things happen? We make big things happen through small things, through our awareness of our breath, through our awareness of life, and the ability to let go as much as we bring in. So we're bringing in new life with every breath in. Just feel that coming in. And we're letting go of the old, the stagnant, the no longer purposeful part of our energetics, of our air, of our breath. The lungs of us are the lungs of the earth. Now let's bring our hands down to our belly and imagine our belly being the soil of the earth, the microbes of the earth. And let's breathe in a few breaths into our belly. It's nice, deep, relaxing belly breaths. Breathe out the old. And give ourselves thanks. Thanks for our ability and our microbes, the beginning of us, our microbes, to be able to transmute, just like the earth does with her soil and her pebbles and her water, constantly transmuting the stuff that no longer serves, the poison. Let's just give thanks for that interconnection of our earth gut. How do big things happen? They happen through one micro vision into creative action at a time. And in order to do so, we must let go of the old. We must make space in our soma, in our psyche, in our heart. We must release the trauma of what we see, of what no longer serves. We must allow ourselves to still take our deep breaths in and release the old with our exhalation. So let's bring ourselves into this space and just bring your conscious awareness to all the beings, all of the human and sentient beings that are going to benefit from us coming together this weekend. And let's just take 3 beautiful breaths, maybe a hand on your belly and a hand on your heart and your lungs. And every time you exhale, feel yourself making more space to take in what needs to happen this weekend. And then each day, make a clear intention of your creative action you will take forth into the world. So let's go. 3 beautiful breaths, connecting with all the beings who are part of this time, place, and space. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Namaste, vegan.
Thank you, Tami. That's just what we needed this morning. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Welcome, everyone. We're very happy that you're here with us at the 21st Vegan Convergence of the People. I'm Rebecca Allen and honored to introduce to you our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Sailesh Rao. He'll be speaking on making big things happen. And as you know, Dr. Rao is the founder of Climate Healers. He's helping us tackle climate, the biodiversity loss, and environmental crises we face today. Since his journey, he's authored 5 books, produced over a dozen highly acclaimed documentaries, including Cowspiracy, The Sustainability Secret, What the Health, The End of Medicine, Land of Ahimsa, I Could Never Go Vegan, Christspiracy, and I could go on and on. He is a leading advocate for a global transition to a plant-based, compassionate, and sustainable world, a Planet B. Please help me welcome Sailesh Rao, Making Big Change Happen.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Welcome, everyone. Let me begin by honoring the women who have done so much work that I'm depending on, beginning with Donella Meadows, who is probably one of the greatest system scientists of our era. And she's passed on, but she left behind such a wonderful legacy of work. And she looked at systems and understood, how do you make system transformations happen? And she listed 12 leverage points in a system that allows us to change systems. I'm not going to go through all 12 of them, but I want to tell you that the top 3, the most important ones, are the goals of the system. Then it is the paradigm that the system is based on. And finally, it is the power to change paradigms in systems. That is the most powerful lever that we have to change systems. We all know that we need to transition from a climate heating phase to the climate healing phase of our civilization. And the way you know that you have transformed from climate heating to climate healing is that you will begin to see the CO2 levels come down, the temperatures cooling around the earth. You will see biodiversity recovering. You will see the earth getting better year by year. when we see this happening, we know that we have transitioned. Another way to know that we have transitioned is that we are routinely giving more than we are taking from the planet. Then you know that you're in a climate healing phase of our civilization and not in the climate heating phase. So I call the climate healing phase planet B and the climate heating phase planet A. So the question is, how do you transform from planet A to planet B? First, of course, is the goal of the system. The goal of the system today is extract as much as you can from the planet. It's about growth in extraction and taking more than you give. Because we have created an economic system that's based on capitalism, and capitalism fundamentally, if you do not take more than you give, you are going to go bankrupt eventually. So we are playing a game in which everyone is trying to take more than they give, so they can be above water and survive on the planet. So before we address, what is the goal of a climate healing civilization? The climate healing phase of our civilization, the goal is to restore the planet, is to reduce the temperature on the earth, to reduce the CO2 levels in the atmosphere, reduce the greenhouse gases, other greenhouse gases like methane, and restore the life support systems of the planet, make all of them come towards the green zone. And we haven't even begun to do that. So I started looking into why is it that we haven't even begun to do that? And I looked at the top two leverage points that Donald Meadows had described. The number two leverage point is the paradigm that the system is based on. When you talk about paradigms, these are models and these are axioms. And we basically believe that these things are true. And this is how we lead our lives. So I discovered that 90% of Americans believe that protein is only found in meat and calcium is only found in milk. So this is a paradigm of the climate heating phase of our civilization. So in the book, There is a Planet B, I propose that there are 4 foundational myths that the climate heating phase is based on. And a myth is a lie wrapped in a truth. So it's partially true, but it has led people to believe things that are not true. It is true, first of all, that protein is found in meat. But protein is found in everything too, in every other food. Protein is found in plants. So we have created a myth that protein is only found in meat. And that's the first foundational myth of Planet A, of the climate heating phase of our civilization. And I was trying to understand, why did we create this myth and how did we create this myth? And the roots go back to colonialism. So during the colonial era, it was very clear that people believe that certain types of people are superior to other types of people. So we had divisions, clear divisions, and we knew it was commonly accepted that Europeans are superior to Asians and so on and so forth. So the Asians were being colonized, and in India, they colonized the colonial rulers engineered 25 famines between 1857 and 1947. And the purpose of the famines were to persuade people to migrate out of India and go to different parts of the world and become indentured laborers. Okay, so this is the purpose of the famines. And as a result, over 60 million Indians died of hunger and hunger-related causes. So hunger has always been used by the industrial titans of the era to persuade people to work in their factories. And so this was routine. It was kind of normal at that time. Children were used as laborers. Hunger was used to persuade people to work. So this was kind of normal during that era. And people thought that this was the way you're supposed to do things. Now, the other woman that I base my work on is Deborah Fries. And Deborah Fries is also a systems scientist. And she claimed that big systems, big living systems, cannot be changed from within. You can only abandon them and start over. Now, I wanted to test that. So I wanted to know whether the current climate heating phase can be tweaked, to turn it into a climate healing phase, and whether she's right that big systems cannot be changed. And this analysis that I did on the protein myth helped me understand why she's right. Because just as during the colonial era, hunger was used to persuade people to work on things that they wouldn't do otherwise. So it would be hard to recruit Indians to migrate and go to West Indies or to Fiji and become laborers in sugarcane fields if they had plenty of food to eat in India. They wouldn't go. So this is why hunger was used to persuade people to migrate. Now, if Deborah Fries is right, we should still be using hunger as a way to persuade people to do things they wouldn't do. And I observed that it is still being done the same way. It's still being done the same way. And currently, over 800 million people go hungry, and over 9 million people die of hunger or hunger-related causes annually. Okay, which is much more than the 60 million people who died over 75 years in India, because that works out to about 750,000 people per year. So now 9 million people are dying of hunger every year. So how is this being engineered? This is not engineered through famines, but it's engineered through the protein myth. So this is why it's very important in the system to convince children that protein is only found in animal foods. And the way it is done is that in science textbooks, they associate protein and meat. Protein and meat. So they're not lying, because protein is found in meat. They just forgot to tell you that protein is also found in all plant foods. But in impressionable minds, like little children, we begin to associate protein and meat, and we begin to think that protein is only found in meat. And this creates a protein myth. And because of the protein myth, people who have money are trying to eat as much meat as they can, because they think it's essential for their survival. And by doing that, they are creating famines at the bottom. Because to raise animals for food, we have to give them, right now we're giving them almost 5 times as much food as we eat. So there are countries where people are growing crops and then exporting the crops to Europe and North America to feed animals while their own people starve. And it's because there is tremendous demand for animal foods in rich countries. So that's the first foundational myth that drives the climate heating phase on planet A. Now, the reason I think it's important that we expose these myths is that then the entire thing dissolves, and you can then start building planet B on the correct foundational truths. The corresponding foundational truth on planet B is that all plant foods have all amino acids and have complete protein. How do we know this? Because there is an entire database of over 11,000 foods, plant foods, measured by the University of Minnesota, and they have listed the proportion of every amino acid that's available in each plant food. And you will discover that there is not a single plant food that does not have all 20 amino acids and therefore have complete protein. Now, the pedagogy on nutrition is also biased towards animal foods. So they rate the quality of the protein in a food based on how fast it can grow muscles. And if that's the way you rate the quality of protein in the food, you'll always find that animal foods are the best protein because it's basically muscle meat that you're eating. So it has the right proportion. So you're eating an animal, but the animal has roughly the same constituents of muscle as our muscle. So therefore, when we eat animal meat, it's going to be the best at building your own muscle protein. But in reality, it's not just muscles that we need to grow. We need to grow skin cells, we need to grow blood cells, you need to grow all kinds of cells, right? So overall, you need a combination of different kinds of proteins that you need to grow. And therefore, you need to eat a balanced diet. So the best diet for us is a plant-based diet, literally. And Dr. John McDougall has been very, very clear on that in his through his work. So the second foundational myth on planet A is that calcium is only found in dairy foods. And again, it is instilled in impressionable minds in exactly the same way. They keep associating calcium and milk, calcium and milk. And since science teachers are telling you that, children begin to believe that calcium is only found in milk. And the corresponding truth on planet B is that if you eat enough calories on a natural diet, you will get enough calcium. This is a statement that Dr. McDougall has made. Now that is one of the, it's probably a more important foundational myth on planet A because dairy is the foundation of animal agriculture. Without dairy, the entire industry falls apart. This is why people go to great lengths to persuade children to drink milk in schools. Because when you consume dairy, you're paying for the upkeep of the cow on a daily basis. So that when the cow is finished giving milk, she's all paid for and she can get chopped up and turned into cheap hamburgers. So without dairy, there is no cheap meat. Similarly, without eggs, there is no chicken nuggets. So dairy and eggs, ethical vegetarianism is used to funnel resources for the fast food industry. And without ethical vegetarians continuing to consume dairy and eggs, the entire system falls apart. This is why milk is so foundational. So they persuade children to drink milk and they give cheese to everybody so that because it's very addictive and people get addicted to it. So literally, I see us being farmed by, in my opinion, one big corporation is farming all of us, starting with the children. And we as parents are rendered powerless because we also believe in the same myths. Okay? So this is why it's very important for us to overcome those myths and to understand the truths so that we can then help our children get out of this addiction. The third foundational myth on planet A is that human well-being necessitates endless economic growth. And this is a myth that it's very important on planet A to instill in people's minds because they're running a Ponzi scheme. And if you stop buying things, if you stop being a compliant consumer, the entire system falls apart because because there is no more the Ponzi scheme, which has to depend on growth. If the Ponzi scheme stops growing, people start taking their money out. They start losing faith in the system. When they start losing faith in the system, the entire thing collapses. Ultimately, we have the power to hold up the system on planet A and to build a system on planet B. So the corresponding truth on planet B is that human well-being necessitates a sense of purpose that's larger than ourselves. Yes. Finally, the fourth foundational myth, which I watched them create this myth because I was there right almost from the beginning, is that fossil fuel use is the leading cause of climate change. And it's very important that they created this myth, because without that myth, the entire thing would have fallen apart right away. Because in reality, animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. And stopping fossil fuel use now is suicidal. That's the truth, corresponding truth on planet B. I watched them create this myth because right at the beginning, when I was being trained by Vice President Al Gore in the second batch that he trained, I asked him the question, if we just restore forests on the land that we are currently using for grazing animals, can we not reverse climate change? And I'm just an engineer, and I was just doing back-of-the-envelope calculations. I was looking at how much carbon is stored on land, roughly 3 times as much carbon as in the entire atmosphere. And 1/3 of the land had hardly any carbon because it was being used as grazing land. This was back in 2006. So I said, well, the rest of the land seems to have a lot more carbon. So if we just restore forests on this grazing land, can we not reverse this? And he turned to Roy Neal, as chief of staff, and he said, how did this guy get in here? And he didn't answer my question. So then I spent the next 4 to 5 years trying to convince him to address this in the presentations, in the training that he was doing to people. Because I feel like you don't want to train people with lies and have them go spread the lies, right? So I was trying to convince him, and I finally gave up. Okay? But by that time, I had already started Climate Healers, and we were focusing on this, on trying to get the truth out. The truth is, the reason they were trying to do that for climate change alone was because there were multiple problems in the planet. There is biodiversity loss, there is desertification, there is ocean dead zones, there are all kinds of other problems. Okay? There are 6 planetary boundaries that we have violated. And if you try to see what is causing all of these planetary boundary violations, you will see that animal agriculture is one of the main culprits. So they were framing it in the media as just a climate change problem. And they were ignoring all the other problems. And within climate change, they were trying to frame it as a fossil fuel issue. Again, it's a partial truth. Fossil fuels do cause greenhouse gases to go up into the atmosphere. But they also cause cooling gases like sulfur dioxide to go into the atmosphere. So Jared Bishop just wrote a paper that got published in last month showing that between 1750 and 2020, if you look at all the gases that we have added to the atmosphere that's causing the climate to change, and you apportion it to different sectors, you will notice that the fossil fuel sector has only caused 18% of the warming that we are experiencing. 53% of the warming is coming from animal agriculture. 7% is coming from other agriculture. And like 10% is coming from forestry. 5% is coming from industries. And certain percentage, small percentage is coming from waste and other sources. Okay? So animal agriculture is the leading cause of the heating that we are seeing. The only way they could frame fossil fuels as the leading cause is by ignoring all of the cooling emissions. So as if saying, don't look at that, just look at this. It's exactly what they did with the protein myth and the calcium myth. Just look at the fact that meat has protein. Don't look at the fact that plants also have protein. Look at the fact that milk has calcium, but don't look at the fact that lots of plants have calcium too. So by ignoring that, they create a myth. So it's engineered. Okay, these myths are engineered on planet A. Planet A, I see the big tussle is happening between corporations and children. It has always been that way. Corporations initially wanted to use children as laborers. Child labor was common in the 19th century. And then they passed laws against this. But now, I believe there are more children being employed in corporations than ever before. But it's all under the radar. This is why I believe Deborah Fries is right. Big systems cannot be changed from within. You can only abandon them and start over. Okay? So Deborah Fries, so we subscribe to her theory of change. It's called the two loops theory of change. In the two loops theory of change, there is the current system that's reaching its peak, and it's now turbulent, it's chaotic, because it's reached the limit of what it could do. You cannot heat up anymore the planet. You cannot grow the economy anymore because it's already 70% bigger than what the planet can support. So it's getting difficult. Okay? So you can see all this turbulence and chaos. You see people in the US trying to migrate to Canada because it's going to be warmer there. I mean, it's going to get warmer there, but it'll be too hot in the US. So this is why they're trying to annex Canada, and then they're expecting Greenland to melt, and then they can mine all the minerals there. And all the tariffs are being put in place so that you have a self-contained economy because the rest of the world can go to hell, right? That's the mindset. We are the winners and the rest of them can go to hell. That's planet A. That's the climate heating mindset. We have to transition from that to a planet B mindset in which we believe that all 8 billion people belong on Earth. All 8 billion people belong on Earth. All the animals belong on Earth. And it's our job to bring the wild animals back and to restore the forests and to start cooling the planet and then stabilizing it and maintaining it for the rest of creation possible. So we have been given this opportunity to transform from a climate heating phase to the climate healing phase of our civilization. Our generation has to do this. In fact, we have to do this within the next few years. It's that urgent. So how do you make this happen? Deborah Fries had 4 roles that people play in any major transformation like this. The first is trailblazers. Trailblazers who figure out new ways of doing things, new currency systems in which everyone feels like they belong, new ways of organizing ourselves in cooperatives so that we can build things that last as opposed to planned obsolescence, new ways of restoring forests, new ways of organizing for that. I love going to Sadhana Forest and spending time there, living in a hut where people are there just to restore the original forest that used to be there on that land. And we cook together, we sing together, we play together, we plant trees together, we take care of animals together. So it's one big family that lives there together with a purpose. You wake up every morning with a purpose. So that's trailblazers. And there are so many trailblazers already working on planet B. This is why what I want to impress upon you is that it's already happening. And we just have to identify it and talk about it and bring it out. So that's the second role that Deborah Fries identified are illuminators. Illuminators are those who tell the story of planet A transforming to planet B. How this big change is already happening and why we should be promoting it and providing resources for the people who are working on this. So the third role that people play are the protectors. The protectors are those who have resources in planet A who are then funneling it to create planet B. So they're funding it. They are preventing the planet A from destroying these fledgling efforts. They identify that it is necessary for our future. And the final role is that of hospice workers. Hospice workers are those who help systems on planet A die out gracefully and transition to systems on planet B. And when I talk about systems, I'm talking about every system. I'm talking about education system, political system, economic system, everything, transportation system, energy system, everything needs to change. We have to just reimagine it and build it. So I consider this to be a huge infrastructure upgrade project. An infrastructure upgrade project which has to be executed with integrity and honesty. I use the example of the infrastructure upgrade for transportation in 2 cities in India as an example. The Kolkata Metro was commissioned in the 70s by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And right from the beginning, it was rife with corruption and cost overruns and delays. And people were using it as a way to make money of the system. And today, there are only 2 lines in the Kolkata Metro that are operational, one going north-south, one going east-west. The east-west does not even touch the north-south. In 1996, Prime Minister Deve Gowda in India commissioned the Delhi Metro. The Delhi Metro, within 6 years, in 2002, had its first trains running. Today, it is as big as the London Underground in terms of extent. And it carries 50% more passengers on a daily basis than the London Underground. And 99.97% of the trains arrive within 1 minute of schedule. And at peak hours, trains run every 2.5 minutes. It is a resounding success. People love the Delhi Metro. Because in Delhi now, you can say, I'm coming at this time. All you have to do is catch the metro and you know exactly when you're going to reach there. Now, the reason it was done, it was executed with such integrity, was because the politicians were getting stuck in traffic in Delhi. And so they decided that they have to do this right, and they said hands off. And they gave the engineers all the power to actually implement it as it should be implemented. And it got done. Today, we have had 30 years of dithering on the climate crisis. 30 COPs, 30 conferences of the parties, and every conference of the party you go there, nothing really gets done. And this is why the climate is getting worse and worse and worse. The environmental situation is getting worse and worse and worse. I consider this to be the Kolkata Metro version of addressing the climate problem. So we need to commission a Delhi Metro version of this, in which we actually want to solve problems. We have to admit that we have been lying to people. So we have to admit that we have been conning children and stop doing that. And we have to now create systems and infrastructure upgrade of every system for planet B. And that's a project I think we can all get behind. I just released the book, There is a Planet B. I finally got it on Amazon. So here's the book. And the cover of the book has a poem which says, animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. And we don't believe anyone who says rapidly phasing down fossil fuel use should be a top priority. Because the reality is we have been misled by the UN IPCC. So don't tell us that we have run out of solutions. On planet A, we have been reading this from the bottom up. From the bottom up says, we have run out of solutions. So don't tell us that we have been misled by the UN IPCC. Because the reality is, rapidly phasing down fossil fuel use should be a top priority. And we don't believe anyone who says animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. That's the way we've been treating this on Planet A. Now, this book finally got it on Amazon. I had a hard time because the book in the back has a quote from Glenn Mercer, which says, "The world is not such a terrible place as long as you look at it wrong." And that quote is written backwards. And I wanted the book to be published so that you have to open it backwards to read it. Okay. And Amazon refused. So I finally got to the bottom of it, and I have turned it around for buying it on Amazon. But as far as if you want to buy the book reversed, we are going to create a facility for you to be able to do that. So you have to order it from Climate Healers. And we'll get a publisher here to print it the right way. Because apparently the machines in Amazon, manufacturing lines in Amazon, are all operated by robots. And they will freak out if the book is printed backwards. So they don't print anything that's printed backwards. So on Amazon, it's going to be this way, but in reality, you can order it from Climate Healers. But we haven't done that yet. So I've been struggling with Amazon for so long. Finally got to a human being, and they resolved it in this manner. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and entertain any questions you have.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. I see. So glad that you're intriguing us with so much here today. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and it will take a minute, but the tech people will make it so that you can unmute yourself. Come on camera first, and then we'll unmute you. Hello, Mark. I know you're here. Glad you're. And you'll be
happy to be here.
Yeah, good to see you, Mark.
Should I ask my question now? Okay, wonderful. Hi, Sailesh.
Hi.
Wonderful to meet you. I think we met once before, and I just love that you're hitting the root of the problem here. And I'm just wondering, what is the name of the study that shows that fossil fuels is only 18% and animal agriculture is 53%? I tried to find that in your papers and in other places, and I'm just wondering, what is the exact article?
Yeah, it was published in the Environmental Research Letters in March of 2025. The author is Gerard Bedeburn Bishop. And it has a very wonky title. Some consistent accounting will be good for climate policy or something like that. But the data is there. And he has provided the spreadsheet that you can go and look at. And in fact, in February, Jim Hansen also had a paper where he claimed that the doubling sensitivity of CO2 has been underestimated by the UN IPCC. Instead of 3 degrees Celsius, it should be 4.5 degrees Celsius. And when I put that information in the spreadsheet, animal agriculture becomes responsible for 66% of greenhouse gas emissions. 66% of the global warming that we've experienced to date, cumulatively between 1750 and 2020. Forestry is responsible for 15%. Other agriculture is responsible for 10%. Waste is responsible for 7%. And fossil fuels are responsible for just 2% of the global warming to date. This is because the heating from fossil fuels has been almost completely canceled by the cooling of the fossil fuel emissions. Now, this is not a good thing. I'm not suggesting that we should keep burning fossil fuels. It means that if you want to address fossil fuels, you have to reduce the warming on the planet first, and then slowly dial down the fossil fuel so that as the cooling decreases, the warming does not overheat us.
That's perfect. Oh, and they put the link in the chat there. So perfect, I got that. And it's really shocking because most people do think it's fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And I just put it into ChatGPT to try and find it, and it wasn't pulling up the proper article, but it did pop up another one that says that there's a sea study showing that somebody thinks that all this stuff is wrong, and it's really just the ocean, no man-made activity whatsoever. Is that totally out to lunch? That's like
Yeah.
way too out there? Okay, so we won't go
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that.
No. See, I believe that people are trying to do the right thing. The scientists who are all looking at their own piece are trying to do the right thing. So I start with that assumption that I'm dealing with people who are trying to do the right thing. And then it's being massaged through conventions to make you come up with the wrong conclusions.
I agree. So I want to promote your message 100%. I'm actually going on a hunger strike, potentially to the death, in front of my courthouse to change climate laws. And I'm wondering if you think, it's inspired by Gandhi. You mentioned Gandhi. So I'm very much inspired with nonviolent, peaceful activism. And I think in order to push so hard, if we do it violently, it'll just get a backlash. It will suppress us even more. So it has to be something peaceful like that. And a hunger strike is the only thing so powerful that people will maybe think like, oh, wait a second, they're not eating. Maybe I should think about what they're saying. I don't know if you would support that approach, but I'm doing it here in about 4 weeks in front of my courthouse. So if I block off the highway in front of it, I think that's 10 to 30,000 cars per day that will suddenly ask the question, hey, what's going on down there? And maybe we can give them the message. So that's why I wanted to get the data correct so I can start showing people at the protest site, here's the real data. So I really want to know, do you support that approach, or what do you think we should do
Oh,
to
of
really
course,
get that message?
I mean, I more power to you. Every one of us has to do whatever we can. So I say that each one of us, we have the 4 roles that we know that we can play: trailblazers, hospice workers, protectors, and illuminators. You're trying to be an illuminator by doing that, right? And then each one of us has the 4 dharmas. What is the right thing that you can do? What is the right thing for you to do? What is the right thing that you can do for your family? That's first is Swadharma, second is Kula Dharma, the third is Yuga Dharma. What is the right thing to do for the age that we are in? And fourth is what is the right thing to do on the basis of compassion and love. And that's Sanatana Dharma. So you look at these 4 dharmas and you choose your role. And then you evaluate whether whether your actions have borne fruit. And based on that, you have to repeat. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sailesh. Hopefully you can join us if you want to go on a hunger strike. You're our Gandhi. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Rebecca, for inviting me.
A pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. We have a question from the audience. Hi, Dr. Rao. Could you break down the subsidy systems works exactly for those involved with animal agriculture? ? With consumer cost of animal products being made cheap, I'm wondering how subsidies have happened historically and what could be done to change this. And we have a few more questions after that.
Yeah, so the subsidies are all part of like 4th or 5th most powerful thing you can do to transform systems by tweaking subsidies. And so I didn't look too much into that because that's not as powerful as changing paradigms. But the subsidies have been used to promote these consumption that would result in a disease management society. That's what we have, a disease management economy. So we deliberately make people become sick, and then we try to get the money out of them. So the money game is a hunting game in which we are trying to extract money from people. And there are legitimate, there are rules by which you can do that. You can't go steal from people, but you can con them into giving you the money. You can con them into eating bad food and then extract money from them. And that's what they're doing. So I say that we have to completely change that game altogether. It has to be a game in which people feel like they belong. They're not going to be conned by people. You're not sitting in why are we conning each other? Right? We have work to do. We have a fire to put out on the planet. So we need to focus on that and, basically direct all our energies to solving the problem in front of us. So subsidies are being used to make these things cheap. And I told you about dairy, right? Convincing people to consume dairy so that you get cheap beef out of that process.
Great. Did you have another question, Gabrielle, from the chat?
You're muted.
It's from the same person, so let's take one from Nancy first, and then if there's time, we'll get to Michael's question again.
Okay, so Nancy, welcome. And
Thank you so much. And thank you, Sailesh. I always learn so much from you. And it's kind of a perspective that's provides a path for all of us. So my question is, I will be talking later. Thanks for accepting my application, and it might clarify my own position. When we talk about the system and capitalism, some of us say we will change it this way. Like I have for many years seen the system of capitalism as divided into two. One divides into two. So capitalism is the system we have only because it's the predominant aspect of a dual contradiction, that between the capitalists or the owners of all wealth and the means of making more wealth and lands and banks and money, and the contradiction between the owners and the workers, those of us who sell our labor. It's basically wage slavery, as you were saying, people have to eat. So if you starve them, they, but basically we have to work usually for a salary, a wage slave salary. So I was wondering, a lot of people see like the transformation of the system from capitalist to capitalist owned or operated or controlled or dominated to worker or people or the marginalized. When working people are in command of society, it becomes a people society, not a capitalist society. It transforms.
Right.
It's
So if I may address that, it's a good point you bring up, because basically the idea of ownership, humans owning the earth, okay, has to be questioned. That's the foundational thing that we need to question. So even though I only gave 4 foundational myths, there are plenty of them. There's so many things that we have to question. In planet B, Earth is sacred. Okay, we are here to serve the earth. We are here to serve the animals. Okay, so it flips everything around. You don't get to own anything. You're a custodian, not an owner. And we are collectively figuring out how to help the planet. And of course, we have to help other people to help the planet as well. So it's as if there are firefighters and there are people who are supplying water to the firefighters, okay, so that they can go off and fight the fires. So all of these systems that we build have to be for that focused goal of restoring the ecosystems of the planet, of reducing the temperature on Earth. The first year that we see the CO2 level in the atmosphere come down instead of go up, we're going to have a party. Because I remember when I was working on the internet, the first time I got my chip to lock to the other chip, we had a party because it took us so long, right? So these are the transition phases in which we are struggling to get to that point. And then you'll see progress happen, right? So it begins with saying there is no such thing as ownership. Okay, that's an old model. That's a planet A model. In planet B, we are all custodians of the planet.
thank you, Nancy, for that question. Thank you, Dr. Rao. If Gabrielle can come on with if it's a 1-minute question, we can get a 1-minute answer or 2. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay. Was answering another question here, but could you break down? Oh no, that was the one that we just had. Could you kindly clarify what he means by the heating of fossil fuel emissions are canceled by the cooling of the fossil fuels?
Yeah,
He may have misheard.
Yeah. So fossil fuels, when you burn them, they emit carbon dioxide. They also emit methane from fossil fuel leaks. So these are warming gases, carbon dioxide and methane. They also emit sulfur dioxide, which is a cooling gas. They emit ammonia. They emit nitrogen oxides and organic carbon. These are all cooling gases. What I mean by cooling gas is that it's a gas that reflects sunlight back from the atmosphere. So effectively, it's as if it's cooling the earth. Okay. And what's happening is that when we burn fossil fuels, the cooling gases are almost completely counteracting all the warming that the fossil fuels has done so far. So it's masking it. But the cooling gases only stay in the atmosphere for a few weeks. They disappear very quickly. Whereas the warming gases stick around for a long time, for years. So the warming is accumulating, but the cooling is just coming down very quickly, which means you have to constantly add more cooling gases. Otherwise, you lose the cooling and you will feel the full effect of the warming. And according to Jim Hansen, that's really what happened in 2023 and 2024, because we lost some of the cooling gases when they reduced the sulfur content of the fuel that ships can burn in the open seas. Okay? So it was like a real world experiment that we did unknowingly that has given us this information that fossil fuels, it's much more important for people to go vegan as quickly as possible and then dial down the fossil fuels slowly. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. That was beautiful. And thank you for the questions. Thank you, Gabrielle, for bringing in the questions from the chat. Wow, that's a lot to think about. I invite you to take some notes and look more at Climate Healer's website. Okay, thank you. Our next session will be fascinating and thought-provoking. Welcome Ray Kowalchuk and Tobias Leenaert. For those of you, if you want to bring those on screen, welcome. To those of you just joining us, thank you for being at the Vegan Convergence of the People number 21, How to Create a Vegan World. Tobias Leenaert will be interviewed by Ray Kowalchuk. Now, Ray has a 20-year career as a video editor. He's a certified climate healer. He's a volunteer with VCOP. He's always thought-provoking, and we love him. And we love you too, Tobias Leenaert, the author of How to Create a Vegan World, a Pragmatic Approach. He blogs at www.veganstrategist.org. He gives talks and trainings around the world. He's also co-founder of ProVeg International, and he's used to thinking out of the box and building bridges between different groups and practicing what he calls slow opinion. How to Create a World. Please welcome Tobias Leenaert and Ray Kowalchuk.
Hi, Tobias. It's great to meet you in person, kind of. We're virtually
sort of in
meeting.
person. Hi, Ray. And thanks for the introduction. Thanks for having me here.
Yes, thanks, BJ. I'm a very big fan of your book. I've read it twice. I just reread it recently. And I should say that I listened to it on Audible. And I highly recommend that for people to play it in the car. My son was going to college, and we played it in the car as we're going back and forth. And it's a short book, but it was a source of a lot of inspiration and debate, because the subtitle of it, How to Create a Vegan World, a Pragmatic Approach. And pragmatism is something that is just such a could be a touchy topic between vegans who are defending that faith of veganism and defining and viciously defending that definition. I call that philosophizing, and I wear that hat quite frequently, but I take that hat off when it comes time to do outreach. And that requires a degree of pragmatism. It's less about talking and more about listening. And I appreciate that expression in your book. And you're kind of associated with this word pragmatism. Were you always pragmatic?
Well, maybe just explain very briefly what I mean with it. So pragmatism is about doing what works, doing what works in the context of the times, of the audience, of whatever you have in front of you, of your resources. And I oppose it to idealism in a narrow sense. So we're all idealists in a broad sense, but in a narrow sense, idealism is about asking for whatever you want and wanting it now, and wanting other people to have the same motivations that you have, and also having a set of rules that you try to answer to and that you try to follow. And pragmatism doesn't care about the rules, it just cares about results and impact. And no, I wasn't always a pragmatist. I was, when I started as a vegan, when I was about 21 years old or something, I was not very pragmatic, and I'm still very passionate, but back then there was mostly passion and not so much rationality, I would say. I remember there was, for instance, a hunting fair where I was protesting together with other people from an animal rights group, and I was shouting my lungs out, and I was shouting murderers, 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 and it was very fun. And that's the problem, that it's fun. That kind of like activism where you do not take into account what the results are, but you just look at what you feel like, what your truth is, what you want to express, no matter what. That sort of activism is quite fun to do. It's quite fun to vent yourself and to express your rage and your anger. It brings relief. It has good sides, but it doesn't depart from the audience. And pragmatism is about this, departing from the audience, looking what your audience needs, what it's ready for, rather than saying, this is what I want to bring, this is my truth, this is what I need to say. So that is a fundamental difference between those approaches.
Yeah, I should mention that there's an anti-vivisection march happening in Toronto right now, which, I'd kind of like to be that and be doing this, but I had to choose one. And as I mentioned, I take off that hat of being a vegan for vegans and engaging in the outreach, and the rules all change. You are a co-founder of ProVeg, and something in my second reading of the book didn't really click in the first time was the meaning of that, the choice of those words, pro and veg. Can you talk a little bit about why it's called ProVeg?
Yeah, so organization that I'm affiliated with is ProVeg, and we have about 300 people in 250, 300 people in 15 countries, working towards a plant-based world. And I think two aspects of the name ProVeg that are important here is, one, it's pro, it's not anti, it's saying what we want to move towards. Two, it's expressing the alternative. It's not saying so much what is bad and what is wrong, but it's focusing on the good. So that is one aspect. Sometimes that can be a matter of personal psychology and preference. Other people like to focus on what's going wrong, and that's also useful, but we chose in our case to focus on the positive. And veg is almost deliberately ambiguous. It can mean vegetables, it can be vegan, it can be vegetarian. And this is another part of the idealism. Idealistic vegans would want us to always say vegan. Let's be clear about that. Let's just talk about what we want to achieve. But pragmatically, one would say, look, if we see from evidence that the word vegan is not always the best word, not always the word that sits well with people, then we might as well choose another word, or then we should choose another word that is more palatable for people. And this is not about pleasing people. This is really about having the best possible effect for the animals and for the planet. So you see the aspect of pragmatism already in the name, I would say.
Yeah, thanks for that. I looked up the definition of pragmatism and the etymology. Pragmatikos in Greek means relating to fact, and you saw Dr. Rao's presentation earlier in facts and science, and engaging a world of people who think that we're very practical and rational, but we see a lot of irrationality in the world, and so coming face to face with reality, and vegans are often told you have to face the reality of animal use and abuse. That's just the way it is. But you've been vegan for decades. How has the world changed? Do you see a change now that makes you feel that pragmatism, the bar of that, what we how we evaluate that word, does it change?
Yeah, so first, if you ask me how the world has changed in that time, so I've been vegan for about 26 years. I'm 51 now. The benefit of being a bit older, it has many downsides, but one of the benefits is that you can look back from further, and you have a broader view. And people who are, for instance, 20 or whatever, and they've been vegan for a year, they might say, "Oh, it's going down. It's worse today than it was last year, and we had some opening in 2 years ago before COVID or whatever, or COVID is 5 years, Quinometer." But if you look back from further, if you can see the difference between now and 25 years ago, then the difference is huge. The difference is huge, not just in the consumption of products that we can choose from, but I would say the difference is especially big in terms of the fact that there's a lot of players now who are seeing the need for, I wouldn't say veganism, but for meat reduction, at least, for the reduction of animal products. And there's a lot of, especially in Europe here, a lot of governments who are really seeing that and who are asking the help of vegetarian vegan organizations to help them reach the audience, the customer, the citizens, because they have no clue about how to make them do that. So the same thing for companies, for retailers, etc. There's a lot of them who see that it's going in the wrong direction, and we need to reduce this consumption of animal products. So that awareness among these institutional players is, I think, one of the big things that changed. And there might be people in the audience here who are from countries where that isn't happening at all yet. It is definitely happening, like I said, in Europe, and it will happen in more and more countries. And I think we'll hit walls so that more and more of these stakeholders will see that this is not the way to go forward. So I think in many ways a lot has changed. I think that if you asked me 25 years ago if I believed there would ever be a vegan world, I would have said yes, but in my mind, that would have been science fiction, like something for the 24th century or something. And now I can actually imagine that could happen this century. It might not, of course, but it could happen this century. And so I've become, in those 25 years, even though, of course, you always wanted to go faster, I've become more hopeful.
Yeah, that's the only future that I'm interested in pursuing. So it shapes the way that you do your activism and live your lives. Uh, you, I know that ProVeg's vision uh, is a world where everyone chooses delicious and healthy food that's good for all humans, animals, and our planet. And of course, we're climate healers, so we've got a focus on that climate angle, but definitely those other three pillars puts us very much in alignment with ProVeg, the animal ethics, the human health, environmental protection, and but the environment, says climate healers, is not interested in human rituals or opinions. Mother Nature will decide that we must change. What becomes pragmatic when our appetite signals ecological collapse?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that I mean, first of all, like I always wonder, like ecological collapse and disasters, etc. It's an open question for me. Are they the best way to is that narrative the best way to motivate people, or can we do better with a somewhat more positive or less disastrous narrative? So that is one important aspect, and I think that, like, I still want to believe that we're gonna get out of this mess. I try to believe in human rationality and human compassion, and so I do think that I depart from the assumption that we have a future and that we're going to survive, and that this is going to be an uphill battle and a long battle, perhaps. But I I do not depart from the idea that it might be all gone in 5 years or whatever. So um, I don't want to like panic people, because first of all, I don't believe in that, and secondly, I don't think it's very efficient. And so I still believe in pragmatic strategies, even in that context where the future looks dire. But I do still believe there is time, and we should not. I think what I want to say here is we should not say, like, look, there's no time, so everything goes and we can do whatever, and it just as radical as we want to be, um, because time is very short. I think that is shooting ourselves in the foot. So it's better to depart from the idea that, like, yeah, we have the time to do this as intelligently, as smartly, as strategically, as pragmatically as possible. It doesn't mean that we can delay and we can pause and whatever. No, we have to really work really hard, but I wouldn't say that it's going to end tomorrow and therefore we have to start blowing up things and whatever, if that's an answer to the question.
Mm-hmm. And it makes me realize that I mentioned there's the vegan philosophers defending the faith and the outreach people who have to, deal with the people who aren't vegan and do more listening. Climate Healers has also got a kind of a third direction that we're trying to change systems, whether people want it or not. It doesn't really matter that much people's opinion if our systems are going to collapse, if the price of meat is going to go up because we just recognize the environmental impact is just perverse to subsidize. It doesn't matter if people really want meat. If it's something that's perverse, then we have to stop subsidizing it. Same as the oil industry. I mean, we take a lot of parallels from the environmental movement. They want to take away their subsidies so that they don't have a viable business model. People need fossil fuels in the meantime, so the subsidies persist until they don't.
Mhm.
And that's how you phase out fossil fuels. And I see every opportunity to do exactly the same thing with the animal agriculture industry. And it's really about people choosing what are their strengths. Dr. O was talking about the different roles that we could play as activists, and everybody needs to recognize their strengths. And I think sooner or later everybody gets into outreach of some kind or another. So there's so much so many reasons to engage with ProVeg and the various partners that are doing outreach. The scientists who popularized the word Anthropocene helped develop the 9 planetary boundaries to find a safe living space for humanity. And of course, our culture has to recognize that it's you're saying it's a longer term than what Climate Healers is claiming. Dr.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm agnostic, or I mean, I know time is short, but what I'm just saying is, like, yeah, let's not. I mean, my preference would be to not, like, fall into complete disaster mode, which is very dire and dark, and limits the options that we have in terms of communication, in terms of strategies, etc. So that's all I wanted to say. Sorry for interrupting.
Right. Yeah, no problem. That's good to clarify. I mentioned the 3 planetary, sorry, the 3 pillars of
Planetary
veganism,
boundaries. Mhm.
and that's health and concern for the animals and the environment. And Sailesh has suggested that there's a 4th one called faith. To have faith that humans belong on this planet, and we see so many angry vegans that say, we'll be so much better off once we all just die off. And that's their approach to solving the environment. Let's not solve it, and we'll just become part of the mass extinction in progress. Obviously, that's not going to motivate people at all, like you said. Uh, what do you think about this concept of faith as something that's an upbeat way to try to get people involved?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly do believe that there's a place for us on this planet, and I I mean, talk about faith. I could see this as some kind of spiritual belief, or maybe something derived from certain religions like Christianity that tells us that we have to fulfill the role of some kind of guardianship on this planet. I mean, that's one interpretation of what the Bible says. I'm not religious myself, but I do believe in the concept of humans or an advanced intelligence, which I think we can call ourselves, to be some sort of shepherd of creation. So that would be our role. And in that sense, I do think that once we get our act together, and if we stop being cruel, if we at some point can be kinder people, and if at some point we maybe also develop the technology to make it all possible, then we can actually improve the lives of all creatures that live on this planet. Because for wild animals, even making abstraction of human interference and humans making it worse for them, making abstraction of that, life in the wild is not necessarily a cakewalk. And there's a lot of suffering there too, even without humans involved. And I hope that there down the road in the far future, we can make that better. We can make it better for them, and we can be angels for animals rather than demons. And so, yeah, I do believe that is definitely a role we can play here.
I know. So there's a great conflict even within approaching psychology, which we need in order to do outreach. We need to engage people in their mental space, and there's sociology, which is looking at people as a whole and trying to get the herd to move in a particular direction. And you cover both in your book, and I really hope people engage with that, what you've written, and work their way through a lot of these issues. I'd like to read a little bit of from the book, because as you progress through it, you get into more of the systems. This is how we operate now. This is how we engage the world. But what is it like when those tipping points happen? Do the rules change, and how do we, like you mentioned, pragmatism is less important once the tipping points are reached?
Yeah. What I was saying at the end of the book is, so this is a time still to be pragmatic, because majority of people is not on our side, and therefore you have to be quite careful, and you have to see what sticks, etc. And maybe saying like meat is murder or whatever, or things like that is not the best idea. But I can imagine there could come a time where we can use those tactics and those messages, because a majority of people, or a large share of the people, is agreeing, and we have enough alternatives, and the norms have changed. So yeah, when the norms change, you can use other messaging, and you can use other words, and you become really much more strict, and you can become that idealist in the narrow sense, and it will be very effective. I don't think it is as yet, because there's such a big dependency on, or people think they are dependent on using animals. There's such a big norm of yeah, eating animal products. So in this context, it is not very effective often to tell people that they're completely wrong when they see everybody else doing what they do. But that would change over time, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. There's a very strong sense of individualism, which is, of course, very important to us. But I think an oversteering of that makes us more preoccupied with our own appetite. That was I noticed that was part of the it was on the landing page of the Pro Veg, that identifies appetite is something that needs to change.
Appetite for change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the appetite thing is about is making the link with good food and tasty food, which is like a real asset that we have in this space, in this social justice movement. Great food is a solution, great plant-based food is an alternative, and working with food is a really great strategy, I think, and sometimes um, makes it so that you don't need to engage in all kind of like debating and arguments and fighting if you can let the food do the talking. That is a bit the idea.
The part I wanted to read from your book is just one paragraph. I hope you don't mind if I read it aloud.
No, sure.
At some point, the system will change. When that will happen, we don't know. But when it does, it will involve a profound transformation. It won't happen only because of vegans, but because of a high number of reducers. And it won't happen because of a moral awakening, but only because of a moral awakening, but because of the sustainability and health issues related to animal products, which will increase the price. So you touched on a few of those topics, but it's great to have them all together because we rankle a little bit when we hear what do you mean it's not going to be vegan saving the world? We are that the Marines going in at the first line of attack to try to take the beachfront, and sorry for the military metaphors, but we could probably also use missionary metaphors as the Church of Veganism and the faith that the world is going to change. That's kind of necessary for all these little incremental things. And then when that tipping point happens, I think one of the tipping points is that attitude of to each their own. That as we do outreach, we're trying to appeal to people, and I think the environment is going to push it in a way that is less about how people feel. And more just that we've hit a wall, that there's so many things about our existential future. And if not for us, for our children, that's going to shift us from the preoccupation with appetite.
Yeah, just in general, I think that we have to let go of how we think this revolution should unfold. And it will unfold in many different ways. I mean, if it will, there will be different motivators and different aspects at work. And if you look at the animal rights movement, people typically think that like if we can just convince everybody that they have to stop eating animals or animal products because animals are important, etc. That is just one. I mean, that is our or mine, my ideal and my philosophy, and I would love that to be true. But that alone, of course, is not going to create the biggest change. That is not the main thing. We will have a variety of strategies, a variety of motivations. One important thing, for instance, is like, I mean, you can think what you want about money, but things go where money goes. And if money can be made with certain products that are vegan and compassionate, that is an important driver for change, at least within this capitalist system, which we cannot easily get rid of right now. So we have to accept all these, pragmatically accept all these things, all these forces, all these drivers, all these motivations that we may not find ideal because they don't align with our values maybe always, but nevertheless, they are important in creating this big system shift.
Yeah, thanks for that. The theme of this VCOP conference is how to make big change happen, which is lifted from sociologist Damon Centola's book, Change, How to Make Big Things Happen. As the vegan strategist, you're a bit familiar with Centola, and this is, again, kind of the difference between psychology and sociology. He's a sociologist. How do you see the big change happening as we go into the future and look back and say, hey, we found we liberated the animals? What were how did these big changes happen in your view or the philosophy of pro-veg?
Yeah, I mean, there's different theories of change. I think the one that we most hope for, you and I and activists, is a sort of moral awakening, an expansion of the moral circle regarding animals towards the planet, towards the ecosystems, towards populations, that we morally awake and that we say all these things are important, and we care about them. That is what we ideally would want, because we want people to care. And I think that is maybe not the way that things will go. I mean, looking at people, it's certainly possible, but it's also very much in doubt, certainly now in these days when you see some things going in the wrong direction. So I think that change might happen in a different way, where we develop alternatives for animal products. And these alternatives are developed for several reasons. Again, they might be developed for financial reasons. They might be developed for sustainability reasons in part. They might be developed because some people want to make money. And then once we have alternatives that are cheap enough and good enough and available enough, etc., and this could be cultivated meat, for instance, then it will be a lot more easy to expect this moral awakening. So the way you could say this is that there could be, or there should be, maybe a technological revolution that precedes the moral revolution. It is so much easier to wake up morally and to do the right thing if the right thing is easy to do, right? And you and I and other people who have been vegan for a long time, and I've been vegan for 25 years, we're people who are ready to make sacrifices, are ready to do a difficult thing, namely being vegan back then 25 years ago was quite a difficult thing, and for most people today it's still a difficult thing. You have to go out of the way. And people who are vegan today and who don't believe this, I would invite to try another change of food, another change of diet, and see how difficult it is. I'm trying right now to be a lot healthier. Oh man, it's so very hard. So diet change is in general a very difficult thing. So we have to make it easier. We have to, in a sense, you could say we have to make compassion easier. Making compassion easier means that we have to make it easier for people to feel compassion towards animals, towards the planet, and we do that by creating alternatives for them, so that doing the right thing becomes an easy thing to do.
Yeah. I mean, I've been vegan for just 1 decade, but I'm still wrestling with issues of appetite and the difference between veganism and plant-based. I find it very easy to commit to the vegan. I don't cheat, but with the trying to do a plant-based diet, whole food plant-based, there's
whole
just
foods.
I allow myself
dark.
cheating on that.
Yeah, it's hard.
One of the things that Damon Centola, I mean, the head blown emoji moment for me was when he says that influencers aren't the ones that are going to create the change. And, we see organizations like PETA that really rely on getting those celebrities to say the things that they want them to say. And what do you see about that? That it's actually small groups in the network periphery that are the ones that are going to create the change. So it doesn't start with the influencers at the center of any network. It's all those people out in the fringes. And I think the celebrities who have quit being vegan have really demonstrated that difficulty. I think it's even harder for them to stay vegan because of all the countervailing influences, is what Damon Centola would say.
Yeah. I'm not sure entirely what I think of it. I think the idea of veganism being what he calls a complex contagion, as opposed to a simple contagion. Simple contagion is like a viral video, like everybody just clicks like and it goes viral, very simple. But veganism is
degrees of separation that everybody's kind of familiar with that
right.
concept.
Yeah. And veganism is maybe not even a complex contagion, but an ultra complex contagion, because it's it has so many elements. I mean, it has the whole behavior, and this diet change is difficult, but it's also like a philosophical system, an ethos, and so it's quite complicated. And I like that he emphasizes this difference between simple and complex, and it's good for us to realize how complex or complicated veganism is, or making another person vegan is. So that is one really good thing to pause by. I like the idea that we need with complex contagions, we need multiple reinforcements. So what you say, you're like in a network or in a small network, small group, and there you come across different people who are vegan or who are eating less animal products, and they are every time they're reinforcing your perception or your idea that maybe this could be a good thing to do. But that still, for me, leaves the question like, okay, these people in your network that are vegan, how did they end up being vegan? And I cannot avoid the impression that an influencer can be useful to that extent. I don't think influencers alone can do it, but influencers can influence other people within a network. And then if within a network you have your several people who are vegan, then it becomes easier for that idea to spread within that network. So that's my take on that.
Reading Sintola's book hurt my feelings a little bit because I'm all about information campaigns, awareness campaigns, and information can spread virally with the weak ties, and it's those tight networks. So the consolation was I'm involved with Climate Healers, which is a small group of people. Like what Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. So that's inspiring to say that, we may not be getting the celebrities to come to our VCOPs, but we are, building that redundancy, sharing that information that makes us strong. That's actually the opposite of spreading virally, because you're wasting energy telling yet another person, hey, that plants have protein. And they go, yeah, I know that. But we share that around, and it becomes strong. And that's the strength of when people become into our groups, then it's something that's real, it's something they can relate to. And
Yeah, I think the one thing to take into account here is that, like, I mean, you have the information aspect and the awareness, but the big thing is that awareness doesn't necessarily need to behavior change. We all know that. We're all aware of something that we're not necessarily doing, right? I mean, maybe all listeners here are aware of the fact that they should be vegan, and they are vegan, so there's consistency there. But for instance, in my case, I'm aware that it would be good to only wear fair trade clothing, but I'm not entirely doing that. So there is a gap between the information and the awareness and the behavior on the other hand. So that's the big difficulty. I think you're trying to spread information, you're trying to raise awareness, but awareness itself is overrated, I would say, in fact. And it's overrated because it doesn't necessarily lead to behavior change. And on the other hand, and this is, I think, the most important part of my book, behavior change can happen without awareness change. And the awareness change can follow the behavior change. So we have to always take that into account, that we can, for instance, help some person eat vegan for whatever reason, and they have no idea of climate change or whatever. It's just a diet thing or whatever for them. And then all of a sudden it becomes easier to understand these other narratives and these other arguments, just because they're not defensive against it anymore, because they already know by now that they can have good vegan food. So they don't need to be defensive. So now they can listen to the arguments.
Reading your book, there was something that I remembered that I reacted really strongly to the first time I read it, and I reacted again. You said that recidivism isn't, the people who become vegan and then stop being vegan. From a sociological perspective, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not something to panic over.
Well, I mean, it would be better if we can avoid it, of course, but it's also hope giving, because when you see that, like, I was just looking at a study in the Netherlands, about 7 to 8% vegetarians and vegans together. Another time, that many who have been vegetarian or vegan. So if you count those two together, you're already at 16%. So that means that, like, it would be good to focus enough on keeping vegans vegan, and to put some effort in there, and to wonder like what makes vegans slide back. And for instance, often it is health issues, and so it's no use for vegans to shout at them like, oh, you traitor, or oh, everybody can be vegan, and if it doesn't work for you, you haven't tried it enough, or whatever. No, we should actually sincerely engage with people, see where the health pitfalls are, help people confront them, help them be healthy, etc., etc. So it's a bit of a wake-up call for us. If there's so many people falling off the wagon, there must be something, something quite difficult, something challenging, and we have to identify what it is and we have to solve it. And if we can solve it, then we have already twice the number of vegans. And that is, if the tipping point is 25%, that's getting us closer and closer to that, at least in this country.
Mhm. Does the vegan movement give you a hard time? Like, what is the thing that they just inherently hate about your messaging that you're quite often saying don't say the V word?
Yeah, I would summarize my my advice as follows. Be flexible, be pragmatic, do what you think works. And sometimes that can be the V word, but in some cases that might not be effective, and then do something else. So this is about being flexible and not being dogmatic, not following a certain rule that we always should talk about veganism or always should talk about the animals. So that is what I would say. And what people don't like is, some people have this idea that there is that we should always, that we can only say go vegan, otherwise it's a betrayal. Otherwise we silently allow people to eat meat on certain days or whatever. So the only morally justified thing to say is go vegan, and all the rest is wrong. And that might be, you might argue for that, and there might be a case for that in a certain way. But again, my take is, if that's not effective, it's not helping animals and it's not helping the planet. So always do what works. Don't just do what your set of rules or your orthodoxy says that you should do. Or what the vegan community or some kind of like small group of people who like really follow the vegan law, let's say, to the letter, what they want you to say. No, just look at the animals. Veganism is not something that we do for ourselves. It's not a faith. It's not something we have to follow to the letter. It's all about the consequences of it for animals and for the planet.
Notice in your emails you have on your sign off, it says I'm a slow opinionist with a link, and it's a very good set of advice, and you identify as a slow opinionist. Can you tell us more about the benefits of being a slow opinionist in a world that's become very black and white? And
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's a term I coined myself, but it just means that I like to come to conclusions slowly, and maybe they're never conclusions, they're always preliminary ideas or opinions. And I think that indeed today we have a world where people have an opinion very quickly on the internet, and they fight over those opinions that they very strongly hold, but that are not really well examined. And I think it's very important to be able to say, look, I don't have an opinion on this, or I don't have an opinion on this yet. I don't have a strong opinion on this. And I find it very problematic when people force you to have an opinion. Like, there are some very polarizing issues today, and I'm not going to name any because some people might be angry, but there's some polarizing issues today on which I don't have a very strong opinion, because I find it extremely complicated. I can see both sides, I can understand different viewpoints, and I have to learn more before I attach myself firmly to a certain opinion. And I think that's a healthy attitude, and it allows for growth. It allows for people to change their minds. It allows for people to disagree and to differ in opinion in a civil manner, which is something that we sometimes it seems we can no longer do. We can no longer differ in opinion in a civil manner, and I think it's very important to conserve that. Like, to, if you would say something completely different than me on a certain topic, it's important that you can do that, and that I don't demonize you for that, and that I don't say like, look, you're bad or you're evil for not having the same opinion on this as mine. And this goes quite far. This goes to a lot of different topics, as far as I'm concerned.
Dr. Rao was talking about the tipping points that will, change systems, not just tweak them, but, start to bring about a rebuilding of something completely new. And we're hoping that's a plant-based, fully plant-based food system. Are there tipping points that you watch? I don't know that we always have the agency to create the turbulence to bring the change about some things like dairy. I think dairy is just going to disintegrate on its own. We're helping it along, but yeah, sometimes we just watch and just shrewdly spot the cracks in the status quo.
Yeah, there could be many tipping points, or black swans, maybe very incidents or happenings, events that create a big change, and we hadn't expected them. I'm interested in AI. Maybe one aspect of that. I mean, AI may change the entire world, but one thing in this space, AI in animal language, for instance, who knows that at some point we can understand a lot more about animal communication, and we will derive from that well, animals are more important than we thought, and we should care about them, etc. So that could be an important thing. I think another one is the creation of cultivated meat. Black swan events like more pandemics that could necessitate us to change, things like that. So these are things that we don't have all that much control over, but that could control a big part of wherever this story goes next.
Well, I think this has been a great conversation. It's been very liberating for me to see a lot of these concepts that, even though Climate Healers has a lot of very different objectives, the spirit is in the same space, and we're looking for the same results. And I think that there's probably some time to do some Q&A now, if that's all right. I'm sure people have lots of questions for you.
Thank you. Wow, that was fascinating. Really appreciate it. I have a lot of questions myself, or a few questions myself, but I understand that we have questions in the chat that Gabrielle is going to come on and ask. And if there's time, I'll ask mine, but I think you'll probably answer it. Welcome, Gabrielle. Go ahead with your questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Tobias. This question is from Sebastian. He says, I'm studying how to connect co-ops, environmental and activist organizations in San Diego to this concept. But I wonder if an approach of more spiritual nature is needed as proposed with deep ecology. I know you subscribe to it and understand it and embody it, but is a focus on consumption powerful enough? Realistically, this is a long question. Realistically, we have to change our food first, but our economic system has to be probably abandoned too, as per the previous talk. In short, our transformation has to be radical, parentheses, production, consumption, free time. Idealism, thinking of those people who shifted. Ooh, something came up here, shifted. Shifted, yeah.
Well, I think there's a lot there to
yeah, there's plenty there. And there's a few more questions too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I entirely understand what the person wants to say, but in general, I mean, there's a lot of change that we want in this world. I think many vegans, many people who are climate activists, they also want to disrupt the entire economic system and destroy capitalism and do away with money, etc. Pragmatism for me also means that we're trying to see what's possible. Trying to do all of this at the same time is a very tall order. And I think trying to change diets is more realistic. And everything we attach to that, like if we expect that people don't only change their diet, but they also become spiritual and they also become anti-capitalist and they also become leftist, etc., 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 we make it more and more difficult. So we talked about how it's a complex contagion. We have the complexity under a little bit of control. Let's not make it more complex than it needs to be. That said, if there's people who insist on doing that and who insist on like emphasizing the spiritual aspect or the anti-capital aspect, I think it's good that we have these different approaches and at least we can try to see what works, what the world is ready for, and experiment. I myself I'm going for a pretty mainstream approach, trying to work from within the system with our organization. Capitalism has to fall later, I would say. Yeah.
It
Thank you.
relates to a question that I was going to get around to was every vegan has a little bit of utopian in them. And utopia
Absolutely.
isn't pragmatic, but it's obviously something that drives us. Does utopianism, is that useful?
I mean, I think it's definitely useful as a point on the horizon of where we want to get to, and a vegan world is of course a very utopian idea. So yeah, I mean that's part and parcel of our philosophy and our activism and our being. But I think it's important to cut that up in feasible steps. Like the person who asked the question said, like, is consumption enough? Well, it can start. I mean, consumption is in a way it's something trivial, and we want spiritual change and we want all kind of transformations. But consumption, change of consumption, like I said, could facilitate further change. As long as we think we are very dependent on using animals, then it's going to be hard to open up for more change. And so if we can first show to people that we're not so dependent as we think on them, then they might start to reduce their consumption of those products and start to open their hearts and open their minds. So again, this is a theory where behavior comes first and then other more impactful or wider or broader changes follow later.
Thank you, Tobias. And Gabrielle, go ahead with your next question, please.
Okay, what would you say are the widest gaps in the general public's understanding and overall feeling around the notion of going vegan?
Well, I mean the gap sort of, I mean, in terms of knowledge and in terms of biases, etc. There's the famous ends, meat is normal, natural, and necessary. I think those pretty much cover it. And then apart from that, also that it's nice, so tasty. It's a fourth N. And I think lately I'm also particularly concerned about polarization on this topic, where people see veganism and meat reduction as something for the left, for progressives, and that conservatives can't go along with. And that is a very dangerous evolution, I think, that we have to try to be watchful about.
Okay, any more questions?
Yes, there are. What main speaking points could the average vegan / those leading vegan initiatives begin emphasizing to more effectively bridge those gaps in understanding and care for considering vegan? Not sure I quite
I
understand,
think
but go ahead.
I think the first thing is to, like, again, look at where the person comes from and to address whatever they are interested in. And so it's no use going on and on and on about animal rights if that other person is not very interested in that and is a climate person or is a health person or is an economical person or whatever. So try to adapt your what you say to your audience. I in my book I abbreviated to the words Yanya, or the word Yanya, which means you are not your audience. You are not the person that you want to reach. The person you want to reach is somebody else with different motivations, a different life experience. Try to put yourself in their shoes, and that is, I think, the main, the biggest step towards bridging the gap between you and them. I hope that's an answer to the question.
I like that, Yanya. I'm writing that down. Okay. Then we have a question. This will be the last. What can we learn from other movements like slavery, abolition, and gender rights on pragmatic messaging if being confrontational and direct is bad for the vegan movement?
Yeah, interesting question. I've been studying the anti-abolitionist movement or abolitionist movement a little bit, and I think one important constatation is that there too we saw a lot of pragmatism, and I mean sometimes people would say to me as an argument against my views, they would say like, yeah, can you imagine that people back then they would have said like we should have less slavery. But in fact, in a way, that's what they did. And in fact, you could see, for instance, an emphasis on not in the beginning, not the abolishing of slavery, but the abolishing of the slave trade, of the transatlantic slave trade. So that's what they wanted to abolish. That was the pragmatic thing that they thought was achievable. It was only later that they said like, okay, let's now also tackle that's slavery itself, the institution of slavery. And there's other examples to be found like that. So there too, and in any movement, I think there is this pragmatic approach, and in any movement also there is this tension between idealism and pragmatism. Also, that you can also find that in feminist movement or whatever. And maybe it's good to some extent that this is there. It certainly like invites discussion, etc. But yeah, in any case, these discussions should be had with respect, with mutual respect for each other's viewpoint. And I think this respect and this trust that we want the same thing is really very important, because if we can trust that we want the same thing, even if we have different strategies, then we can work together a lot better, and at least we won't antagonize each other.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing those questions with us, Gabrielle. Before I bring on the next two people with questions, we don't have very much time, so I'm going to ask that you don't comment, but just ask your question.
And can I just make one quick comment? Someone went to your website and they say it's not working, Tobias. So
which website? I'll check it out.
Vegan Strategy.
It should be working, but lately I blog on Substack, so it's tobiasleenaert.substack.com. So that's better, actually. tobiasleenaert.substack.com. But I'll check the website. Thank you.
Are there other ways that we can reach you or hear more about what your thoughts?
On LinkedIn, I post quite a bit, but I would say Substack is the most important. That's where I put articles on my thoughts and try to be inspiring. Yeah.
Okay, and now we'll spotlight Nancy for her question.
There we go. Okay, thank you so much. It's always a thrill to have debates and discussions about tactics, and appreciate hearing everything you said. I'm wondering, there were several comments you made about it could happen by the end of the century, and it's hard, to change a diet. I always tell people, yeah, it's as hard or easy as you make it. If we have the mindset, and if truth is guiding us, truth is such a power, not just how the person will react, but people sort of resonate, or very much resonate, with the truth. And the truth is that, even the fact that we're talking about veganism when we're plant-based animals, we're herbivores. It's not natural. It is normal, but it's certainly the opposite of necessary. And I always tell people, if you can make a dead carcass taste good, you can make anything taste good. So
You have a question.
so I'm wondering what your thoughts are about that.
Yeah. First of all, I realized that when I said like by the end of the century, for some people that might be unbearably long. But yeah, for me, relatively speaking, for such a big challenge, that is not so long, even though it's a lot of suffering, etc. And yeah, the climate might not have that much time. But to your point, um, I mean, there's so many good arguments, and they will all work on some people, but they don't work mostly on enough people. And in my experience, the facts don't sell the ideology often enough. So many people are resistant, and if these arguments, if you would have found the way that works with everybody, we would have the vegan world already. There's so much resistance, and some things work for some people, other things work for some people. But I mean, what you say is beautiful, and of course I agree. But even if that approach works, then we still need a lot of people to bring that message one to one, because I feel that it's also the energy of the speaker that's involved here, and it's like a personal one-on-one conversation in which this is most effective and useful. So we still would need a lot of conversations, billions of them, basically. In that sense, I'm very much in favor of institutional change, where we talk through institutions and we change things through institutions rather than one by one. But in any case, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and it is really important to try to find whatever resonates with people, and I'm sure that for some people it is what you say.
Thank you.
I think
And thank
it's
you,
the
Nancy. You're a long
top of
time
the hour.
activist. Yes, yes.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to say I hope everyone enjoyed this conversation as much as I did, and I encourage everyone to engage in the rest of the sessions this weekend, not least my panel discussion in 2 hours called Curbing Our Appetite for Destruction. I hope Tobias can stay, and we'll give him first crack at our Q&A.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ray, and thank you, Tobias. So appreciate that.
Have a good day. I'll mute myself now, right?
All right. And now we have our next speaker. We're going to let you, do you have slideshow or anything? Yes, you do. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to introduce you, and hello.
Okay. Hi.
Is it Anja?
Yes.
Anja,
Mhm.
okay, excellent.
Yep.
So, wow, that was such a wonderful presentation last time, or question interview. Okay,
I'll get one.
I will start. Welcome to VCOP 21. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I am your MC, and I'm honored to introduce to you Dr. Anja Heister. She's a lifelong animal rights activist and independent researcher, writer, and co-founder of Footloose Montana, which is an organization working to end the trapping on public lands in Montana. Anja specializes in wildlife conservation policy and animal ethics. Her recent book is Beyond the North American Model of Wildlife Conservation: From Lethal to Compassionate Conservation. Sounds amazing. Her topic, Animal Lives Matter: Against Human Supremacy and for Compassionate Conservation. Please welcome Dr. Anja Heister. Thank you, Anja.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you so much for inviting me today. I'd like to begin with a little story for you, and that is, hold on a second, and I just need to click away. Let's see. Sorry about this. Do you see my slides?
Yes, we see one called Life Changer.
Yes, yes. Okay,
Looks good.
good. Okay. Just so yeah, so I moved I'm sorry, I have some problems here. Oops, now I lost my Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
I
quite
lost
all right.
my.
That's quite all right.
Huh.
We can still see your slides. Your screen
Oh,
is
you
still
do?
visible.
Yes,
Yeah,
we see it. That's
and
fine.
nothing
Oh,
else.
okay.
Just your
Okay.
slides.
Wow. So now I can't see my slides. Ay. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's not working. I'm sorry.
Let's see.
Anja, Paul said to reopen PowerPoint. That would help.
Okay,
You're
I'm
welcome
gonna.
to email your slides also, and somebody can show them.
Okay. Jesus. So I should stop. I should stop PowerPoint or. Okay.
Paul said just reopen it.
Okay. So can everybody see the slides?
We did. Now we don't.
Oh, you don't. Oh, God. Oh,
Are you on Windows or Mac?
I'm on Windows.
Okay. Press Control Tab until you see your slides. If PowerPoint is open. I think I will let Amit come on and go ahead, Amit, and give her some guidance.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think you were sharing quite well. It's just that when you start sharing, you don't see your slides, is it? Because we could see your slides.
You could. Okay. Ay. So.
Kwong, do
Okay.
you want help?
How long do I have?
You have 55 minutes, and we can start the introduction over once we get going.
Yeah.
So no problem.
And Amit,
yeah.
hello. Yes, I can.
Okay, I see the slides now. And we see the,
Okay.
now if you
And
go into slideshow, because we see the slides on the side and the big one.
So
oh,
there is a
God.
slideshow tab, Dr. Heister, and if you can enable the presenter view, you should be able to see it and share.
Okay, it's sharing now, just perfectly if you can
Yeah.
see.
Okay, but now okay, is this working now?
Yes, we can see the little animal.
Okay, the pine marten. Okay, so yeah, sorry about this. So I moved to Missoula, Montana in the spring of 2000, and although I'd been an animal rights activist all my adult life, I was really not prepared for the extent of hunting and fishing and trapping in the United States, and especially not here in Montana, where hunting and fishing and trapping is such a big business. And then something happened that truly changed my life. So it was a winter day, and this is now many, many years ago. And my husband and his son and I were skiing up this road, cross country skiing up this road through a national forest. When something caught our eyes on the left side. There was something hanging in between the trees, something dark and big, and we didn't know what it was. So we took off our skis and walked over there to this thing, and to our shock, it was a pine marten with her front leg caught in a leg hold trap, and she was just hanging there from the tree limb about 7 feet or just about 2 meters off the ground. And so her head was tilted to the side, and there was a big pile of scat underneath her, and indicating that she must have been hanging there for a long time. She didn't move. and we thought she was probably dead. It happened that we had the right tools with us that day. We cut the chain, which had been attached to the trap and the tree branch, and then we placed that pine marten on the ground and covered her with a jacket, and she still didn't move. We managed to remove the trap from her leg, and then carefully we pulled back the jacket. And that's when she jumped up and ran away from us as fast as she could. And then it happened at about maybe 20 meters or so away from us. That pine marten stopped and turned around and looked at us. And I still get goosebumps when I tell the story. And she looked at us, and by then the three of us were in tears. And then our eyes met, and then she turned around again and limped away into the woods. And so that experience truly changed my life, and it was just a matter of time before I co-founded Foothills Montana, as you've said, to trying to get rid of trapping on public lands. Then I wrote my dissertation on trapping, and then I wrote my book that was published in 2022, which is basically a scientific and ethical critique of the North American model from the perspective of an animal rights and animal liberation person, and an exploration of compassionate conservation. So what is the North American model of wildlife conservation? It took me years to figure that out. And so it's the dominant paradigm of lethal wildlife management that is grounded in the belief that humans are entitled to use and kill wild animals, even for frivolous reasons, including recreation and trophies. It consists of 7 elements that are not law, and I'm going to show you those in a minute, but they represent a very powerful force directing wildlife-related policies and regulations and laws, and they are the driver behind all the hunting and fishing and trapping programs. So in a nutshell, the model, I'm going to just call it the North American model for short, represents the state government-run lethal wildlife management system with hunting, fishing, and trapping as its cornerstones. And so to understand where the model is coming from, we have to look back in history, and specifically when at the time between the 17th and the 19th century, when European white settlers, especially market hunters, engaged in the greatest wildlife slaughter the continent had ever seen. By around 1900, many wildlife species were completely decimated by market hunters, who basically killed wild animals to supply the millinery trade and the fur trade, the fashion industry back in Europe. And so wild animals really were defenseless against this massive assault, and they had nowhere to hide. As a result, American bison were reduced from an estimated 30 to 60 million down to 1,000 by 1890. The last member of the passenger pigeons died in 1914, so the passenger pigeon was pushed into extinction, and beavers were decimated from an estimated 60 million down to 100,000 individuals by 1900. So it got so bad that wealthy sport hunters like Teddy Roosevelt, sport hunters would go to their favorite hunting grounds just to find them empty because all the animals had been already shot. So that did not sit very well with these wealthy sport hunters, and they decided to put an end to to market hunting. And in order to do that, they founded the Boone and Crockett Club, a trophy hunting club. They founded that in 1897, right here in Missoula, Montana, where I happen to live. And they came up with a new idea of fair chase and just to make the hunting palpable to society. They created a new class of hunters, those that did not hunt for recreation. Those who hunted for recreation and not for food. And then they started organizing. They basically put laws into place. They implemented laws, I should say, that would protect the freedom to hunt. They placed wildlife into public property, and they started creating state wildlife agencies. So the takeaway messages is really that historic sport hunters succeeded in ending market hunting, protecting hunting for sport and recreation, and that they created the lethal state-run government-based wildlife management for hunters. And by doing so, they were also successful in excluding the non-hunting public. And so, so what we now understand as the North American wildlife conservation model is basically a set of 7 elements that you see right there. And each of it reflects the mostly legal actions that these historic sport hunters took at that time, so historically, and it reflects their thinking, right? So in 2001, Valerius Geist, a Canadian-based wildlife biologist and avid hunter and wolf hater, came up with the idea of calling these elements a model. And so that is in 2025 what we are dealing with, that historic mindset that is grounded in, human supremacy. So the North American model legalizes, how it plays out is that hunters kill between 100 and 200 million animals annually in the United States every year. The majority for recreation. Trappers kill between 5 and 21 million animals for their fur. The federal government also engages in killing wild animals, usually under the disguise of so-called livestock protection. I don't like the word livestock, but that's what they're using. And these animals, mostly wolves, bears, coyotes, and many, many more, are killed on behalf of the ranching industry. Most hunting and trapping occurs on public lands, including wildlife refuges. That is something that most people actually don't know. And so just to give you a few examples how it plays out in Montana, 60,000 so-called fur-bearing animals are killed in traps and snares every year. Around 300 wolves are trapped and shot. Black bears are being hunted, chased, harassed with dogs, and killed for most of the year. There is an estimated 1,600 bears that get shot every year. We have spring bear hunts. That's the time of the year when bears are most vulnerable because they're just coming out of their dens. They're preoccupied with food. They're hungry. They're searching for food, and females stash their little cubs behind bushes or send them up the trees out of sight. And they try to find food, and that's when they get shot by hunters. And we also have other violent ways that the model legalizes. Vehicle, you can run these wild animals, wolves, coyotes, over with all kinds of vehicles. We have wildlife killing contests and so forth.
Dr. Heister.
Yes.
Okay, are we seeing the wolf right now? That's what you would like us to see?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. It was great.
Why is there a problem?
No, there isn't. Never mind. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh,
It seems your slides are when you're talking, and when you change the slide, then we see the slide that you were talking about. It seems there's a lag. Yeah.
I don't know what that is about. I apologize. I don't know what that is.
If there's a wolf on the screen, we're in the right place. Everything's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there is a disconnect between the slides and what I'm talking about. You're right. I don't know what to do about it. So if I may continue, in summary, the model is grounded in human entitlement, human supremacy, the belief that humans are entitled to kill wild animals for frivolous reasons. It uses selective science and ethics to serve hunters and trappers. It promotes negative antisocial behaviors, such as disrespect, aggression, cruelty, and violence against wild animals. The model is the cause of major cruelty to animals, causing suffering, pain, injuries, and deaths of sentient animals. It destroys their lives, their mates, and their families. And it also impedes pro-social emotions, such as kindness, empathy, and compassion for other animals. So human supremacy, that paradigm of human supremacy has also created the conservation industrial complex, which echoes the military industrial complex, a term coined by former US President Eisenhower in his farewell speech in 1961, when Eisenhower warned the nation about the power of this emerging complex. And what he was referring to was the close relationships, or the relations between the governments, armed forces, and the corporations that supply them. So according to Eisenhower, this complex was not only leading to industry control of the government and economy, but presented a serious threat to democratic governments. And now 3 decades later, or 4 decades later, we are familiar with the term animal industrial complex as a collective term to describe the multitude of traditions and institutions and corporate industries, which are all heavily involved in exploiting other animals and hugely profiteering from it. So they all forcibly turn non-human animals into products and services for human interests. So, and it is that network of entities, the corporations, the industries, and the universities, and so forth, that are all reinforcing the belief that other animals exist for humans to use. In other words, human supremacy. And we know that human supremacy has created major global crises, human population growth, the 6th mass species extinction, climate change, and also massive consumption of animals, cows, chickens, pigs, and so many more, a total of 100 billion animals every year. So we urgently need a global non-human supremacy paradigm. And this brings us to the important role of positive emotions. So I hope you can see the slide.
Yes.
Do you see the power of empathy and compassion? Do you see that slide?
We see reasons for emotions as partners.
Yeah, that's the previous slide.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry about this. So clearly there is an urgent need for a new paradigm in conservation that is non-violent and treats other animals as subjects and not as things or natural resources. And we have seen that the North American model leaves no room for positive emotions such as love, kindness, empathy, and compassion for individual animals. But we may ask, who needs emotions anyway? Well, in a nutshell, the answer is we all do. It helps us to survive. In the 1800s, Charles Darwin already recognized that basic emotions such as affection, joy, sadness, anger, anxiety, even aggression and fear, and so on, are essential to our safety and survival. And what that means is these emotions are a form of nonverbal language, facial expression, body language, and behavior that allows us to assess whether we are safe or not. So this was the slide I was talking about. So there is this cluster of human emotions and behavior that ranges from, excuse me, from pity to sympathy, where we cognitively acknowledge and care about someone's pain. And then there is empathy, where we actually feel someone's pain. And finally, there is compassion, which involves empathy and a step to action. So in compassion, we have empathy and we feel motivated to help others in order to relieve their pain and suffering. So that is basically what motivated us to help that pine marten in the trap. We were compelled to help that poor animal and relieve her suffering. The word empathy derives from the German word Einfühlungsvermögen. So say that 3 times in a row. The ability to feel with someone and understand what they're going through. And empathy is really important because it's literally the moral glue that holds our society together. And because empathy is part of the same neurological network of pro-social emotions, such as trust, reciprocity, cooperation, and fairness, it seems only likely that a whole suite of interlinked behaviors have co-evolved in social mammals. So again, confirming Charles Darwin's statement that we might all be familiar with, that moral behavior in humans and non-humans comes in degrees and not in kinds. So other benefits of empathy include that it helps us to connect with, and it is present in other animals as well, as I've said. It is essential for informed decision-making. And I believe empathy and compassion have the power to dissolve human supremacy and its dualism, because it literally breaks through the separations and the hierarchies, and it connects us with others and allows us to recognize the intrinsic value of both the individual animal and their collectives, their species, their populations, and the ecosystems they live in. So concerns by the non-hunting public and conservationists and animal rights alike have led to calls for a new paradigm in conservation. And so in 2010, my friend and wonderful retired professor of evolutionary biology and animal rights advocate, vegan, and author of 30 books, Mark Beckhoff, wrote an article that was titled Conservation Lacks Compassion. And so in response, Born Free Foundation initiated the idea of compassionate conservation. And then they brought together disciplines of animal welfare and wildlife conservation, which then articulated the new approach of compassionate conservation. And so since its inception in 2010, compassionate conservation has really gained momentum. It has sparked the interest of some non-governmental organizations, and advocates have established the Center for Compassionate Conservation at the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia. And they now have an international collaborative team spanning several continents. So the goal of compassionate conservation is to bring compassion for individual animals into conservation decision-making and to shift conservation practices from a species-centric approach to one that values individual lives and their intrinsic worth and their rights. So compassionate conservation relies on 4 principles. I hope you can see those 4 principles. The first one is first do no harm. That principle is adopted from the Hippocratic Oath, and it means that we need to be careful when we intervene in ecosystems or in in the lives of animals. And it means that we need to ensure that we do good instead of harm. Number 2 is individuals matter. It acknowledges the intrinsic value of individual wild animals and it rejects killing them. Number 3 is inclusivity of all wild animals, and that often sparks very heated debates. It acknowledges the intrinsic values of both the individual and the collective they belong to, and then also whether we humans label them as abundant, native, non-native, invasive, and so on. Number 4 is peaceful coexistence. It calls for recognition that our interactions with wild animals should not be based in aggression and violence, as the model does, the North American model does, but it should be based in compassion to help us to coexist with other beings in a non-violent way. So these tenets, these principles, basically serve as an aspirational guide for our interactions with individual wild animals, while we simultaneously strive toward the protection of collectives, right? So in practice, a compassionate conservationist works to develop and apply and prioritize non-lethal and non-invasive strategies that benefit wildlife collectives without causing intentional suffering to wildlife individuals. So a compassionate approach basically aims to safeguard Earth's biological diversity while retaining a commitment to treating individuals with respect and concern for their well-being. So here we see that compassionate conservation is concerned about the individual animal and the collective, the population, species, and ecosystem. Just to repeat that one more time. It brings empathy and compassion into the decision-making process and the policy development process affecting wildlife by emphasizing that individual wild animals are not objects or commodities who can be traded off for the alleged good of their own or of other species, nor for the good of ecosystems. It rejects the notion of wild animals as natural renewable resources and instead treats them as sentient beings with needs and interests that need to be protected. And finally, it creates a relationship with wild animals that is motivated by pro-social emotions such as love, respect, humility, kindness, empathy, and compassion. It also asks very important questions, which would not be possible in a human supremacy worldview, such as, what do wild animals actually need from us? So a leading view of compassionate conservationists is that other animals are persons too. For example, Adrian Wallach states that, quote, personhood in an ethical sense implies the individual is owed respect and should not be treated merely as a means to other ends. And she says that on scientific and ethical grounds, there are good reasons to extend personhood to sentient animals, particularly in conservation. The moral exclusion or subordination of members of other species legitimizes the ongoing manipulation and exploitation of the living worlds. And so embracing compassion can help dismantle human exceptionalism. It recognizes non-human personhood and navigates a more expansive moral space. We open up the circle of our moral concern. But that raises difficult questions about invasive species. And I just mentioned that sometimes there are heated debates within conservation when it comes to these and so-called invasive species. So, for example, cane toads, they were introduced in Australia, and they cause an incredible amount of ecological devastation, and they contribute to the further decline of species that are already in peril, such as native quoll populations, those are marsupials, who mistake these poisonous toads for food. Traditional conservation practices may include poisoning these cane toads, which compassionate conservation rejects. As far as I know, though, no non-lethal methods have been found yet. So it's a problem. Another example is the Burmese pythons, who were introduced into Florida's Everglades and who present an unknown predator to many of the resident native animal species, such as mammals, birds, and reptiles. So, and as a consequence, many species, such as raccoons, opossums, rabbits, bobcats, have declined significantly. Since then, these snakes have been rounded up for years. They've been persecuted and killed as part of an organized killing events. So we may ask, should cane toads and Burmese pythons be seen as persons too? Interesting question. Originally, these snakes were likely victims of the pet trade, and they were released into the Everglades, either intentionally or or by accident, and where they are now harming and killing unsuspecting wild animals. So the question comes up, should humans intervene at all? And if so, how? Maybe instead of immediately resorting to calls for eradication, maybe we should ask questions about the human accountability and our responsibilities with respect to human-caused harms. And we probably need to strengthen our efforts to find more ethical and modern solutions that are non-lethal. And I think at a minimum, the illegal and even legal wildlife trade should be stopped. Another question in compassionate conservation is that given that the majority of problems addressed by conservation are human-caused, why do wild animals have to pay the price with their lives for our own insufficiencies and shortcomings? Too often, there are also trade-offs as part of conservation projects where decisions are being made which animals get to live and who must die. So, for example, trade-offs in conservation entail killing members of one species for the benefit of another species. So an example here would be raising hamsters in golden hamsters in captivity to train endangered black-footed ferrets how to hunt. Other trade-offs accept that some individuals will die as a result of translocation projects. For example, I think it was in 2020, there were 60 pine martens translocated from one area to another in Montana. And as far as I know, no efforts were made to track their fates or their welfare, the welfare of these animals. So in contrast, compassionate conservation takes into account the species-specific needs as well as considering the best season, where the best habitat is to release these animals into, and the best methodologies and mechanisms guiding their release. So compassionate conservation demands that we know who we are translocating. And that means a whole range of requirements, including careful planning, assessment of stress levels, risks, and individual personalities of the animals to ensure the welfare of individuals involved. And that also should overall lead to better conservation outcomes, truly. So another example of reintroduction is in 1995, for example, wolves were captured in Canada and relocated into Yellowstone National Park. Several wolves died during that process and after release. And then again, more recently, in 2023, 10 wolves were captured again in Canada, and they were relocated into Grant County in Colorado. 3 of the wolves have died so far, and one mortality is still unknown. Another wolf was probably killed by a mountain lion, and the third wolf was trapped and killed likely either by the rancher or a state wildlife official after the wolf had been feeding on cattle and sheep in Grant County. I personally don't agree with these types of relocating projects because in my mind, it involves what I call kidnapping of wolves in Canada and then just release them into completely unknown territory. I think that a compassionate approach would realize that wolves should never be released into areas where there is ranching with lots of cows and sheep present, because this will ultimately lead to conflict between these animals and wolves. And at a minimum, we should make sure that ranchers are required to only use non-lethal methods against wolves and other carnivores, right? So to give you a couple of examples that I really love is, and I have now lost my, there is a slide missing. So this is one of my favorite conservation projects. It's not because I've been in East Africa and I love elephants, but also because this is an example of a holistic and sustainable conservation project that benefits wild animals, habitat, and people. So Damien Mander, a former military sniper from Australia, transitioned from a military career to a conservationist, animal rights activist, and vegan. In 2009, he founded International Anti-Poaching Foundation to inspire ethical practices in conservation. And he did a wonderful thing. In 2017, he founded Akashinga Ranchers in Zimbabwe, Africa, which is a team of anti-poaching ranchers made up entirely of women. And so these rangers train and they learn how to protect ecosystems. They become stewards of these landscapes and wildlife. And the women are also able to develop personal and financial security and elevating their communities. The program challenges traditional gender roles. It promotes gender equality and community relations by empowering women from rural areas. And so the rangers have been very successful in reducing poaching activities and increasing protection for vulnerable animal populations, such as elephants, rhinos, and other wild animals. And they have achieved a 90% reduction in poaching of elephants. Another favorite compassionate conservation example is deals with beavers. And so beavers are very important for maintaining healthy ecosystems, creating wetlands and so forth, creating wildlife habitat. But they're often killed, shot, because they cause flooding. They clog culverts, especially when those culverts are near roads or trails or railroads. And so in 2001, Skip Lyle from Vermont, USA, started Beaver Deceivers International. And so a beaver deceiver, it's a non-lethal device. And it usually consists of wood, meshed wire, and a piper underwater that creates a mechanism that prevents the trickling of water, which is actually what prompts beavers into action, wanting to plug the culvert or other structures or build a dam. So when a beaver deceiver is put into place, a beaver swimming along the outside of the fence enclosure is unable to hear or feel the flow of water into the pipe. And the beaver cannot reach it to block it. So I think it's a wonderful project. I've met Skip myself a few years back and have been trained by him as well. And I found him being absolutely passionate about saving beavers, and he's a leading expert in non-lethal conflicts between people and beavers. And he is truly one of my heroes. And he has great empathy, and throughout his career, he has looked at landscapes and conflicts from the animal perspective. And so when we apply empathy, we can actually try to take the perspective of animals and recognize the fact that animals too are conscious individuals, subjects of a life that matters to them, that can be better or worse for them, who can be benefited and harmed, that they are individuals with needs, beliefs, desires, preferences, and expectations. Best accounts for the initial intuitions behind animal standpoint theory or animal perspective theory, that there is something that it is like to be a particular animal who experiences life and the world from a particular perspective, vantage, or standpoint from which life and the world are perceived and experienced, a perspective that is communicated in a variety of ways and that is informed by more or less complex needs, beliefs, preferences, desires, and emotions. So just to conclude, human supremacy, animal exploitation, and violence are unsustainable, and they are failing all of us, all animals, humans included, ecosystems, nature, and the entire planet. Respect, humility, generosity, empathy, and compassion naturally leads to nonviolence in our relationships with other animals and nature, and a desire to see all flourish. I think that ethical veganism embodies all the principles of compassionate conservation, and I believe that we can cause the breakdown of all types of animal exploitation simply by living an ethical vegan lifestyle, which revokes the power and eliminates profits from exploitative industries. And therefore, we must also be politically involved and advocate and fight for other animals to achieve their liberation from humanity's tyranny. And I just wanted to leave you with a beautiful quote from Ed Young that goes like this. We are a mere part of a rich world constituted by an endless volume of animal species that move in the world with perfected senses and intelligent awareness and sentience. From infrasonic calls from blue whales, elephants, olfaction in dogs, auditions in cetaceans, use of ultrasound by bats, creation of their own electric fields by elephant fish, use of the Earth's magnetic field as a compass by sea turtles, spiny lobsters, and birds, to cognition, play, and emotions in pigs, cows, chickens, and so many other living beings, we are surrounded by a world of senses, capabilities, and intelligences without even being aware of them. And this dazzling richness of the living world leaves no room for the assumed exceptionalism of the human species. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was
Yeah, so I'm so sorry that the slideshow didn't work as it should have.
It was beautiful, and I'm
Oh,
so
thank you.
moved. And your final quote, I love the book, An Immense World,
Yeah.
and I learned things that I didn't know. I'm sure the audience would love to come on and make great applause. So if you want to put some reaction buttons in.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, if you will please raise your hand if you have a question, and our tech team will make it so that you can ask your question and or put a question in the chat. That was very, very moving.
Oh, thank
And
you.
let's see, it looks like we do have some questions from the chat, and we also have one from Nancy Kogel. So I'll bring on Nancy. Nancy, if you'll turn on your camera, and then we'll go to the ones in the chat. All right, and let's bring on Nancy.
Okay,
Here you are.
there we go. I just wanted to
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I just wanted to thank you. No need to apologize for the slides. It just worked out beautifully, and it was very impressive. I appreciate that you really you reacted to that marten. Is it the animal that was hanging in the tree?
Oh, the pine marten.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that, it just seemed sort of moving that your reaction was to establish this whole organization. And so I would put you, as you putting all these heroes, I'd put you as one of them as well. And I read that book also by Ed Young, An Immense World. And I would recommend, Jonathan Balcom does How Conscious Can a Fish Be and Superfly. And, we can just marvel at all these animals and people like you who are sharing the anti-speciesist agenda. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And if Ken will turn on his camera, thank you, Nancy. And then we'll bring Ken on, and then we'll go to. All right. Go ahead, Ken. Welcome.
Oh, here I am. Okay. I'm unmuted. Okay. Great. I'm fascinated by the range that you've worked on. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. One thought, isn't it at times appropriate when there is no predator like the python and the Everglades to introduce a predator, which in this case might be man?
Well, I think it depends. Yes and no.
Yeah.
You're right that in order for maintaining a complete ecosystem with its varied levels of food web, I mean, establishing that. So yes, I think you're right. But there are different ways to go about it, I think. And compassionate conservation, for example, would perhaps train, if it's possible, train the resident animals prepare them for the future encounter of a new predator, instead of just throwing these new predators into the ecosystem and see what happens. I think that is an act of cruelty. I think if we are looking at maintaining healthy ecosystems, we also need to first ask, should we intervene at all? And if we think we do, we need to do it in the most compassionate way. So I hope that
a very
answers your
complex question. It's a very complex
It is
question. Yeah.
very complex question. You're absolutely right about that. Yes.
But that doesn't mean you set compassion aside. It means that you're playing a role at that point. Mhm.
You're playing a role, but like I said, I think there are different ways to go about it, And so I think that's what it's all about. And this is the goal of compassionate conservation, to make us pause first and be mindful about what we perhaps are just about to do and how we go about it. So that's how I see that.
You're located incredibly well for this presentation. Montana, yes.
Montana, yeah. It's very hard to live in Montana as an animal rights activist. I can tell you that.
Yes, I can empathize.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
And now we have Mark McCormick, and he will come on and ask a question.
Yeah, just a really quick one. I agree. You're well positioned. I'm in Alberta, Canada. So when I was living in Calgary, there's a lot of wild in the Rocky Mountains. And you guys are an extension. Well, you're basically the same thing. So I was just down in Montana, though, this year to look at a project down there. And it's a biodome. So I agree with you. Trying to change the diets more towards vegan and pausing with compassion might be easier if people knew that there were alternatives right in their area. So I was wondering, do you know about Michael Smith's work down there to try and change the ecosystem? These earth power lodges?
I'm actually, Mark, I'm not familiar with that. So that's very interesting. I should take a note. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their project is a part of a documentary called The Need to Grow. And it's been seen by like 60 million people worldwide. So he's kind of like hiding out in Montana. He's like hiding there because he kind of got screwed over, and I guess in some other project. So he's sort of like building this project there. And if you're in the area and you're very passionate too, and you're noticing how hard it is to do the activism, it might be a pretty powerful little community partnership there. And he's got about 6,000 communities worldwide that are interested in what he's doing. So it'd be kind of funny if Montana became the sort of headquarters of a big vegan wildlife conservation movement with an alternative of this biostimulant that you don't need to import from anywhere, and it happens all right there. So I just thought I would just quickly mention, if you don't know him, it'd be kind of cool to see what they're up to, and his wife is really amazing too. So
fantastic, Mark. I appreciate it. So that's called Biodome.
Well, he calls them the Earth Power Lodges now. That's the official name. But he's in Kalispell. I think he's in Kalispell.
Oh, I think Tami has mentioned that. So yeah, I will definitely check that out. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And now we'll take, we have 4 minutes left, so we'll take a question or two.
Okay. Dr. Heister, over the years, this person says they've read and heard the positions for deers overpopulating, increasing in certain areas of the U.S., and the position floated around is that humans need to hunt deer each year to lower the habitat damage by deer affecting farmlands, to lower tick-borne diseases, and to lower road and highway accidents. What counterpoints would you say if these points were shared on a panel on this subject? And what alternatives to hunting deer would bring more balance to ecosystems?
It's a very good question. Obviously, it's on this is on many people's minds. I think what the situation shows, first of all, is the conflict between wild animals, in this case deer, and human beings. And I think that when deer are hunted, when deer are killed, what it does, it creates an ecological niche, right? Fewer animals, and nature works in a way that nature wants to fill any opening is being filled with more animals, right? So hunting and killing deer, in my view, are not a solution. You know, we should ask, first of all, what causes the accumulation of so many deer in that particular habitat. Secondly, perhaps we could think of some corridors to make it easier for these deer to move out of the area and into other areas. And thirdly, and I'm not sure what to think about this, to be honest, but there is, and now I've forgotten the word, but Jesus. To prevent, deer could be treated to prevent them from having more children. So there's a non-lethal ways. I think it causes all kinds of ethical problems, though, what we do to these deer. And first and lastly, I would say that most human and wildlife conflicts arise because of human caused problems. So I think a look at those first would be a priority, you know, and then why don't we look at our own overpopulation? Why do we always say, you know, that it drives me mad, actually, the argument that there's an overpopulation of deer, there's an overpopulation of bears, there's an overpopulation of whatever, fill in whatever wildlife species. But what about our own population, you know? And that is actually a characteristic of human supremacy, right? That we automatically assume it's okay for us to reproduce and occupy and dominate the earth, and all the other animals have to retreat. So that's what I would say we should think about.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Gabrielle. I'm sorry we won't be able to get to the other questioners who put something in the chat, and I'm sorry, Tami Hay. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you, Dr. Heister. That was so beautiful, and I know some of us are going to want to look at your book, and I know the audience is very moved by your talk today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Rebecca, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. Welcome everyone to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. I'm a Climate Healers MC, Rebecca Allen, and I'm so pleased to introduce to you Unredacted Comic Relief, Lee Camp. He's a comedian, an author, a producer, a podcaster, a journalist, and you can see Lee's live stream 4 days a week on Rumble. Lee was the head writer and host of a national TV show, Redacted, Tonight with Lee Camp on RT America. He's a former contributor to The Onion and a former staff writer to the Huffington Post, and he has a very popular web series called Moment of Clarity. He's toured the world with his fierce brand of comedy, so let's give it up for Lee Camp.
Hello. Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here, and thanks for just giving a shit. How about that? Round of applause for that. Oh yeah, and I should mention, I'm going to mention this up top. There will be some salty language in the next half hour, so if you can't handle that, or you have kids in the room, if you have kids in the room, just like lock them in a nearby closet, or you can stuff cigarette butts in their ears. I find that works well with my 3-year-old. So whatever you got to do. Okay. For this first story, you'll understand why I'm bringing it up in a few seconds. So just assume I have a point. The other day I was traveling and I realized how insanely we act when we're alone in a hotel room. Pretty much everyone's been through this. You treat it like a disposable single-use bedroom, right? You're eating fried chicken in bed. You're taking a shower with the shower curtain just wherever, just water going everywhere like a dolphin show at SeaWorld. You're using 7 towels for some reason, leaving the desk drawers just askew and open even after you take a dump in them. We all do it, okay? We've all been there. And we all basically behave the same when we're alone in a hotel room because we know we don't have to clean it up. It's a consequence-free environment. But weirdly, that's also how we treat planet Earth. We do that. We're just shitting all over it, using everything for no reason, just 7 towels, doesn't matter. We're just like, oh yeah, the maids will handle it. The maids will get the polycarbonate plastics out of the rivers and bring back the buffalo and nurse the spotted owl back to health. That's what it says on the side of their van. They got it covered. Give them a good tip if you see them, okay? When I'm arguing with people about climate crisis, it's amazing the arguments you'll get back, right? I'm sure you've all experienced this. Like the mental gymnastics they have to go through to try to either ignore or justify having the entire planet live like we're on a bender that will just never end. I was talking to one guy and I got done going through, the facts. 99.9% of all peer-reviewed academic articles show man-made climate change exists and the planet is heating up and the green areas are turning to brown areas and the oceans are turning all like just yucky and hundreds of millions of people have already had their lives upended by climate crisis. And I get done and his response, it was interesting. His response was, yeah, he just made the noise that the shampoo bottle makes when you're trying to get the last drops out. Just that was his rebuttal. And I was like, I think you're empty. If is your argument, I think humans are screwed. And luckily, because our government is super smart. That's their official stance as well. During Biden, Obama, Trump, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? It's all the same. Their response, their stance is, that's it. We're like, okay, good call. Glad you got a plan at least. I recently figured out how our government thinks for any matter, really. It doesn't matter who's in the Oval Office. I figured out how they do their thinking. And I figured it out from my dishwasher. Just hear me out on this. This next part may change your life. I saw a tweet or an X or whatever that blew my mind, okay? It said, anything is dishwasher safe if you don't care about it. I used to spend hours just eyeing dishes up and down, postulating, contemplating, consulting the UPS guy. Hey, you got a minute? What do you think this is made out of? Like, what do you think? Do you think this would be safe? Now, I just put everything in the dishwasher. Ceramics, plastics, homemade pottery, electronics, that child I adopted because I needed an unpaid intern. Dishwasher for all. If it breaks while it's in there, I'll get another, okay? No biggie. But it gets even better. And I'm going to blow your mind right now, okay? I'm going to totally blow you right now. Here it is. The dishwasher for all creed works for all kinds of things in life. Any piece of clothing is washing machine safe. If you don't care about it, goodbye dry cleaner, right? Everything is tax deductible if you don't care about getting it right. Yeah, that bonobo at the zoo that they made me pay for because you break it, you buy it, deductible. Next up, every parenting choice is correct. If you don't care how your toddler turns out, yeah, sure, you can have a family-sized bag of Reese's Cups right before bed, little man. Sure, you can go to preschool wearing nothing but a cape, my angel. Sure, you can drive. I'm a little tipsy anyway. Thank goodness you came along when you did, Timothy, my adorable DD. Oh, who's daddy's little DD? Do you get it now? This dishwasher safe belief system has changed everything for me. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure this is how the U.S. government actually functions for most or all of their decisions. Like All our infrastructure is working perfectly if you don't care about the people actually using it. Our public schools have plenty of funding if you don't care whether your kids grow up to stack dishes at a Pizza Hut that used to be an Olive Garden that used to be an abortion clinic. All our wars are a great idea if you don't care about the people on the other end of the bombs. Our healthcare system is working perfectly if you don't care about the Americans selling an organ on the black market to pay for another organ they need more. Always trade up in the organ game, kids, okay? That's an important lesson. Trade up. Thank you, public school. And finally, climate crisis is not a crisis if you don't care about landslides or grandkids. It's fine. Grab an umbrella and some fire retardant, kiddos, because Gramps wants a second mistress and she doesn't come cheap. More Chevron stock it is. Yeah, turns out I can sell your future for a pretty penny. Let me know if you see any healthy trees around, okay? I'll send a guy to grab those up. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Changed my life. Anyway, I'm just saying, the greed in this country is insane. It's insane. Maybe it's just, this next part, it bothers me to even think it, but maybe it's just because humans are the worst. We're kind of the worst. Do you ever just let yourself have the shittiest thoughts? Just go into a really dark place, just really fucked up thoughts, and just kind of poke around, see what happens. Just as an experiment. See if squirrels jump out or bees sting you. See if it changes you as a person. And you got to switch all the bumper stickers on your car and wear different sweaters. Here's an example. It's just a thought experiment, okay? I spend most of my days analyzing what's going on in the world and kind of trying to warn people about how shit's fucked up. That's what I do. I do it 5 hours. 5 hours of live streams every week. And if you were to sum them all up in one sentence, everything I talk about, it would be, don't you see? That's it. That's the whole thing. Just, hey, everybody, don't you fucking see? We gotta fix this or we're screwed. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I work tirelessly just doing that. I work harder than a coal miner trying to dig out after a collapse. It's like I'm trapped in a collapse of bullshit and I'm trying to dig everybody out. And sometimes and I know I'm not the only one that's like that. Sometimes when I'm feeling down, one of my darker thoughts, where I just like to poke around, see what's going on there. One of my darker thoughts is, maybe we aren't worth saving. I look around at all the assholes and douche nozzles and prickheads and shit monsters. Maybe we gotta go. Maybe we'd be better if we just packed up and headed out, left the planet. But then that comes with all of its other problems. See, here's where I hyperanalyze, Could you imagine if every human were told to pack up, we had to leave? That would be a mess. It would. Just that one poor lady going, you only get to bring 5 things to everybody. 5 things. That's it. There's a limited amount of space on the spaceship. I know it's an ironic name, but there's not that much space on it, okay? Every human in response would be like, but I have 7 things. I have to have my slippers that look like alligator stuffed animals. You don't understand what they mean to me. They don't count as 2 things. They count as 1 thing, okay? Slippers. I want to speak to your manager. That'd be every human. Okay, well, that would not be every human, okay? There would be, like, people in, Burundi would be like, I only have 3 things in my life. I own 3 things. Where am I going to find 2 more things? I don't know what, I don't know what this accent is either. I've lived in Burundi my whole life. This is how I talk. I don't know why. Okay, I will admit, though, that last punchline, that was kind of a standard comedian joke, right? Make fun of Burundi for being poor. But here's where I differ from other comedians. I will now acknowledge that part of the reason Burundi is poor is because of the crazy colonizer exploitation perpetrated by the UK and the US and other Western nations who are pieces of garbage. And it depends on also on how we define the word poor, right? If we define it as a monetary wealth, then yeah, Burundi is poor. If we define it as, family and life and the natural world and the connection to fellow humans, then Burundi might be rich as shit, okay? But you can't walk into a bank and go, in lieu of money, I would like to pay off my loan with human connection. Would you like a hug? Can't do it. Point is, most comedians would have left it at the first part, but I don't do that. Most comedians would have left it, they're poor. Let's all laugh at their poorness. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes. What if maybe humans aren't worth saving? It's just a thought experiment for a second. The dinosaurs were around 160 million years, and they didn't fuck up the planet. Meanwhile, sophisticated humans with, the kind with the haircuts and cloth over our junk have been on the planet for like 12 minutes. Relatively speaking, we just got here. And we've wrecked everything. The air isn't the right color. The turtles are all gooey. The birds are flying the wrong direction because they have plastics in their brains. And the only remaining rhinos and pandas live in prisons where you go to see them with your kids. We fucked it up. It might be time for us to just leave. Just get out. Just go. If we took a vote of the animals, I feel like that would be their response. Yeah, just go. And the most upsetting part of this is if all 8 billion of us are gonna be here shitting all over everything, we should at least be doing something important, right? With this time, something amazing, something incredible. Like, if there were one guy who worked at your office, and every day he came in and he just took a dump in the middle of the office, just right on the floor, and he wasn't fired. They kept him there. You would assume that guy must be a genius. Like, they let him shit in the middle of the office. He must be brilliant in order to keep him around. So if we humans are going to be here wrecking the planet, then we should do something awe-inspiring with the time. We should earn it. But we so aren't. It's about 9 of us are doing something special. I'd say 9. There's about 9 humans on this planet really making jaw-dropping scientific discoveries or saving hundreds of lives or inventing a new sexual position. 9 humans are doing something amazing. The rest of us are just like, I don't know. Well, I pumped out 2 more people. And now they're wandering around wondering what the hell they're supposed to be doing. So there's that. One of them got a little plastic trophy in his 3rd grade swimming race. He's 27 now, but he did get that trophy. Nobody's doing a damn thing. Maybe it's time for us to leave. Keep in mind, I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying think about it for a minute, okay? Think about what makes humans great. What makes us worth saving? Many people think that what makes humans truly great is our ability to think, right? Just think about all the things we can think about. It's pretty incredible. It is. It's a lot. Like here's a short list. Not exhaustive. Just a few. You can think I may later want a donut, and then you put a donut in the bag, and then later you want a donut, and you already have the donut in the bag. Yeah, you can just think that. That's pretty cool, right? What else? Albert Einstein just thought up relativity. He just thought it up. It's incredible. Amazing. That's all. It's that's not as cool as the donut, but it's still cool. It's still cool. Let's see. You can think about how terrible idea it is to have sex with your best friend's boyfriend, and then you can think of ways to convince yourself that it's fine and totally not a big deal. I bet they want me to have sex with their boyfriend. You can just think of that and then have no moral qualms while you're doing it. And then later, when you're running naked away from your friend as they swing a lacrosse stick at you, you can also think, I wish I'd thought this out a little more. We can think all of those things. Point is, humankind's ability to think is truly impressive. But it's not the main thing that makes our brain great. The true genius of our minds is actually what we're able to avoid thinking about. Think about everything we don't notice every second of every day. Assuming you're sitting in a chair right now, you aren't noticing the chair rubbing against the hair on your leg. You aren't thinking about the slight air movement across your arm. Until I mention it right now, you also aren't thinking about ancient Rome or shoelaces or Chuck E. Cheese or that time Britney Spears shaved her head or that time your mother accidentally revealed that your aunt had an abortion during your niece's piano recital. I don't mean she had the abortion at the piano recital. I mean your mom revealed it during the recital. That'd be pretty screwed up if she had it at a piano recital. That's just weird. That's also a pretty niche medical practice right there. Get your abortion while you enjoy a little girl's piano recital. I don't think they'd have a lot of takers really for that. Anyway, that's weird you guys brought that up. So anyway, back to thinking about all the things you aren't thinking about. You also aren't thinking about all kinds of stuff that is actively going on around you and inside of you, like bacteria crawling on you, the mites that literally live on your face. Yes, there are mites living on the face of every human, and you never even feel them. I'm not kidding. Seriously. Okay, now you're thinking about the mites on your face. Now you are. But and now you probably can't stop thinking about the mites on your face. But you shouldn't worry because they're always there. You can't like wash them off or something. So they're always there. For some of you that helped. For most of you, I probably just made it worse. Anyway, the brilliance of our brain is that it weeds out all of this stuff and just picks like a select few things to think about, to pay attention to. If you were to notice everything, it would be madness. You would just be on the floor in a ball, unable to function, just crying and speaking in tongues and drooling drowning your face mites in anxiety drool. It would be awful. So yes, our brains are spectacular at ignoring things, and it's necessary, but it has a drawback, a major drawback, which is possibly killing us all. We humans can go through life ignoring gigantic things that we need to pay attention to, like health problems or your own narcissism or the fact you have a deep anger towards your father that only comes out when you're watching football games for some reason. Yeah, you beat the hell out of them. Yeah, you beat them so bad and you see how their dad likes it. What did I say? I didn't say anything about dad. I didn't say dad. Anyway, we as a species are amazing at ignoring incredibly significant things in our lives. Hence, climate crisis, ignoring climate change. Our neighbors could be on fire, and people probably didn't water his lawn. I told him he should water his lawn. Just never listen to me. But a big piece of it is that we ignore that we're part of nature. We are nature. It's not a separate thing, one unit, no separation. When the environment dies, we die. When the environment thrives, we thrive. And we spend our lives mostly not noticing this, completely oblivious. Think about how connected we are to the natural world. We couldn't exist for 1 second without it. You could kill someone quicker by taking them out of their earthly environment than by chopping off their head. If you were dropped in the vacuum of space, you would freeze into a solid rock in like 0.0001 seconds. You wouldn't even have time to get a scream out or yell, "Tell my story." No, it would just be that'd be it. That's how long you'd live outside of our natural Earth world. And while you're freezing, apparently you'd also be boiling because the water in your body would instantly boil because of the change in pressure. So you take us out of the natural world and right away we become a freezing, boiling bag of stinky flesh garbage. So you'd basically be what Donald Trump is all of the time. That's how important the environment is to us. Saying anything, like saying anything, just think of something, a tomato. Saying a tomato is still a tomato, even if there were no environment and no planet Earth around it, is just ludicrous. There can be no magic space tomato that's not a thing. It would be like asking what a fart would be like if there were no human to rip it and no one to smell it. It would just be a foul-smelling ball of gas out in the universe, floating alone, just a self-created, immaculate conception fart cloud that one day condenses into a fart star and then becomes a beautiful fart nebula. None of this makes sense. It doesn't, you see? Similarly, each of us, you, me, everyone, we are nothing without our environment that created us. So our environment is as connected to a human's existence as our fucking heads. And yet we don't act like that at all. If someone were walking around chopping off heads, we would get upset. We would ask them to stop. But people go around chopping up our environment all the time, and we reward them. We make them billionaires. Most of us go our whole lives looking at humans as a thing and then the natural world as this other thing. You know, it's humans over here and then everything else over here, just octopuses and dogs and cats and butterflies and hippos and mushrooms and flowers and platypus and bacteria and mosquitoes. They're all over here. And then humans over here. That's how we act. And we could just take all that other stuff and do whatever the hell we want with it. Eat it, drink it, pollute it, cut it down, wear it. Just wear it as a jacket. It doesn't matter because we're special. We're humans. We're the best. No, we're parasites eating our environment until it's dead, chopping off our own heads. Even the way we talk about destroying our world is backwards. Like, we call any construction progress. Doesn't matter what we're constructing, right? We just go, that's adding to gross domestic product. We are progressing as a society. This Starbucks is progress. This Gold's Gym is progress. This fucking dollar store is progress. No, it's not. That dollar store is where meth heads buy bleach. It's not progress. Nothing is progressing. Most of the stuff we build, in order to build it, we knocked down a forest, gutted a landscape, paved over a family of butterflies, ruined a creek where the fish used to swim happily and do fish stuff. I don't know. I don't study fish much, but and we act like it's all progress. Think about it. An ecosystem for turtles is paved over to build a parking lot for a dollar store so a mother can come in and her little girl can pick out a plastic doll made out of toxic crap that was put together by a child her own age in Bangladesh, and the girl takes it home and then sucks on it for 2 weeks straight, decreasing her IQ by 14 points because the doll is called like Super Mercury Girl or something. And we called all of that progress, advancement. We did it. We win. It's a bold future. Our thoughts are so turned around that our destruction of our environment, which is destruction of us, is viewed as progress. And when we actually progress as a species by tearing down a prison or stopping an oil pipeline or removing a building in order to leave the land free to grow and live, we call that destruction. This is just one of the ways we literally have turned our existence inside out. Destruction is called progress. Debt is called growth. In Ukraine, keeping the war going is called peace, meaning war is now peace. Theft from another country, stealing their resources is cooperation. Exploiting others is market freedom, which means economically enslaving others is freedom. Unprovoked attack now literally means heavily provoked attack. Rigged fake elections are called democracy. In Gaza, genocide is called justice or security. And 100 millionaire throwing a ball through a hoop is called important news. It's fucking unhinged, except for the Golden State Warriors. They're kind of important, but all the others don't matter. I'm going to wrap this up now, but the point being, we've turned our brains inside out. We think a lot of things are the opposite of how they really are. In a lot of areas of our world, we're in a mental prison. Our brains are enslaved to false ideas. That's the most efficient kind of slavery, by the way, where the people are walking around going, I'm free. I'm so free. I'm the freest. Like, look, I can do this or this, and just I can go to yoga. I can go to yoga whenever I want. I'm just totally free. And I'm not insulting yoga. think that is a damn good slave, because a person is never that person is never going to try to escape. I'm convinced that as long as you let people do yoga, again, not insulting yoga, that they'll think they're free. That the other 23 hours of the day, you could have them chained to a wall, covered in slime mold. It's 110 degrees. They have nothing to do but stare at a brick just all the time. They're chained up next to Kid Rock. Just the worst existence you could ever imagine. But they get to go to yoga. And then I think they'd still think they were free. I go to yoga every day. Me and Kid Rock are yoga buddies. Real freedom, and true change is going to come from a revolution in here, which I'm glad you guys are part of. I hope to teach that to my kid one day. That he's 3 right now. And if I can only get through him a couple of things, it will be 1, that we need a revolution of the mind. And 2, that if a stranger offers you drugs, just say no. Unless you want some drugs, and then say yes, so you can get the drugs you want. That's my time. I hope you enjoyed it. And real quick, if you liked my comedy, please check out, I have brought back my show, Redacted Tonight, except now it's called Unredacted Tonight. It's totally free. It's totally independent. It's called Unredacted Tonight, and you can get it at leecamp.com/unredacted, or go to linktree.com/leecamp. Thanks, and keep fighting.
Thank you. That was fabulous. That was just right on. Thank you. Wow. I'm still laughing. I'm thinking about, I used to think my dying words would be, go vegan. And now I'm thinking it might be, tell my story. No, not really. But anyway, I love that, Lee. Thank you. And now, welcome to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. I'm your Climate Healers MC, and so I am pleased to introduce to you climate healer, million vegan grandmother, Tami Hay. Now, she has a master's in live food nutrition. She has a beautiful book called Earth Gut, the interconnection between the earth we eat and what is happening in our gut. She has a second book she'll be introducing on Sunday at the VCOP book launch. So she's introducing to us International Cow and Calf Mother's Day. Please welcome Tami Hay.
Thanks, Rebecca. Wow, I don't know how to follow Lee. Paul and I were laughing very hard. And, sometimes we have to laugh at humans' ability for resilience in the way that they see the world, and how long they can hold on to their belief systems and all the justifications around that. So thank you. So a little while ago, the grandmothers had a vision of International Calf and Cow Day. It was a thought I was having, and we had talked about it for a while. And what we're doing here is we're going to invite people to be part of this movement. We are going to be launching on Mother's Day this year and building the momentum up to 2026. So it'll be called International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. And what we're doing is we're coming through with compassion. We're coming through from that grandmother energetics of compassion into the world and bringing the power of motherhood and the mothers of all species. I'd like to invite Sailesh up with me as well, and Allison, and Judy said she wanted to come up as well. If that would be okay, onto the screen, that would be awesome. Thank you. And anyone else, Rebecca? And anyone part of this movement? I don't see Supriya up yet. Judy? Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to share a little bit about the vision as we move forward. And our first newsletter that went out, we announced this International Calf and Cow Mother's Day schedule for Mother's Day weekend of 2026. And it'll be part of a global initiative to celebrate motherhood and eliminate the dairy industry. As Sailesh said in an earlier talk, that when the dairy industry crumbles, it will all crumble, and it truly will. And I found the talk that we had with Tobias very interesting about making compassion easy. And I thought very deeply of that over the last little bit, over the last couple hours. And I thought, I wonder if really absolutely bringing compassion forth around mothers and how much we love the mothers and how much we love our babies, if that makes it easier for people to make the connection. If we can just bring more awareness to this, awareness doesn't change, but touch that place of compassion that's easy to access through babies and motherhood. Most of us really were nurtured deeply to greater or lesser degrees by our mother, maybe the mother energetics, the grandmothers, and the absolute bond with babies and what that's like. So bringing the awareness through calf and cow to the mothers of all species. And part of this year initiative is also, we would like to bring forth a film, a meditative, beautiful, powerful film with gorgeous cinematography of both the mothers and the babies, the bonds. And this is going on with human babies as well. And then how perverse it is to steal the babies. And I'm imagining the film being called Mothers, the Stolen Life of Babies. And so that's another vision that we're asking you to hold for us and be part of in whatever capacity you feel you can be part of in this next year as we build the momentum. We welcome ideas. The grandmothers have moved to just meeting monthly. And we meet the second Wednesday of every month in the morning and then again in the evening. And we're going to have guest speakers in regards to this movement, this international movement. So we have recorded some of the talks we have. We're going to start recording them all, and you'll have access to the recordings if you can't be at them. The next person that we're going to be interviewing is Renee from Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, the second Wednesday of May. And I would like everyone else to share. Did you want to share a little bit, Sailesh, and whoever else would like to come in and share a little bit about their vision for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day?
Yeah, thank you, Tami. Thank you for holding this vision and bringing us all together around it. I've been struck by the fact that even human children are being taken away from their mothers. No mother wants their child to become addicted to sugar and fast food, and we're all being suckered into this system that's turning our children into customers for the pharmaceutical industry as they grow up, and so that all their money is given to corporations. And I don't think any mother really wants that for the child when they're born, and yet we are sort of conditioned to go along with this. So it's not just mothers of other species, but even mothers of our own species who are being exploited in the system, and the children who are being exploited in the system. And I think the idea of the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day is to sort of make this common bond that we have between all mothers and all children, and how we now overcome the machines that are really running our lives, and how we turn that into something more positive for all of us.
I'd like to share a perspective from where I live, which is in Peru. And I've lived here for many years. And so I've had exposure to a celebration of mothers the entire time I've lived here, going on 30 years now in Peru. And the holiday of Mother's Day here undoubtedly, it's the biggest holiday of the year. And this is a Catholic country by law. That's our religion here. But I guarantee you, Mother's Day is a bigger holiday than Christmas or Easter or even New Year's. no one misses Mother's Day. If you aren't home with your mother, celebrating with a big family meal, the whole family gather to honor the mother, then you're on some other planet. That's the way it is here. And so I'm anticipating that this vision of exposing the relationship between the mother cow and her calf and what's happening in modern animal agriculture to mothers around the world, I think it's an opportunity that maybe is more profound than what we are anticipating. At least here in Peru, the mother is the maximum. She's the most. You know, there's nothing more important than the mother. So I see this as an opportunity, at least here in Peru, and I think if we think more broadly, worldwide, where people really do understand the importance of the role of the mother. So let's go. Let's get it done. Let's share this story.
Yeah, that's wonderful what you said, Allison. And Sailesh, that was a really interesting take on mothers being separated from their children through the drugs and bad food and all that. I had not thought about that. But Tami, I think that this is a brilliant vision that you have. And I think there's lots of different ways that we can bring this to the public and to help not just cows, but to bring more empathy into the world. But I think there may be several of us who have lost children of our own, and that gives us a certain perspective too. I know there's numerous people in the movement that have lost children, either as babies or adults or whatever. And so it gives us a voice, I think, to speak for the cows when they lose their babies, and all the other animals too. It's not just the cows, but I love the way that you have focused it in on that, because that helps people, I think, identify, oh, cows, and start thinking, okay, that's where all this milk is coming from. And I think for me, I mean, I can remember when I was vegetarian for a long time and just had it in my head that it was okay to drink milk. That I mean, my mother, when I said I was going vegan, she said, but you have to help the cows. They'll be in pain if nobody's milking them. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's how I grew up, thinking that we're actually helping the cows. And never mind the baby cows that would really like to have that milk. So I myself was completely blind to it for so many years. And so I think it is a real important point for especially vegetarians and empathetic people to get this, to get it, what's really happening here. And we talked about human supremacy earlier, that earlier talk. I mean, is this not a perfect example of that? Well, we'll just take the baby away so we can have the milk. So I feel like there's tremendous potential with this, Tami, and I really admire you for getting this going. And I think a lot's going to come out that we haven't even imagined yet. So thank you.
Yeah, just a couple things I want to mention. It's we're also challenged with time. And I think there's a lot of things going on around time. And so there's 48 people here today on this convergence, and maybe more than that, because there might be people doubling up. But if you would make one committed action of supporting this, it's going to be a whole community that's going to be able to bring this forth, because none of us individually have the time or space to bring it forth. But one committed action. So one of the ways you might be able to support is we're building a website, and maybe there's going to be some photography or a really good article or a video you would like to share. Please send it to me, and I'll put a couple emails in the chat, my personal one, and then maybe Sailesh or Allison can put in Grandmothers at Climate Healers. We hope to send out newsletters every week, and people will sign up for the newsletters, and maybe there's something you would like to write for that. I know one of our members of our community that wants to be a really big part of this. She's doing a lot of work from Sweden, and she's writing a lot of articles for plant-based news, and she actually, coincidentally, but there's no coincidences, synchronistically is writing a book on this whole subject. And we came together when the grandmothers came together about 3 years ago. But that's how the universe works. When we make a decision and we put our heart and our spirit, we're inspired because we're in spirit behind us, then things happen and we connect with other people that are doing the same. So my ask is, however you feel or see yourself contributing to this, maybe you have an idea of what we could set up as, the big celebration a year from now, and what that would look like in your city, or your community, or even your country. It's going to be really big if enough of us come together and contribute. And this is a community ask, a community project. So if anyone would like to add to that ask, I would appreciate it.
There are a lot of vegetarians, ethical vegetarians on the planet. I think they are 3 times as much as all the vegans, if not more. And when I speak to them and I tell them that actually ethical vegetarianism, that's what I used to be. I used to be ethical vegetarian. Ethical vegetarianism is the most destructive ecologically of all lifestyles. They are shocked. They didn't know. And when I explained to them about the ethical vegetarian myth and why ethical vegetarianism is the most destructive lifestyle, they get it. And then they realize it's all about awareness. If only they were aware, they would have gone vegan, right? So they've asked me, I was at Brahmakumaris talking to, they're all ethical vegetarians. A lot of Brahmakumaris have turned vegan now because they see this, they understand the true impact of the dairy industry. And so they're asking now for a short video that they could go and show to everyone in Brahmakumaris so that they can get their community to go vegan. And so I think that's the kind of initiative that I would like to see come out of this International Cafe and Cow Mother's Day, where we collaborate, we create these targeted appeals to ethical vegetarians and help them transition to veganism, so we can free the mothers. And if the ethical vegetarians go vegan, I'm convinced that the entire world will go vegan very, very quickly soon after. Because it reaches a tipping point beyond which it's impossible to sustain the system. I also believe that if everyone had healthy and tasty food available to them, everyone would be vegan. Okay, so I've had the opportunity to eat Marlene Vatsantara's food. she creates these gourmet whole food plant-based meals. And it's presented in a way that's appealing to you as well. So she goes into great lengths to put the right colors on the plate so that, and the presentation is such that it's appetizing for everyone. And she catered the banquet dinners at the Oxford Literary Festival, both the opening and closing banquet dinners. They were completely 100% vegan and whole food plant-based. And she got a standing ovation. Okay. So, and I told her, if everyone had access to your food, the world will be vegan today. I have no doubt in my mind. So it's you know, I use the analogy of the fire, right, on the planet, and that there is a fire in our home. And with a fire in your home, then you would do anything to save the fellow residents in your home. You would first tell them about the fire, and may even carry them over and lift them out of the home so that they're no longer in danger. And I say that giving them this kind of food is putting out the fire, is equivalent to putting out the fire. So we need to just give them so much love with the kind of food we give them, and then they will come along.
Thank you. Rebecca, thank you.
Yes, thank you. What a lovely idea. And I love the idea of reaching out to those that are already vegetarian. And I was thinking about the bridges and reaching to collaborating with other groups. And we also collaborate with the Founding Mothers Movement, and they are doing a red tent thing this Mother's Day. And for next year, when they do the red tent, we need to be right in there, but not just with that one, with all of the other groups. And so my mind is going around and around with, oh, what other group is doing something, and what can we serve them so that we can collaborate and get that mother message across. So thank you for letting me share that. And I see Dolly is here too.
I would just like to mention, Rebecca, before we move on to Dolly, that one of the groups I would like to see join us is Switch for Good with Dotsie Bausch. Maybe she can speak at one of our upcoming meetings. And I remember as a child being given these cartons of milk every single day in school, and how terrible it tasted, and how many of us just threw it in the trash. So how do we get children represented in this movement also, in this activity? Yeah. Dolly?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh gosh, so I love you all. Thank you so much, everybody, for all that you do. This topic is so dear to my heart. All mothers deserve to have the right for their life, and have the right to be with their babies and nourish their babies, just like us. And I spoke on Mother's Day at the Vegan Society of Peace here in Houston. I love to speak on the behalf of mothers. And Dr. Rao, actually, I would love to speak to Brahma Kumaris, making that one switch. Some of my mom's friends are Brahma Kumaris. And if they're willing to do this, I would love to speak. And like you said, we can make chash, our buttermilk, this way. We can make our Indian tea this way. If they could only just try how we make the food taste so delicious, cruelty-free, I think a lot of Indians believing in pure ahimsa would be ready to make that switch, I also think that the dairy industry, and not just the dairy, but all moms, it is the biggest betrayal to motherhood and the female body. Because all we're doing is using them for this one reason, because they're female. But she's not a milking machine, or hens are not just there to produce eggs. They're a sentient being, and it's time that we be one, If we want freedom, we got to give freedom. If we want to give our milk to our babies, we got to give it. Whatever we want, we have to give to others. And this is the way we will have peace. Can everybody hear? Moya, can you come here? Because the thing is in the way. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. I'm here with you all, and whatever I can do on speaking behalf of the mother, which is, you know, she's most unforgotten. With all the animals, Judy's correct. We always think about dairy, but the hens, the pigs, the goats, the sheep, we're all violating the female. And Mother Earth is the female herself. You know, she's first. She's a female and she gives us life. Mother Earth, we got to protect her first.
Thank you, Dolly. Thank you for your film as well. It really brings a lot of awareness of what's going on in the dairy industry, Land of Ahimsa. So if there's anyone on here who hasn't seen Dolly's film yet, it's a real must see. It's on both on Chain TV and I believe it's on Climate Healers.
Yeah.
It's also on Plant-Based News.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank
Ronnie?
you. Namaste.
Hi, thank you. And Dolly, you're such a beautiful person.
You too.
Can you
You
hear
too.
me? Thank you.
Yes, all of you are. All of you are. You know, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
I know that Judy with the IBC, you do, you have these wonderful religious kits for different faiths. And I'm wondering, Tami, what your perspective is on how we get spiritual communities to get engaged and get on board with this. You know, there's been such a long tradition, especially in Catholicism, where women were, you know, I just thinking about nuns lately, how we're oppressed like second-class citizens. There's so much of that, and how some of the organized religions have, what do I want to just say, promulgated that approach. And I'm wondering how we can get through those barriers, you know, and make inroads where motherhood is a respected, I don't even have the word for it, where there's more respect for motherhood and for women, and how we can bring them along in this way, you know, not through just awareness, but like you say, inspired action. So that's really, for me, it's kind of like been a ruminating question about how do we get through to so-called spiritual communities. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Jenny. I see that we're almost at the top of the hour and some of our guests are arriving, but I would love to have that as a conversation, Judy. Is there something that we could give to every faith in regards to this movement about how it violates all of these different religious beliefs, including what you talk about, Dolly, ahimsa? It violates every bit of ahimsa. Every component of ahimsa, as Judy beautifully points out in her book of the new species, we are becoming Homo ahimsas. So thank you everyone for being here. Let's keep the conversation going. Please, I ask one more time, if you would be so kind as to have a conversation with me or any of us, and we will, I think the emails are in the chat, something that you would like to share with us in regards to this movement. So, thank you.
If I can read one message I got from Zach Loas, it's appropriate to what Danny asked. There is a monastery in Bhutan we collaborated with to help reverse the health issues that monks and members of their community were facing by transforming all their dishes to vegan dishes for 30 days. Based on the results of these 30 days, the monastery has now gone completely vegan, permanently, with the goal of helping other monasteries there to go vegan as well. So we ordered and had manufactured and delivered plant-based milk, tofu, smoked tofu, and tempeh machines and packaging equipment for them so that they can also produce their own affordable economical substitutes in-house and provide to other monasteries and communities, and had some of our friends go to train them on using it all. Here are some photos and videos from the process over the past month. This is from Zach Loas, and the monks from that monastery are going to be presenting at the next convergence. Okay. And their goal is to make Bhutan the first vegan country in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sailesh, and thank you, everybody. Wow, that was wonderful. Thank you, Dolly, for joining in, Judy and Allison, Danny. We have 2 minutes. Does anyone have a question or a final comment?
We do have a comment. Question.
Okay. See
Um,
if Mark needs to be able to turn on his camera.
yeah, that's Mark. You can go ahead and ask your question if you want to do that instead of me reading it. Go ahead.
Okay, this is a kind of controversial statement, and I wasn't going to mention it, but I thought we're being pretty honest here, and the comedy segment was the most honest of all. But in terms of the religious question, I think it's incredibly important to the climate movement because 85% of the world is supposedly religious or spiritual. And even Tami Hay and I connected here in Edmonton and about synchronicity, which we both believe in. But it feels like we need to have some kind of authority come in each religion and make a divine decree, because otherwise people aren't going to risk their immortal soul or whatever, thing makes them feel sacred. And that's why I'm thinking if somebody had the courage, like maybe you, Sailesh, if you came in and said that you were the Buddha or you were the Messiah for the Christians, or you were something that had authority in each area, it feels like only something that extreme would break through the trap of consciousness that we're in, or even holding on to the past. So I'm wondering, and anybody who does that is going to risk their life. You're going to get death threats every day. So if we really do believe we're in a burning house, why aren't we doing that? Why isn't some leader taking on that role? And I'll do that role if Sailesh or somebody else doesn't want to, because we need somebody to do something that extreme very quickly if we believe what we're saying. So I'm wondering, do you guys know anybody who would want to do that? Just to throw it out there. So thank you so much for letting me throw that wrench into the pile.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, there was a lot of effort when Pope Francis was alive to get him to go vegan, or even just vegan for Lent, and how huge that would be. You're so right that we need the leaders to come along, and that is something that Interfaith Vegan Coalition is working on. And Tami, I think we could definitely help the Cow and Calf Mother's Day in a lot of different ways from the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So we can talk more about that. But yeah, we got to get those leaders. Right now we're writing letters and trying to contact the bishop in Alabama of the Episcopal Church, and that's seems small, but to try to get them to stop lobster boil fundraisers, and but we're going to the bishop rather than trying to convince each church. And so that kind of is part of, I think, what we're all thinking. We've got to get these leaders involved in understanding what's at stake.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Our
Go
time's
ahead. Go ahead. If you have a final word, go ahead.
No, our time's up. I was going to say, but I think I want to segue into the next one because it's based on exactly the same, following the thread that Judy just raised, or appetite for destruction.
Very good. And I'm so sorry not to get to our phone caller who had a question. Our next guests are here, unless it looks like it's time for our next. What do you say, Dr. Rao? Do you want to hear that?
Yeah, sure. Let's hear.
Okay, let's hear. I'll ask you to unmute. I think you may be a friend of Sailesh's.
I think I did it.
Very good. Go ahead with your question. Okay, you got muted again. I'm sorry. If you can try to unmute again.
Okay, here we go. Are you ready for my profound statement?
Yes.
You know, because the problem, this is how I see it. People cut down the Amazon, the rainforest, and they act like you know, nature is a free thing. I can just chop it down. I can turn that tree or that wood into money, and I can use that money to buy other things. And I had this insight, the idea that nature can't compete in the marketplace. But anyway, here's the insight I had, which is that conservation is the royalty we pay to Mother Nature. You know, in other words, if nature, you know, like if you go to a store, you got to, you know, pay the cashier before you leave. But nature doesn't ask your money. Nature would demand your conservation is the royalty you pay to Mother Nature. Think of it that way. You know, that the effort you have to do for these gifts you get from nature, and it, of course, that to me relates to, you know, not hurting animals, right? So,
thank you.
It's something. It's an idea to kick around, like being nice to animals, not hurting birds and everything. That's all conservation. And that's the royalties we're paying to Mother Nature. That's our duties.
Completely agree. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I invite you all to write down some notes, if you'd like to, about some of the marvelous insights people are having, some of the things that are going on, and use this convergence to make big changes. And now we're getting ready for our next exciting panel. Thank you, by the way, thank you, Tami and Dr. Rao and the whole Million Vegan Grandmothers. I think that will be a wonderful event. If you are just arriving, welcome to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the People. I'm Rebecca Allen, your Climate Healers MC. Today we have with us 3 panelists and Ray. We have Ray Kowalchuk, Keegan, Kuhn, and Eva Hamer. Each of them have contributed to moving us forward toward a vegan world to help make big change happen. Ray has pivoted his 20-year career with media skills into working for animal rights and environmentalists. Keegan Kuhn has also done a lot of work with documentaries and filmmaking, and you know some of his films. He's either the co-producer and co-director of Cowspiracy, The Sustainability Secret, What the Health, Running for Good, and Cryspiracy, and more. And our third panelist is Eva Hamer. She's been vegan for 20 years. She and Adrian, let me just say, she co-founded Pax Fauna, which you can find at paxfauna.org, and she leads programs and policies for pro-animal futures. And she's been organizing for a long time, has worked at DXE, and I'm just glad that she's here. So here's our panel. Oh, and Dr. Rao is on our panel too. Thank you, Dr. Rao, Sailesh Rao, Director of Climate Healers and initiator of the Vegan Convergence for the Peoples. All right, Ray, take it away.
Thanks, BJ. I'm so excited to host this panel. This is a little bit of a dream team. 2 old friends and heroes of mine, and a new friend, Eva Hamer from Pax Fauna. And thank you, Dr. Rao, for putting a name to the appetite for destruction in the form of these 2 machines I've got behind me, the killing machine and the burning machine. And this really sets up the context of, you know, the transformation that we've got at the industrial level. I've got a little film to play. It's just 2 minutes long. and it kind of introduces these as kind of the adversarial characters in our discussion.
Right, we're seeing a Word document.
Not seeing the movie.
Let me try that again. There we go. Thank you, Dr. Rao. And now we've got these two extra, anthropomorphized characters that are going to be part of our conversation, and we'll address how these two machines fit into the systemic change that we have before us. So first, Dr. Rao, what can you tell us about these two machines and what they have to do with the change that we see?
Well, it was originally it was an artifice I used to classify greenhouse gas emissions and cooling emissions. So I took fossil fuels and industry and put it as the burning machine. Then I took animal agriculture, forests, and waste, and considered that to be the killing machine. So then you can break down our emissions into these two major machines, and then there's a little bit for vegan food. It's tiny compared to the other two. And then you can ask, which machine would you turn off first? And basically, you have to turn off both machines, ultimately. But it's important in what order you do it. And so that was the intent behind creating these two machines, and then looking at we created a model called the climate bathtub model based on these two machines. And that illustrated why you should turn off the killing machine first, and then slowly dial down the burning machine. Because if we do it the other way, which is what everybody's trying to do, they're trying to turn off the burning machine first, and then ignoring the killing machine. If you do that, you're committing suicide as a species. Not only as a species, we are trying to kill off the whole planet. That's what I mean by committing suicide. The reason is that the burning machine is where all of the cooling emissions are coming from. And the killing machine has very little cooling emissions. It's basically just albedo change. the change in reflectivity. That's the cooling part of it. But most of it is just heating emissions that come from the killing machine. So if we turn off the burning machine first, all the cooling emissions will disappear in a few weeks, and you will instantly heat up the planet by another 50 to 87% more than what we are doing today within a few weeks. Now, if you change it, it's like, you change the light bulb in your room from 75 watts to 150 watts. You won't feel it right away, okay? Depending on, especially on planet Earth, because planet Earth has so much water. So it takes time for the Earth to heat up. So you will see the signal in the temperature increase for 3 to 4 years later, because the ocean has to heat up and the whole land has to heat up. So that's what happened in 2020. They reduced the sulfur on fuel that can be burnt in the open seas. It used to be 3.5%. They lowered it to 0.5%. And they had done some analysis saying it's only going to increase the heating on the planet by 0.079 watts per square meter. But in reality, it seemed to have increased it by 0.5 watts per square meter. Okay, huge, because there is a nonlinear impact when you burn over the open seas. So the air above the open seas is very pristine. And if you put sulfur dioxide, it acts much more powerfully than it does over land. They didn't know that, but it increases by 0.5 watts per square meter. This is Jim Hansen's analysis. And he says that's why 2023 and 2024 were the hottest years ever. It just took 3 years for it to catch up and show up. And he said we have only experienced 1/3 of the heating in terms of temperature increase. The next 1/3 will show up over the next 100 years. And the last 1/3 will show up over 1,000 years because of the inertia of the ocean. Okay? And the good news is if you dial it down now, then the ocean doesn't have to heat up and then cool. The ocean will just, it won't impact the ocean anymore. So it's like a signal that nature has told us saying, focus on the killing machine. Go vegan as quickly as possible. Only then can you touch this burning machine.
Yeah, I think as vegans, we really understand that focus, and we really want to push it, and we have to engage a lot of people who really have spent so much inertia and energy into renewable energy as the solution to climate change. Right. It's going to be very difficult to get that ship to change directions. But so we're going to need hands on deck.
Yeah. No, but I think of it as all that energy has been allocated already. Just shift it to doing the right thing. So I just want to steal that and use it for going vegan as quickly as possible. And then we'll deal with the fossil fuels later. Because the thing is, it's like if you press the clutch and shift gears, your car will, drive smoothly. But if you attempt to shift gears first and then press the clutch, you're going to break your car. Okay? In this case, this is not a car, it's a planet. And we are doing it in the wrong order for a planet. Okay? And I'm just flabbergasted that climate scientists don't see this.
Well, I can understand a lot of what you're talking about because I've awakened my inner environmentalist, and the key thing that helped that happen. You're a producer of Cowspiracy: The Sustainability Secret, and Keegan is one of the co-directors. He's less familiar because Kip Anderson had his face on the screen for most of the time, but I know Keegan is very passionate as a researcher as well. And I ask you, when you come on these conferences, do you see a post-Cowspiracy world as the work I mean, so much heavy lifting by that documentary. I meet so many people who are vegan and say they are because they watched that documentary. Do you see the change that was it just one step? Is there a lot more still to go?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think Cowspiracy was just one step. It's just one small part of this bigger movement. It's got to play a really important role, which is great. And a lot of people have, shifted to a vegan lifestyle because of the film, which is awesome. But in in the big picture, yeah, we need a lot more. And I think Cowspiracy is effective in that it helped make people aware that animal agriculture is a primary driver behind climate change, but that it's not just climate change that we should be talking about, that it is desertification, it's species extinction, it's dying oceans, it's the larger picture. And we try to produce something that took all these kind of siloed movements and bring them together, that this is about a global holistic movement to protect life on this planet.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And your consecutive documentaries are attacking different aspects of the things that need to change. You followed up with What the Health, and a very interesting and a completely different direction was They're Trying to Kill Us.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, each of to be like the body of my work, it's pretty much all running on the same theme, which is trying to produce a more compassionate and more sustainable way of living on this planet. And we understand that not everyone's going to be drawn to environmental movements. They don't necessarily understand it or care about it, even though this is the only home that we have. So maybe they care about their health more than they care about ecosystems. And so go with that angle. Maybe they care more about pop culture than they care about their health. Maybe they care about pandemics. Maybe they care about fashion. Whatever it is kind of the angle. We realized as filmmakers and the teams that I work with that sadly there's not just one film to save the world, that we have to produce everything and anything that we can to try and help shift culture. And then it's not just films. You know, that I see the filmmaking as one tool that's been effective, but we need all of the tools.
Absolutely. I've just recently become the executive director of the International Vegan Film Festival, so I'm all about films. But you're right; it's they are just tools to go out into the world, and we put so much information into them, and they tend to stick around. People are still watching Cowspiracy on Netflix, and it's kind of an activist in its own right. It kind of has a life of its own. I mentioned that I created this panel based around the appetite for destruction, and I've come across Pax Fauna in the process, and I'm happy to introduce Eva Hamer. And I've been nerding out on her articles on Pax Fauna and Eden Kenyoku. He's got a few articles as well. And it's clear that you're reading the same books that we're reading, so we'll have to form a book club sometime and analyze these non-vegan books with a vegan filter, and that's a great little task. Can you tell us a little bit about Pax Fauna and its purpose and your vision?
Absolutely. First, thanks so much for having me. It's such an honor to be next to such great workers for the movement. So Pax Fauna started in 2021 with kind of this question about how do we make the movement more effective. Aiden Kuhn and I co-founded it and had this sense of disillusionment that we had been working in the movement for some time and hadn't quite seen the radical progress that we really need, right, as a movement to, I mean, as a species to survive. So we started with a couple of years of original research where we did, things like literature review of the kind of narratives that the movement is using, that the opposition is using, try to figure out kind of what's already out there, and also what evidence do we have to point us to particular messages, framings having effectiveness. There are some studies you might have heard about around how, if you ask, these are studies done on Americans, if you ask if people are in favor of banning slaughterhouses, something like 30% will say yes. Where in those same surveys, these same people are asked, do you think that eating meat is a personal choice and no one can tell me what to do? Do you agree? Something like 98% of people agree. And you would think that these different ideas conflict, that like, how could you want to ban slaughterhouses while thinking that eating meat is a personal choice and you shouldn't tell me not to do it? The answer that we had in mind was framing. It's really around the question. And it's not that people are being dishonest. It's that they truly have a different belief when they're asked questions in these two different ways. So our question when kind of going into the research was like, how do we use framing? How do we frame the message in a way that gets more like those 30% numbers and less like those 98% of people opposing us numbers? And through the research, we're talking about interviews with ordinary Americans, people who eat meat, focus groups with groups of them who are even kind of more resistant to animal messages, because there's something kind of magical that happens when people are in groups. They kind of remind each other what that dominant narrative is, what they kind of really believe. And the main takeaway, if I had to kind of sum up, year and a half of research in a sentence, is that we found that focusing on a civic frame made people much more compassionate to our side, much more favorable to animals than focusing on the consumer frame. And so what that sounds like is that instead of asking people to go vegan or talk about what they're buying or reduce or whatever it is around the grocery store and the restaurant, we're kind of meeting them at the ballot box. We're meeting them where they are in this frame of somebody who's part of a society, that the society can all make changes together. Whereas when we met them as consumers, and even when we didn't try not to meet them as consumers, so what I mean by that is that we didn't actively negate consumer type messages, they would bring them up. It's the main way that people relate to food is as consumers, right? So without doing some real work to not have them relating as consumers, they were doing that and they were feeling very powerless. And so that's where you would hear things like, yeah, I mean, whatever, I could go vegan, but it wouldn't matter. I'm just one kind of drop in an ocean. Who cares? Where when we would talk to them as voters, when we really do whatever we could to get them into that civic frame, they would say things like, yeah, okay, I enjoy a good burger, I enjoy a steak, but like, I mean, if there was a big tax and like burger was $20, I mean, I guess no more hamburgers. And I guess it would be good to get dragged along. Actually, I would support that. We would hear these messages that are like, yeah, okay, as a consumer, I'm one thing, but as a voter, no, I want the best for for this planet. I want to survive as a species. And so that's our kind of main takeaway from the research. There are a bunch of kind of smaller ones I could talk about, but all in all, that's kind of where Paxpana ended up with this really large narrative project. From there, we went to kind of try to put those findings into practice with the political organization Pro Animal Future. And with Pro Animal Future, we're interested in kind of doing whatever we can to really engage the public in that way, in that civic frame. So we're talking about voter block organizing, getting involved in electoral politics, lobbying, and running citizen-initiated ballot initiatives, which is a kind of almost uniquely American concept where citizens can just kind of write laws, get them voted on, completely bypass the legislature.
You've got both the grassroots and the top-down political lobbying as part of your scope, and that's a great thing to do. And it's a balancing act because usually one's feeding off the other. You don't get the political policies unless you've got a groundswell of support. You can't really do everything against the voters' will. But at the same time, that I really appreciate how you participate in this panel because your organization is speaking for the animals first and foremost, and we've got other environmentalists who we're all in the same heart, but environmentalism is finding justice for the planet, and it's less concerned about the taste buds of individuals or even groups of people, and we're encouraged that there's this aspect of reality of you were talking about evidence-based research. The evidence is that we've hit a wall environmentally. We do want people to come around, and as you mentioned, as the price of things go up because it's starting to pay for their externalities, people are going to go, well, I guess I said I'd never be vegan, but maybe I'll consider it now that meat is so expensive. And we're kind of seeing this play out in real time with the price of eggs lately, very much in the news.
Yeah, if I could add to that,
Mhm.
there's a selfish angle that seems to work with people. Cowspiracy was a successful film, but What the Health, which was very human health centric, was vastly more successful. Way more people saw that film, way more people were interested in that film, and way more people shifted their diet because of it. And it was just this kind of selfish is a harsh word, but it's that self-centered sort of thing where it's like, well, this is for me. And what Ela said about, yeah, that voter kind of idea where I guess it's that, yeah, it's that people are do things when it directly benefits them versus this larger planet, which is like, this directly benefits all of us. You would think that people would get that, but yeah, there's something about people's desire to want something for them. Like, what do I get out of this?
And I think vegans all understand that we are part of a movement that isn't wanting something specifically for ourselves. When you put the animals first, then you're doing something for somebody other than yourself. For some people, it's the first time they've ever done that. And it's a contagious trend that you start to see the world in a different way. And really, we're overcoming speciesism, which is anthropocentrism. And I say that, it's not a coincidence that the Anthropocene, the age of humanity, is, I think the biggest symptom is our anthropocentrism. We think of everything, if it benefits a human, it must be good. So it's challenging those paradigms. And I really appreciate that Eva does that. Sometimes environmentalists do it as a kind of a coy second-hand thing, that we're talking to environmentalists and we don't want to look like a animal rights activist. But Eva, I know you rescued a beagle. Thank you. That's wonderful that we're looking at the individuals as well as the whole movement and all the animals as a whole. And we want to save all the individuals, and we want to save all the species. But ending speciesism is that's going to shape that character that will help us overcome ourselves. Find the humility to fit into what the 9 planetary boundaries, the safe living space for humanity, and that is of our own interest. We need a habitat more than we need to fulfill our cultural obligations and so forth.
Right. May I add, like the opposite of appetite for destruction is an appetite for regeneration. And the experience that we are finding is, in places like Sadhana Forest in India, when people come to visit and they see what used to be there, they go back inspired. And a lot of them turn vegan because they understand from there, when they visit, why going vegan is at the heart of this regeneration project. So Aviram Rosen has told me, in his theory of change, is that if there are 50 sadhana forests in 50 countries, the world will go vegan. Okay? It's enough to trigger everyone to go vegan. So that's his theory of change, and that's how it's going to happen. So you're appealing to people's sense of wonder, the beauty of nature, and the love they feel for animals when they see them in the wild. And especially in places like Sadhana Forest, the wild animals are there and they don't bother us and we don't bother them. They come, sometimes the snake comes and sleeps in your hut and goes away the next morning. So long as you don't bother them, they're fine.
Another film you produced is The Land of Ahimsa, which I edited, and Keegan was interviewed. And I want to recall that part of your interview where you said, as a white guy in North America, that the change is coming from India.
Yeah. I mean, well, just the simple fact that there's over 1 billion people in India, that, yeah, what happens, so much of the US's biggest export, right, is the culture. And we've exported our culture around the world, and we've watched other societies adopt this, US American lifestyle of high consumption of animal products, consumerism, all the horrors that come from the US. But we are seeing this shift, right, in other countries. Right. And I think that, there's an analogy about how sub-Saharan Africa skipped over landlines when it came to phones, they right into the cell phone age. And I think that potentially countries like India and China might be able to skip the last 50 years of American consumerism and jump right into the actual future, which is a plant-based diet. Because honestly, that's the only way we're going to make it as a species, just ecologically. Like, we just can't grow enough food for everybody to eat the way US Americans eat. Doesn't matter what kind of chemical agriculture you're doing, there's just not enough space on the planet.
In that sense, I'm grateful for the administration for making America unpopular around the world.
That's a
Yeah.
positive outlook.
Yeah, it's always tough to talk about the silver linings of things. Well, a lot of people are suffering, and there's so much reason to be afraid. But systems, as we've been talking earlier in Sailesh's keynote, sometimes they need to break, and it gives us an opportunity to build back better. But yeah, we got to try to manage the fear and try to find solidarity and hope in building something. One of the things that I came across was the articles in Pax Fauna. I actually saw them in a YouTube video. Debug Your Brain explores the book Change, How to Make Big Things Happen. And we kind of borrowed the title for that for our theme for this conference, How to Make Big Change Happen. And Eva, you read this book, and I think you're co-founder of Pax Fauna have read it as well. And there's several articles that we'll link for other people to have a look at, and the video as well, because it explains what we need to do as a movement. I think the biggest takeaway from it is that influencers are overrated. It's small groups that have a lot of redundancy and strong ties, like this one, people getting together in Zoom calls, less, the relying on how come we're not hearing about it on the 7 o'clock news. It's we are creating the change from the what Centola calls the network periphery. How inspired were you from this book?
Yeah, very much. So the article where the animal movement will be reborn, based on thinking after that book, it's this idea of influencers being overrated is really interesting to me. And what I got from it really was that influencers are more, what they say is more symptomatic of what the people are saying. That to be a leader, to be an influencer, you can't go too far in front of the the people you're leading. Otherwise you will be rejected. And so the idea is that people who are actually on the periphery of a network are the most vulnerable to change. The reason for that is that, so say I'm part of a church, and say I just got involved, say I got involved a year ago, and I have a couple of good friends in the church, but I'm not the priest, I'm not a main organizer, but I have a couple of good friends in the church. If somebody comes to me from outside the network and makes some kind of behavioral change in me, or say in one of my two good friends on the network in the network, it will be a lot easier to make, say, that third friend now, like, say they have four, say they have, like, my other friend has four friends. Now half of the close ties that this person has have made this change. For Centola, he differentiates between kind of, I think he calls them simple infections and complex. So we have like information, like, oh, there's going to be an earthquake, oh, like some piece of gossip that can spread very easily, and that spreads very well through influencers. Influencer says it, everybody's got it immediately. But things like a pro-animal political orientation, a behavior of taking pro-animal action, or even like veganism, those are much more complex. Those are much more related to our deepest values, and are quite complex in many ways to start doing, to habituate in our lives. And so when we do something like vegan outreach and we just target people randomly, the thought after reading this book is that we might be a little bit less efficient than if we were to target communities. Because when somebody, meets a person doing street outreach, say, and they feel really inspired, they cry watching a video, and they say, wow, this is terrible, I can never eat animals again. That's a real feeling that they have, and that's a real state of being. And then they go back into their community, and their mom mocks them, and there is nothing to eat at the potluck, and everybody's acting like they're super weird and acting like they're judging them, and they are completely disconnected from their community. it is very, very difficult for that person to continue with that change. Where when groups of people are doing it together, when the target is the community rather than the individual, we might see some more success based on this research. I live and organize in the US, and this is a very individualist society. We all kind of think of ourselves as completely uninfluenced by people around us. When you ask people why they voted the way they vote, they kind of won't ever give you any credit for, give any advocates any credit. Like, no, I did the research and I decided myself, because we think of ourselves really, really as individuals. And I think a lot of times our outreach treats people as if they're individuals, and we're absolutely not. Like, we live in societies. I mentioned the tax model research that we did before, and the reason that focus groups were so much more difficult is that focus groups are actually how we live in the world. We don't come up with our ideas by ourselves. We come up with our ideas based on so many norm signals from the people around us. And so gist of this Central research is that people on the outset, the fringes of a network, are more able to enact change because they have fewer connections that make up the majority of their connections. Whereas that influencer in the middle has many different people who they care about the opinion of. And if one of them comes to them and tries to get them to make this big change, they have a lot of pressure to stay the same. What the change needs to do is gather some momentum on the periphery of the network to kind of snowball until it can reach enough of a height for an influencer to change. And so when an influencer makes a change, that's a really good sign that there's some success, because influencers are they're very inert. They don't want to make changes unless they're going to be accepted doing it. Where, me on the outside of the network with two friends say, I have a lot less to lose.
It's good that you point out that when the influencers change, when a celebrity becomes vegan, that's an indication that it's now safe for a celebrity to say it in public. And we get all excited when we hear it as vegans, and it happens, so rarely. And there's some celebrities that we know are vegan or we suspect are vegan and have been for a long time, but they can't say it. And Santola points out we can now track everything digitally. We know exactly how Twitter spread and became popular because we have all the data to show it. And when people say, well, Twitter became big when Oprah did her first tweet on live air, and they went back and looked at it and at the data and said, no, it's not Oprah. This is a symptom that when it was growing fast enough for Oprah to actually do it, that was what created the change. And it didn't start from an influencer. It started from collective groups. It was in San Francisco, and everybody in San Francisco connected because they knew other people in San Francisco and they're part of the same kind of culture. And then it spread to Boston, not to, neighboring cities. So it's what people have in common. And I think that's, one of the takeaways there is when you do outreach, people are going to assess you to decide if you are like me. That is a core thing. And it's something to keep in mind for all the influencers who would like to see the health movement and change our health system to a fully whole food plant-based system. If everybody's a health coach, if everybody's a registered dietitian, you might have difficulty talking to people who struggle with their appetites because they go, yeah, okay, that's you. You've got the education, you've got the willpower. I need people like me to show that this is something that I can do.
Right. Yeah. I'm remembering some study where overweight doctors had a better results when counseling patients than fit doctors. That identity, that like feeling judged is such a big thing. I think every vegan probably knows that it's so hard not to come across as judgmental, because just the moment that you decline to eat an animal product, you are judging them. And I think we see the same thing in many ways. And yeah, so that wide bridges idea that, goes from San Francisco to Boston, sort of starting to ideate what kind of thing this might look like in the animal movement. We took some research from Facebook. They published their data of how many people in each county in the US are Facebook friends with somebody in another county in the US. And we were able to kind of map some like wide bridges. So where, a lot of people in Portland, Oregon are friends with a lot of people in Denver, Colorado. The idea is that And this network is exactly what you would think it would be. If we start in Portland, we get Denver, we get a lot of places in the Bay Area, we get Asheville, North Carolina, Austin, Texas, Minneapolis. So we, nothing particularly groundbreaking there. It's kind of the liberal star that you would expect it to be. But the idea is that, you might think that like, oh, there's already a lot of animal rights activists in Portland, Oregon. I don't need to go there. The idea is that actually it might be a better investment to invest where there are a lot of people, because we're changing norms in a community that then can spread, that then a lot of people in Denver and a lot of people in Portland are like, oh, this is really normal in Portland, therefore it's the next big thing. Where if those people are more spread out, they're more likely first to fizzle out, and then second, they just don't really have anyone that they can together influence.
I just put a link to your article in the chat. That was where you were talking about those cities.
Yeah, I mean, it's an older book at this point, Tipping Point, which I think was Gladwell wrote, and very much pointed to the fact that we really only need about 10% of the population to adopt something, and then it snowballs. And so, yeah, just what you said about Portland, right? Like that, have a hotbed of activism or of veganism, then it does spread because people go, oh, that's the new norm. One of the reasons why I have always advocated for veganism and not any sort of welfarism or any sort of like halfway measures is because I figure if we're trying to get a shift, we don't need the entire population to go vegan. And people will say, well, if we can just get people to eat less meat. It's like, well, no, if we got 10% of the population to go vegan, 100%, like full on endorse a vegan movement and lifestyle, that has that effect of really snowballing versus people, this sadly what I would consider a watered down, oh, I eat less meat, meatless Mondays. And it's like, well, is that really going to get us where we're going to go? Because people are going to water it down anyway. So 100% veganism is what we should be advocating for so that we have these true places like, like Portland, where it's become more of the norm and less of the extreme and less of the oddity.
Yeah, you're making me think of the bell curve of change that Simon Sinek calls it the law of diffusion of innovation, where there's the innovators and the early adopters. Those could be the activists and the vegans who are just vegan. We're living our lifestyle, and there's the chasm that the early adopters is 34% of that bell curve are people who are looking and waiting. So once there's a tipping point, 34% come, and the next 34% are the late majority, and they just follow the crowd. They don't have any stake in the argument. They just want to be normal. And the last 18% is the laggards. They're the ones that are usually making money off of the current system and resist at all costs. So they're usually creating a lot of that fighting that's happening around the chasm and saying, no, don't listen to the vegans. Don't listen to the vegans. And, right now we're getting a lot from the climate movement. Don't listen to the vegans. Dr. Rao, you're kind of leading that movement. You can tell, so many stories of people within the system who are saying, okay, your math is perfectly right. You have revealed that there is some very serious problems with how we're doing our accounting that serve the solutions that they have chosen long ago. And it largely is, I'm kind of being a little bit coy saying don't let the vegans win, but they want to phase out fossil fuels. They don't want to phase out animal agriculture. How are you dealing with that, and what can we do to help build the consensus you need to prove that climate change is about what we eat?
Yeah, it's the entire thing. It's not just climate change. Climate change is just a symptom. You have to look at biodiversity loss, chemical pollution, all of the planetary boundaries will be impacted if the world goes vegan. Okay, it impacts all of them. It's amazing. It's like nature has given us this one shot, solve the problem by just being kind to our life. And I'm appealing to the vegan community to use our research. It's, if they go and quote FAO's numbers, they're quoting the meat industry's numbers. Why would you do that?
But back to my question, a lot of the vegan community will quote your numbers, but without understanding it. And we need the evidence-based approach, but that's why I said consensus building in particular. Some organizations will not repeat it until they could say, "Oh, it's been peer reviewed." We talk about that.
Right.
You know, you did a white paper, it wasn't peer reviewed, and they went, "Well, call me when it's peer reviewed." Now it's peer reviewed. Gerard Wedderburn Bishop presents on this VCOP quite frequently. Go watch those videos. He's got peer-reviewed evidence in one of the most prestigious climate journals now.
Yeah.
And they're still not talking to you. How do we build this
Well, give
consensus?
them time, Ray. I mean, it's only been a month since the paper came out, and we are now making noise with it. And his numbers are actually bigger than mine, you know. He's saying 53%, and I was saying 31% for direct emissions, because he's including also the gross emissions versus net emissions. He was able to nail down those numbers. So he's increased it to 53%. And on top of that, there is the opportunity cost. In my calculations, opportunity cost was bigger than anything else. So that was where I got the other 56% from. So that's how it's 87%. Okay. And I say to people, if you don't count opportunity cost, you are not a good engineer. Okay. I would fire you if you did this kind of work without it. So I've told people also, if the IPCC came and gave their numbers to me, I would fire them. Because I'm an engineer, scientists are the ones who do my work. You have to come and tell me what the data is, and then based on that, I figure out the solutions. The scientists are doing a slipshod job like the IPCC is doing, I would be mad at them, really, because it's going to impact my work. So if you're really trying to solve climate change, you have to include opportunity cost. If you don't, you're being incompetent, and history will not be kind to you. Okay, so that I know that.
You're picking up the legacy of other scientists who have approached this front of animal agriculture. And Keegan, you mentioned that, you know, Cowspiracy is a documentary that covered all the environmentalism and the impacts of animals. Yet the climate community has said, "Oh, it's the junk science. You know, don't listen. Don't watch Cowspiracy. Don't watch it. Don't listen to it and debunk it. Don't watch it." And usually that's a sign that there's something there that can't be defended, that they would prefer just everybody ignore it. Kip says in a very brief, maybe 2-minute section of the documentary, that there is these scientists at the World Bank who said it's 51% of emissions are attributable to animal agriculture. And that somehow in a lot of people's minds made it a climate movie. Or as I said, it's just a tiny part of the documentary.
Yeah, that was something when we re-edited the film for Netflix when Leonardo DiCaprio came on board, and that was something we had to argue with them extensively on. They're like, that figure, you know, has been debunked. And we're like, show us where it's been debunked. And they, of course, couldn't. And so it's got to stay in the final edit of the film. But yeah, I mean, when someone says, yeah, don't watch it, it's junk. It's a level of censorship that's a bummer. But I think we should also be very aware of that for our own movement as well, that when there's things that are counter to what we want to see. So when a study comes out that says veganism isn't healthy, I read it. I want to see it. I'm like, how did they come to that conclusion when they say that regenerative animal grazing actually benefits the planet? I read those studies. I want to see, like, okay, what is the other side, instead of just outright dismissal. So I think it's really important when we see the criticism to be like, okay, well, where am I doing that in my own life as well? Because we have blind spots in this, and we will ignore things, and we'll also promote, you know, junk science sometimes too. It's like, and as somebody who loves science, like science and science communication is a huge passion of mine, it's really important that we have really strong, really rigorous science, and we challenge, you know, bad science. And I think that's what Dr. Rao is doing continually, is challenging bad science or bad conclusions based on not full data sets.
Eva, your articles talk about a different kind of approach to activism. You mentioned a few already. Is there a different way that we should be engaging communities? Or should we be targeting individuals or groups, or should we be forming those groups that create those strong networks? There's the concept of bridges. Narrow bridges is just one person going to another group. The concept of a wide bridge, maybe it could be summed up as bring a friend.
Yeah, I think that, if I think about the way that we engage with the movement, for one, I think that, we ought not to think of ourselves as individuals so much as we are part of groups. And so when people ask kind of what can I do as an individual to make a difference, it's like, stop being an individual. The answer, we organize as groups. And the thing I'm really concerned with is political power, that our opposition has so much money and they have so much power. And there is a recipe for getting power. Political power in the US, it comes from, it doesn't always feel like it, but it comes from votes. And a lot of times, we talk about money in politics. The reason that money in politics matters is because money can get you votes. It gets you a lot of advertising. And in order to build up to the level that we can fight really credibly on the federal stage and talk about subsidies, talk about making meat at least cost what it should, I think we need to start local, and we need to start building power in a local way. A lot of animal rights activists, a lot of vegans are already organized enough, I think, to be able to win significant power on the local level. And we're just not doing it. We're not really, local politics can be kind of boring. There are a lot of times they're talking about potholes and street signs, and we're kind of like, what's the point of that? Well, the point of that is we can make friends so what we're trying to do right now in Portland, making friends in city government by not just going to them and asking for favors, but by going to them when they're running for office and helping them get elected. Finding people who are supportive enough, getting to know them from a really early place. A lot of people who end up in national politics later, for one, they start smaller, and local politicians can be very approachable and very eager to help. Just earlier today, I was canvassing with a school board member, somebody who's running for school board, somebody who could have the power to institute a green food policy in the public schools locally, someone who could have the power to make no more animal testing or animal dissection happen in the public schools. And it took me 5 minutes to recruit more people, to recruit more than half of the people who showed up to this canvassing event. Because we're talking like pretty small, like not a lot of people are interested in school board. We can be that. We can be interested in whatever ways that we can grab power, I think is really important. How this kind of ties back to Centola is that we can, again, think about wide bridges between cities. That if we see Portland and Denver, say, having a lot of pro-animal policies, all of a sudden every other city has a peer. A lot of times when you ask power holders to do something, they say, well, who else has done this first? And in places where we have enough people, we can do it first, because politicians should fear us, honestly. They should say, oh, I can't disobey the animal lobby. They will punish me at the next ballot. And that might sound funny. Like that might sound like totally out of this world. And I promise you it's not. Like I promise you that so many cities have enough people who care about animals and for whom like animals are our main, animal stuff is our single issue. Like that we're voting on that I'm not actually voting on the stop sign or the pothole. I'm voting on where do they stand on animals. We don't need to have 50% of the population do that. We only need to have enough to sway the election, which is vanishingly a small number. And if we're actually supporting people in their candidacy, we can even look like a bigger number. We can there are ways that we can kind of be even more visible than maybe we deserve for how many people we have. And all of this really matters, I think. And so I think if I had one request of the movement, it would be to get political in much higher degrees than we currently are.
I love this line of discussion, and I hope you can come back to a future VCOP. We're quarterly, so we'll be back again in 3 months, and we're getting it close to the top of the hour. So I think we should do a round and say what are the things that we feel that how does big change happen? How do we shut down these machines? Keegan.
Right. So for me as an activist, I see groundswell. I want everything to come from the people first. And so that's why I've dedicated myself to public education and educating an informed populace. You can't make informed decisions unless you have all the information. So that's where I put my focus.
Excellent. Dr. Rao.
Well, I'm going to quote Jared Bishop. I think he was quoting the executive director of Drawdown, basically saying change happens slowly, 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 and then all at once.
And as systemic activists, we're always looking for those changes. Sometimes it's not what you do. Sometimes it's just because you're paying attention and you're seeing the cracks of that system as it's about to break, and then you mobilize based on what you're seeing.
We are creating the foundation of Planet B right here. We're already doing it, So Planet A is going to dissolve once Planet B is reasonably in shape.
Eva, how do we snowball this thing? how do we apply the sociology, and I'm referencing a pattern effect that Damon Santola suggests for small communities. You can make your change. You have the power.
Yes, I want us to organize. I want us to organize politically, and I want us to, in the words of Mark and Paul Engler, declare victory and run, to get whatever victories we can, kind of no matter how small, celebrate them fully, make them as visible as possible, and use that increased capacity to go on to the next bigger thing.
Thank you. I'm hoping that the appetite for destruction, appetite is such a broad topic, and it applies to all kinds of environmentalism and conservation and veganism. So I would like to try to have recurring panels, and I'd welcome you all back.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're muted.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Oh, wow, what a panel. I'm very glad that y'all all came today. And now it's time for me to welcome everyone, those of you who are just arriving or have been here all day, to the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples number 21. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm thrilled to be your host and to introduce to you Jane Velez Mitchell. She's the founder and director of Unchained TV, a nonprofit digital news network focusing on animal rights and the vegan, compassionate lifestyle. Jane has won many awards for her reporting on animal issues and has produced 2 award-winning documentaries. For 6 years, Jane has hosted her own show on CNN, Headline News. Before that, she was a news anchor and reporter in Los Angeles and in New York. Jane Velez Mitchell is the author of 4 books, and her topic is Countering Big Meat's Media Narrative. Jane Velez Mitchell, welcome.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. It's great to be here. And, I hope that Keegan and Carol stay on, because I'd really like to hear their thoughts on what I'm about to say, and I don't have to use up my whole hour. I think it'd be better to even have a dialogue, because I hate to be a Debbie Downer listening to all these positive proclamations. What I was going to talk about, and still do want to talk about, is the media war against veganism that is ongoing. So I'm going to share this little PowerPoint that I put together. And again, let's have a conversation about it. I'm just going to keep it on this level as opposed to full screen, so I don't lose all my ability to jump around. So countering the misinformation PR war against veganism, we have the power if we use a unified voice and strength in numbers. Right now, I don't think we're using a unified voice and strength in numbers. So maybe today is the day that we can start turning that around. And I'd also love to hear from Dr. Rao on this, because he has such great, I think, vision where he can see the big picture. Now, mind you, I've been in mainstream media. I was in mainstream media, as you mentioned, for more than 30 years. So I know a little bit about how it works. And I'm alarmed by the negative media reporting that we're seeing today. This article is more than a year old, and I keep that in there because, yeah, it's been going on for quite a while now, and we have not responded as a movement, as a community. This is a Guardian article, Inside Big Beef's Climate Messaging Machine, Confuse, Defend, and Downplay. A Masters of Beef advocacy program teaches scientific-sounding arguments on cattle's sustainability in an all-out public relations war by Joe Fassler. The U.S. beef industry is creating an army of influencers and citizen activists to help amplify a message that will be key to its future success, that you shouldn't be too worried about the growing attention around the environmental impacts of its production. And it's worth it to go into a little bit of detail here because he really lays it out. It definitely does not want you to read scientific papers showing wealthy nations must reduce meat consumption to keep below the average global temperature rise of 2°C, a threshold to stop systems collapse, mass extinctions, fatal heat waves, drought and famine, water shortages in flooded cities. I know about these industry priorities as I am one, this is the writer, of more than 21,000 graduates of a free by admission only online training course created by the U.S. beef industry called Masters of Beef Advocacy Program, MBA. The course is a creation of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, NCBA, the beef industry's main lobby group. And on completing it, I can tell you, you don't actually get a master's degree despite its name. What you get is multiple misleading but scientific sounding narratives about beef industry sustainability and repeated appeals for students to engage proactively with consumers online and offline about environmental topics. Via a private Facebook group for graduates, the NCBA also distributes infographics and industry talking points to deploy an online conversation. So now these are headlines just from the last couple of weeks. I could spend the entire time just reading off negative headlines for the next half an hour. Meat is back on plates and in politics. After years in which plant-based was the mantra, meat once again dominates the national conversation about dinner. That was in the New York Times with a photo I can't include because you can't include photos that you didn't take yourself or that you own, with a big, giant United States of America in the form of a steak. That's the New York Times. Okay, now I have a subscription to the New York Times. If I say one thing, we've got what, 49 people on here? If every single person on here had a subscription to the New York Times and went on and commented immediately, which I did, and I got 48 recommends, which is good. So there's one thing. If folks are taking notes, get a subscription to the New York Times. No, it's not super cheap, but it's worth it. It is the paper that everybody reads, everybody who's important, except maybe some very important people right now might not read the New York Times, but you know what I'm talking about. It is the paper of record. We need to counteract when something's in the New York Times, it's really bad. If it's an article like this, we need to counteract it. So if 49 people wrote comments immediately counteracting that, that would be very powerful. So make a note to do that, please. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Then new research is bad for vegans, even if you eat plant-based program. That was in the New York Protein. That was in the New York Post. Now, the New York Post, owned by Rupert Murdoch, obviously very conservative leaning. That is not so shocking as to have the New York Times do it, but it's still bad. Then you have the BBC Science reporting even protein-rich vegan diets may fall short on key nutrients, studies suggest. This is not good, people. Okay? So let me just give my opinion, and I would love to hear from yours. Get your opinion. Here's the way I see it. We need to respond, and we need to respond now. And we need a coordinated campaign now. We need to respond to every single article. We need to challenge the misinformation. We need to speak with one voice. We need to display unity, and we need to leverage strength in numbers. This is the key, in my opinion. Now, a great activist and a dear friend of mine, Donnie Moss of theirturn.net, has been responding to each and every article on X. And he is really good at this. I mean, he is an incredible activist who is not afraid to speak truth to power, and he gets his facts right and goes into detail. So this is and you see I covered the photos with black because we can't show the photos. Here's another one. Meat will make America healthy again. This was in the Wall Street Journal. So here's what he wrote in an op-ed published by the Wall Street Journal. Pro-meat activist I'll leave her name out of it. There's so many reporters doing this. It's not about individuals. It's about the overall theme of reporting today in advertiser-based mainstream media. This reporter calls on the federal government to minimize the inclusion of plant-based protein in the upcoming federal dietary guidelines. And then he writes, if Wall Street Journal opinion editors are going to give this person a platform to attack nutritious plant-based protein while promoting animal protein, which is associated with several chronic diseases, then shouldn't they at least disclose who funds the not-for-profit nutrition coalition that pays her salary? Note, unsurprisingly, the Anti-Vegan Nutrition Coalition omits donor information from its tax filings. Now, here's the important part. The reporter responded, and she said, we don't publish donors because groups like yours have harassed them. We have a policy of taking no industry money, and I do not run this group. I'm on the board. And then he responds, according to Nutrition Coalition's 990, you receive compensation of $92,000, which represents 18% of the organization's annual revenue in the most recently available tax filings, which incidentally were signed by you. You claim that you aren't funded by industry. Who else would be funding an anti-vegan pro-meat advocacy group? This is, I would say, the really good reporting is being done by Donnie Moss of theirturn.net. Way to go, Donnie. Now, here's the other thing. If you look at the retweets, 2 retweets. There I am retweeting, shame on you for promoting the most destructive industry on the planet. Why don't you mention that processed meat is a carcinogen? Why don't you mention that you can reduce your greenhouse gas emissions footprint by 75% by going plant-based? Really pathetic. So here's the problem. 2 retweets. What if we had everybody on this call retweeting? That would be 50 retweets. What if we had every single animal rights and vegan organization on a coordinated campaign to retweet and comment? Let me tell you something. I was a reporter for more than 30 years. Okay. I worked at CBS. I worked at Disney. I worked at Telepictures. I worked at CNN. Reporters do not like to get this kind of stuff. Okay. They do not like it. I did not like it when I was reporting for a mainstream media organization. It is effective, and it sends a warning to other reporters. You try a misinformation hit piece, there's going to be consequences. Right now, they're operating in what they believe is a no consequence zone. So let's go to the next one. Okay, the BBC Science article, even protein-rich vegan diets may fall short on key nutrient studies suggest. So again, kudos to Animal Rights News, theirturn.net. This BBC Science News article is dangerous. It vilifies plant-based diets based on a research study with many limitations that the writer doesn't list until the end. Also, the link to the website that published the research study is broken. Found that, and he pointed out the study does not appear to be there. The vast majority of people who see this title read the first few paragraphs and will undoubtedly draw the false conclusion that vegan diets are suboptimal. Is this journalism or an anti-vegan propaganda? And he goes further. He again uses X to put out a tweet that the reporter responds to. And this is the most important point. The reporter has seen this article, and he says, apologies for the broken link. That should be fixed now. As for the rest, this article is only 400 words long, 200 of which discuss the study's limitations and how to get correct amino acids from the vegan diet. P.S. I'm a vegan. Well, you know we're in trouble when vegans are writing articles like this. That's all I can say. And Animal Rights News says, thank you for responding. 2 points. If 50% of the article is dedicated to limitations of the study, then might it not be newsworthy and potentially harmful given how destructive animal agriculture is to our health, the planet, and the animals? If my assumption is correct that the majority of people who come across the article will only read the title and perhaps the first couple of paragraphs, then won't their takeaway message be that a plant-based diet is inadequate when in fact many studies show that it's healthier than diets that include animals and their byproducts? So there you go. This is the entire, I'm going to end this particular share. And, you know, it could even open it up for comments and questions now. I think that we do need to respond. The good news is that we've already created this template. Donnie and I have been working on this, but he's taken the lead. But he needs the buy-in of everybody. He's doing all this work to outline the misinformation campaign. But if we're not getting the retweets, then, and I think it's absolutely extraordinary that he got the reporters to respond with just the limited number of views that had. But imagine if one of those things went viral. So, you know, to me, this is the most important issue right now for the animal rights movement, to respond with one voice, to be unified. And of course, it dovetails with other issues we have to consider, like getting out of the vegan echo chamber, stop the infighting, all of that, which I think is absolutely crucial. But suffice it to say that I would like to dialogue about this, because I do believe we need an organization that responds, and we need every single animal rights, vegan organization, and influencer, and everybody on this call to buy in. And we need to create a mechanism whereby they're informed of these hit pieces and they can respond. So that is, I guess, the bad news. I would love to talk to you a little bit about all the good news about what we are doing at Unchained TV a little bit, because we are working around the clock. We are the world's only, and this is right behind me if you're watching. This is Unchained TV. We have now more than 2,000 videos, documentaries, cooking shows, travel lifestyle series, biographies, live news events. We've really broken some ground. We were recently the pool camera for a hearing in Wisconsin about the Ridgeland Laboratory Beagle breeding case, where we basically were court TV and able to cover this hearing live as it happened, which was, I think, a breakthrough for us. We've covered quite a few other live trials, the trial of Wayne Shung, who was acquitted in one trial and then found guilty in another trial. We're also going to be covering the upcoming trial of Zoe Rosenberg, who her trial was supposed to start in just a week or so, but of course the prosecution pushed it back. Now it might not start till this summer, but we will be there covering it as Court TV or CNN would cover it. And we're the only news organization that is doing live coverage of these kinds of events. And sometimes we're the only news organization covering the events at all. Sure, you might get a blip at the end when there's a verdict in local news or some news organizations. I mean, there are some great news organizations that are doing great journalism, Vox, Sentient Media, Plant-Based News, etc., and their turn, and World Animal News. I mean, there's a lot of groups that are doing a good, but I'm talking about mainstream media often ignores these very, very important trials till the very end, and then just puts a little, acquitted or convicted out there. So we're doing the in-depth coverage. And in fact, some of the people who are on this call, like Paige Parsons Roach, have been commentators, and we have attorneys, etc. So we're really replicating like Court TV, where I used to work every so often, and CNN, where I've worked for 6 years. We're replicating those formats to bring news to people. And so I just wanted to show you just a couple of fun stories that we do. Speaking of counteracting the misinformation campaign. So, there's so much talk about the price of eggs, the price of eggs, the price of eggs. Well, we all know that you never need to eat an egg again. So we were at Expo West, where we ran into Josh Tetrick. It's billed as the world's premier event showcasing healthy lifestyle products, and it's proof that the vegan movement is alive and growing fast.
I think it is getting better because people are getting more options, and it is easier for us if we would like an option whenever we go vegan.
One of the most popular booths here at Natural Products Expo West at the Anaheim Convention Center in Orange County, California, is the Just Egg booth. That is the plant-based egg that is taking the world by storm. They unveiled their latest iteration. It looks like eggs, it tastes like chicken eggs, but it has the added advantage of being 100% cholesterol-free and available in this time of tremendous egg shortage.
We launched our latest version of Just Egg. It's called V6, and it is an improved texture, flavor. It's the most egg-like Just Egg we've ever made. And our chef, Chris Jones, is making omelets behind me. He's a Michelin star chef.
We are in a world in which there are no chicken eggs left, so it's good for the plant-based egg.
Josh Tetrick is the creator of Just Egg. He's on a mission to make his product a mealtime staple
as more and more people seek ethical and sustainable alternatives to animal products. The rising threat of bird flu is making chicken eggs scarce, and when you can even find them, a lot more expensive. That's also causing consumers to switch to Just Egg in droves.
So we're growing 5 times faster than we were last year. We're growing 5 times faster than chicken eggs. And when people come and try, they realize it tastes as good or better than a chicken egg, and we're converting lots of people at the expo.
Are you going to try it right now?
I'm going to try it right now. Look at this, how nicely it has folded. So delicious. I haven't had it in years, and it's getting better every time.
Just Egg's loyal fan base is raving about this latest version.
I think it's a great alternative, and I think the end of the cheap chicken egg is very close, so I see a great future for this product.
For longtime vegans, new converts, and the merely veg curious, alternatives like Just Egg are increasingly the obvious, sensible choice.
You've been vegan for how long?
No, I was vegetarian for the first 30 years.
Okay,
and then I found out that you can do without eggs, without dairy. There's a substitute for all that. So that's why I started going completely vegan.
You can visit ju.st to find the nearest store selling Just Egg, or you can just order Just Egg online. It's the 21st century. It's time to make the switch. For Unchained TV, I'm Jane Velez-Mitchell. So I just thought I would show you just one of our recent stories. We are putting together so many stories that we can't even honestly keep up. But I'm going to give a pitch to helping out Unchained TV. Please, we need monthly donors. It's very important, not just for the $5 or the $10 a month. So for the price of a cup of tea, you can be an Unchained TV team member. But it's really important when we seek out other donors, bigger donors. They want to know how many people are supporting you. It's about community. So you can just go to Unchained TV /donate. I think I'm going to put this right in the chat right now to everybody. And it's just to Dr. Rao, meeting group chat, everybody. Yes, just go. Honestly, it's literally the price of a cup of coffee. Unchainedtv.com /donate. It really would mean a lot. It helps. It helps. And it's also moral support for us. I mean, we and a team of volunteers, some of whom are on this call, are working around the clock. We're like treating it like a breaking news operation all the time. People think we have a building because our post office box is connected to a building. So when you Google us, this building comes up. People think that's our building. Okay, where in fact, Unchained TV World Headquarters is my living room coffee table. But we have a lot of volunteers who help us, and we couldn't do it without them. Let's face it, TV networks spend billions of dollars creating their streaming network. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars creating our streaming network, and there it is. And I could go on all day about some of the really fun shows we have. One of the things that is really important is to show that our movement is not a sacrifice. It is an adventure. It is joyous. We are happier than the general population because we're not weighed down by all that killing. We're not weighed down by all the, everything that comes with on a certain level. Everybody knows they're killing in order to eat animals. There's a disconnect, but on some level they know it. And so we need to present our movement as value added, not a sacrifice. And that's what we really try to do with our programming, is show that Just Egg, for example. Now, I'd also like to make a little comment in terms of the vegan movement. Please stop knocking meat and dairy alternatives. If you want to be whole food, plant-based, or if you want to be a raw vegan, by all means, go for it. I applaud you. I'm not a raw vegan. I try to eat, a lot of whole food, plant-based. I got my little green smoothie right here with kale in it. But do not knock vegan alternatives, like, for example, Beyond Meat. In fact, when I did an interview, when we have a whole mini doc
on Beyond Meat, streaming on Unchained TV. I could show you a little bit of it. He said, yes, it was the incumbent industry, but it was also, he implied in a very nice way, I'm not putting anything on him, he's an amazing guy, but he also implied that criticism from the purists in the vegan community hurt Beyond Meat. So I hear it all the time from people, well, don't eat that. If you eat it, don't eat it. But if you asked a cow, hey, would you prefer people keep their mouths shut about veggie burgers, or would you prefer people, castigate veggie burgers because they're not an entire whole food, even though they're mushed up peas and various other veggies that are just put in a patty? The cow would say, yes, please don't kill me. Encourage people to eat these alternatives. So I think it's really important when we're talking about what we can do to counteract the mainstream media misinformation campaign. We need to come up with a campaign, which we have, but we just need buy-in to respond to misinformation in mainstream media. We need to speak with a unified voice. We also need to burst out of the vegan echo chamber, and we also need to stop the infighting. And we also need, as sort of a cousin of the infighting, to stop critiquing companies that are vegan that we don't particularly find to be our first choice. Please stop that, because that has been very detrimental. And I hear it all the time. So it's not like, well, no, nobody does that. Yes, they do. And it's sort of like a point of pride. Well, I don't eat that. No, if you don't want to eat it, fine. But and I think maybe I should show the Beyond Meat video, because the fact is that the new Beyond Meat product has just been endorsed by the American Cancer Association, I believe. I can give you the exact organizations. And this is a great thing. You get to see how it works here. You just put in Beyond Meat, and there you go on our streaming network. Look how many Beyond Meat products come up and videos come up, a lot. So we can just look at this one right now. Let me know if you can
We want to become
hear it.
the next great
Yes, we can.
global protein company. And if my hope and my prayer every day for Beyond Meat is that we help more life today than we did yesterday, and we'll help more tomorrow than we did today. And by life, I mean human health, I mean animals, I mean this earth. There's so much that we can do by taking protein directly from plants versus running plants to an animal. And we're just getting started.
It caramelizes and browns in a pan just like animal beef. It's like gonna blow your mind.
We're here outside the world headquarters of Beyond Meat, one of the most innovative and important companies on the planet. Fasten your seatbelts. You're gonna get a tour and find out why. To be here with the Beyond Meat founder, president, and CEO, Ethan Brown. Tell us about 4.0.
First of all, it's wonderful to have you. Thank you for all the work you do. It's great to be together again. And I remember you visited 7, 8 years ago, and it's wonderful to have you back in. So it's great.
It's dramatically transformed. Yes, I did a tour about 7 or 8 years ago. They were at a different location. It was much smaller. This is massive, and it really speaks to the power of Beyond Meat. Tell us about this newest product that's just come out.
As you know, we've had this issue where we came out of the gate very successful in terms of bringing plant-based meat to a mainstream audience, right? And that generated some resistance from primarily the incumbent industry. And they started to run advertisements and campaigns suggesting there was something wrong with plant-based meat from a health perspective. Now, that never sat right with us because we do so much research. We have a program, a 5-year program with the Stanford School of Medicine and other institutions that are showing how healthful Beyond Meat is in terms of transforming certain disease states. Now, the challenge is we don't have a big megaphone to communicate that message, right? So we said, you know what do we want to do? We're going to allow iron to sharpen iron. I love that phrase that the fiercest winds make the strongest branches. If you're under attack, you can you can sort of complain about it, or you can just get to work. And we decided we're going to get to work. You know, we have an unassailable argument in terms of, you know, climate and animal welfare and natural resources, all the efficiencies. But if they're going to attack health, we're just going to become healthier. And so what we decided to do was start to renovate our core portfolio. And the Beyond 4 represents over 3 years of work to create the next iteration of Beyond Meat. And we brought in doctors and nutritionists and registered dietitians to help us craft a burger that not only tastes even better than the Beyond 3, but delivers really strong health benefits. And that includes, we dropped the saturated fat by 60%, but we also importantly swapped out the coconut oil for avocado oil. And so avocado oil is a very heart healthy oil. And so what we're allowing consumers to do now is they can really enjoy this. I eat, you know, multiple burgers when I sit down, right? Because there's no concern, right? It has only 2 grams of saturated fat, which is not a lot in terms of your daily limit. We also brought the sodium levels down, right? So we wanted to make it unassailable. And you know what? We're going to keep going. We're going to keep making it better. But the important thing to consider is now it's been certified by the American Heart Association in recipes, right? It has been certified by the American Diabetes Association. It's been certified by the Clean Label Project. And Good Housekeeping gave it this wonderful nutrition award. So we just keep getting better. And that's the point about Beyond 4.
This is it. So this is the new Beyond Burger version 4. And I've got to tell you, the aroma is absolutely spectacular. Okay, so you get the idea. It was the American Heart Association that I was thinking of. So yeah, so look at all the work that is going. And by the way, Beyond Meat just put out a new documentary that launched the day before yesterday that talks about counteracting the mainstream media misinformation campaign. So you can watch that on YouTube. And it's excellent. I saw it yesterday. So, you know, there we are. It's kind of, I've given an overview. I don't want to just go on and on for an hour. I'm going to make a pitch again. Please become a monthly donor. It's right there under the chat. You can just click on it. $5 a month for the price of a cup of coffee. You can join the team. It really is important for us. Again, not just for the actual money. It's really important for us to build that community and show that right now we have approximately 65 monthly donors. If we had 125 monthly donors, that would mean a lot. So I urge you to think about it. It takes 1 second and it's fun. You get a lot of notices and ways to participate. We have some really good parties, by the way. You'll be invited to all of them. Rebecca, are there questions? Because, you know, we opened up this whole discussion about countering the mainstream media narrative that is attacking veganism and, you know, how they're doing it, and also a template for our response. And I'd like to get a dialogue going if we can about that, because I think it's really the most important issue right now for our movement.
Thank you so much, Jane. I see that Sarah Siegel has a question. I see that Sailesh is on board. Would you like to be up here too, Sailesh?
Yes.
Oh,
Thank
great.
you.
Yay.
Okay. And Sarah, if you turn on your camera, which you may not be able to do just yet, the tech will get to you so that you can turn on your camera. We'll bring you up too. Oh, somebody gotta get Jane back up there. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, Jane, I wanted to ask you, is there a misinformation hotline that we could create that, you know, you send it out to all the phone numbers and then we can then know that there is something that we need to respond to?
Yeah, I mean, we have to create an infrastructure.
Right.
Donnie Moss has created a template and he has a plan and he's doing it. But obviously it's going to create, you know, all of these things cost money to do. And so we are pitching that concept. I think it's super important. I think it's something we have to do right away. And I think the only way it's going to be successful is if there's buy-in from the donor community and asking their grantees to, hey, do this as a matter of course. You know, if something can be done with just hitting a response and making a comment, that's an action point that's doable. As you, and I'm sure everybody on this call, we all get a lot of things every day. Every morning I wake up to do this, do this, do this. We know, for example, PETA is extremely successful where you can just hit Y and it sends out a message. there's a lot of big organizations that have great technology that allow people to respond quickly, but that's not something you can just go, it has to be done in a coordinated way, and it requires funding. So we are trying to make that happen. I can't think of anything more important. As I said, I was a reporter for 30 years. I remember once the carriage horse industry is, connected to a union in New York, and they're very powerful. And we did a story about, I was at CNN Headline News. We did a story about the carriage horse industry and the cruelty to horses and what's happening to horses. And they came after me, and I was called in, and, nothing, that's what any editor would do. Say, can you justify what you wrote here? And can you write? I didn't like that. I did it. But as a reporter, I can tell you, first person example, it puts people on notice, and it has to go both ways. So I think it's really, really important that we show strength in numbers and do that. We have the template. Now we need the backing of the powers that be in our movement to make this happen.
Wow, thank you. That sounds great. Sarah, did you have a question or comment?
Sarah?
Yes, I had to be wait to be unmuted. Thank you. My question is, I am currently writing an article on speciesist language in the mainstream media, because that's what most people do watch. And I think, like what you just said, we need to have some type of a place where we can actually put these comments. Like when you hear things like people say, out of the gate, no dog in that fight, and all the things that the mainstream reporters say on a daily basis. They actually say this stuff. I write it down every day. And I actually wrote to Vinnie Politan, and I told him to stop doing that. And he did, because the other night he said out of the box, and he just kept saying out of the gate, out of the gate. And he said out of the box. And I wrote him and said, thank you. So they will listen to you if you do, like Jane said. And I am on Twitter, and we have almost 5,000 followers, so I could retweet your stuff. I didn't realize that you guys were doing that, but that's the thing. We don't even know about this type of stuff. Most people don't even think about it. Dogfighting is actually illegal in the United States. So why are they saying dog in this fight all the time? And they say dark horse and just all the speciesist language. So Ray was talking about that earlier in the earlier segment. And I just think we do need to have some type of a place to put that. So I've been writing my article forever, and I think maybe I should talk to Donnie and have him help me co-author it, because the main reason I haven't sent it in is because I need to get some more like facts and stuff, not just what I see or hear.
First
So that's my question. Thank
if you write a good article, we could publish it on Unchained TV. I don't know how many facts you need. What would be good is to do alternative language. And I think PETA had a campaign years ago. Famously, it was feed two birds with one scone. That's the one I remember. So what you could do is here's the bad language, and here's an alternative you can use. And in fact, I always thought that would be a good book, like an ebook, like to come up with all the alternatives. So you don't have to come up with all the alternatives, Sarah, but if you come up with 10 alternatives to commonly used phrases, and you could credit PETA with feed two birds with one stone. That's enough for an article. We live in an ADD culture. You don't have to write a PhD thesis. You just have to put it down, and you don't necessarily need to attack any reporters either. That's not something that I think is malicious. It's more like we all find ourselves doing it. I've found myself saying things like, oh, what did I say? That was speciesist, because we're conditioned to use these phrases. And I think it is very important to stop using those phrases, and we have to come up with alternatives that are fun. Feed two birds with one scone is fun. And when I say it to people, they turn around, they go, wow. And so come up with some fun alternatives, use 6 or 7 examples. And if indeed you feel that Vinny, who I know responded, that's a positive thing, you could say, I don't know for sure, because you don't know for sure. You didn't talk to him, and he didn't say to you, yes, Sarah, I stopped using that phrase. But you could say, he did say out of the box, and wow, isn't that a wonderful alternative? I don't know if I was the one who inspired that, but however it happened, it's nice that he used that other phrase. So yeah, put that article together, and we'll publish it on Unchained TV.
Thank you, Jane. I wanted to say something and now I've lost it. So I'm gonna
Well,
say,
I'd like to ask Dr. Rao a question.
all right.
So I outlined, because Dr. Rao, you're very optimistic. And of course, we did a documentary on you called Countdown to Year Zero. And I think the year is 2026. We're a year away.
Yes. Yes.
And right now it looks like we're going in the other direction. Meat consumption's on the rise. We have all these hit pieces, but I always turn to you for the big picture and how things are not as bad as they appear. So what are your thoughts on this misinformation campaign and how we can, oh, somebody's got a whole list here. Wow. Go ahead.
Yeah. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. They are desperate because it is the leading cause of climate change. It's now coming out. It is a leading cause of every known environmental ill. It's coming out. And the earth is literally getting hotter, faster and faster. So they can see that. This is why they are talking about going to Canada and, annexing Greenland. So it's all part of this.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all part of, they know it's going to be scorched earth here in the US. If you project out into the next 2 decades, it doesn't look good for life in the
That's what I'm
US.
saying.
Yeah, life in the US. So they know that. So they're pretending that they don't believe in climate change, when in reality, they're actually preparing for it. Okay? So I say, see through it, please, and know that they are fighting you now. So it's time for us to act like we are one. Act like you're one. And then you say, look, there is no other way to deal with this. Fossil fuels if you shut down fossil fuels, it's only going to make things hotter. Okay? And I want people to start using my numbers, using my research, as opposed to still quoting numbers from the UNFAO. Basically quoting meat industry numbers, which makes zero sense that the vegan movement would be doing that. Like Game Changers use the FAO's numbers. Even Eating Our Way to Extinction used the FAO's numbers. And I'm saying, what happened to my research, Right? And so if you start using my numbers and becoming, again, it's part of this, this coming together as a movement and being proud of being vegan, another one, because people keep saying plant-based, plant-forward, plant-rich. There's so many plant versions of this. In reality, it's only when you go vegan that you're going to impact the environment. Because you could be eating plants and wearing leather, it won't make a difference to the environment, because people are going to be raising cows just for their skin.
Right.
So,
I remember what I was going to say. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Jane. We have a group on Signal called Movement Monday, and we post articles there. It's some conversation, but it's some posting articles so that we have read some of the same things. And I'll say, who can help me write on this? I just posted. Will somebody else join in? But it's just a few of us, and it's not big enough like you were talking about. We need a big group that is for that purpose, because many of us would like to be able to write to that New York Times article and say something. But if we don't know about it, and also if we don't have the time, we can't do it. So thank you.
And also, if you don't have a subscription, I mean, I'm urging people to get a subscription to the New York Times, because that sets the tone. Now, several years ago in 2023, a great reporter named Kara Buckley wrote an article that said, "Save the planet, put down that hamburger." She quoted an Oxford University study that showed that heavy meat eaters, which is most Americans, can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions footprint by 75% by switching to a plant-based diet. That was a fabulous article. I quote it all the time. Every time I do a podcast, I try to put the article up there. Now, it was not picked up. It wasn't picked up by anybody, liberal or conservative media or center of the road media. So this is not a partisan issue in terms of left, right, it's across the board. If you are hearing zero understanding of what Dr. Rao just said. And that's another reason why Unchained TV is very important, because, you know, if a tree falls and no one hears it, does it make a sound? And just like people who were fighting regimes in maybe the 19th century were handing out little pieces of paper in dark alleys, well, that's us. We're getting the word out there. Are we getting the word out there to the number of people we want? No. But we're on our way. And by the way, we created a FAST channel, which is free ad-supported television, where that channel has already been picked up by 10 platforms with more on the way, and it's global. So that's another way we're getting the word out. But the point is that it's very important to these organizations and these individuals when they're doing undercover investigations, et cetera, that somebody is covering them. And I can give you a couple of examples, but let me just very quickly, I'm going to take back, we've still got a couple of minutes here. I'll take this back and share. You talked about Dr. Bishop. We just interviewed him, where he again made the point that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. We have breaking news for you. Now, we all know the planet is in crisis. Don't need me to tell you that. Global warming is creating so many problems. There's climate anxiety, and that climate crisis is closer and closer. We hear all the time about fossil fuels, how terrible fossil fuels are. But now there is a new paper suggesting fossil fuels are not the main culprit, that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. Now, this is an extraordinary development, because it essentially means that everything that's being done with the COP UN conferences is missing the point, and that we are not putting the real culprit of climate change on trial. We have the scientist who has just published this paper with us today, Dr. Gerard Wedderburn Bishop, and he says he has the climate solution. Now, I want to put up the paper. This looks very wonky. Increased transparency in accounting conventions could benefit climate policy, a just published research paper. But what if we told you that this is the key to saving the planet? What if I told you the gentleman you are about to hear from has the real solution to climate change, because he is documenting the real cause, the leading cause of climate change, which is being denied by the powers that be? Dr. Wedderburn Bishop, give us in plain English your thesis. What are you saying, sir?
Thank you, Jane. Yes, and I thought I'd actually do something different today and tell you the origin story about how this came to be. And I think I just realised really, it probably explains better the concepts that we worked through to come up with this result, that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. Over 10 years ago. Yes, okay. Well, thank you. And thank you for your work.
All right. So one of the things that I want to talk about is communication, because I am a huge fan of Dr. Wedderburn Bishop. And what I was trying to do with him is to break it down into terms that people could understand, because we also ran a video that he produced with Ray, who is on here, who does incredible work. But it was very wonky. A lot of it uses terminology that I didn't understand, and it's like going right over my head. So I think that another way we have to improve is in the communications department. Now, we were trying to simplify it and get it down to the nitty gritty, but it's a complicated issue because it's a very big problem, and there's a lot of different ways to do accounting, to account for the different emissions. So I will say that it was very challenging to try to get it down to people terms. But I will also say, as a reporter for more than 30 years, I challenge anybody who says it's too complicated to explain. No. If you are a good communicator, you can explain it in a way that everybody can understand. That is our challenge. We're failing that right now. People do not understand. So we got to the point where, and I'm a perfect example. I remember when we did a convergence earlier, Dr. Rao was explaining things, and he's a brilliant systems analyst and engineer. And finally, Rebecca got up, who is a elementary school teacher, and she went up to the front of the room. She said, I'm going to translate. Dr. Rao said something, and then she said, yeah, okay, guys, what that means is, remember that? Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was a great day for me.
Yeah. We have to get to that point with these complicated stories if we want people to understand what we're talking about.
Fuels, but only about a third the emissions.
Okay, so this is like a fossil fuels. And then you say that animal agriculture causes more climate change than any other human activity. Now, you have done a video on this that is also on Unchained TV. Let's play the clip. If you want to simplify it, which is what we're trying to do today, it's that they're accounting it wrong. Bad accounting. You know how people get in trouble for doing bad accounting when it comes to money? Well, this is bad accounting when it comes to climate change. Let's listen, and then we'll discuss on the other side. All right.
Agriculture and climate change. This video explores the three developments in climate accounting and climate science that upend our understanding of which human activities cause climate change. The first is consistent carbon accounting, the subject of a 2024 paper. By IPCC convention, we measure the full carbon dioxide emission from fossil fuels, but only about a third the emissions from land clearing. This is inconsistent because all carbon emissions are equally absorbed by growing vegetation and the oceans, with the remainder staying in the atmosphere. The airborne fraction affects our climate. But emissions from both of them behave the same way in the real world. So why account for them differently? Using consistent accounting, we find that land clearing has emitted more carbon than fossil fuels. Extensive land users, therefore, become heavy emitters.
And the most extensive land users are animal agriculture. So basically what you're saying, sir, is that the powers that be, including the United Nations, are doing bad accounting when it comes to the causes of climate change, underreporting animal agriculture because they're underreporting forest destruction as opposed to fossil fuels. And now it's very interesting that you should say that because there have been articles. So anyway, you could see I'm struggling. I'm struggling to really try to say in people terms his points, and he's brilliant, but we struggled during that because we need almost like some kind of communications expert to come in, or a speechwriter or something, and break it down and do a better job in speaking to average people. You know, we don't even know between Fahrenheit and Celsius, and 90% of the people don't know what IPCC means. I didn't know what IPCC meant until I started delving into this. So A, never use acronyms. B, don't use words that people can't understand. Break it down as if you're a third grade teacher trying to teach people. And that doesn't mean you're talking down to your audience. Actually, when you use big words that nobody understands, that's when you're talking down to people and making them feel stupid. So I get passionate about this because this is the most important issue for the world to absorb, and we are not communicating it the way we need to communicate it for people to go, aha, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Very few people are going, aha, I get it. Yeah, so take it away. We've got two hands raised.
Right, let's bring on Nancy. And then we have Paige. If she'll turn on her camera, we can get her going if we can get her camera on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Jane, I love everything you do. Every time I've seen you reporting, and it's very powerful. I would like to suggest the climate, instead of climate change, we say climate crisis or catastrophic climate crisis, because change, good, bad, indifferent. Also, instead of animal agriculture, what I always say, which I learned from the panel on the film Countdown to Year Zero, this guy who wasn't a vegan, he said, oh, we should call it animal agritorture, because that's what it is. So from then on, which was many years ago, I've been using animal agritorture. It's not a culture. So I would recommend that instead of domestication, domesticration, which is a David Nybert, the philosophy teacher. He coined that word. Additionally, feed a fed horse, grab the rose by the thorns, but grab the rose by the thorns. Okay, so that's that. The thing, I applaud you and Donnie for writing to the New York Times or any newspaper that you write to. I do underscore with you how important mainstream media is. I would like to, I feel like the left is really important to reach because they're into their burgers and, oh, climate crisis is caused by fossil fuels and vaccines. I mean, that's a very big subject for everybody, but we've got to vaccinate everyone because that's what health is about rather than plant-based eating right. So they're on the wrong side of history, I think, especially animal agriculture. So I write them. Sailesh knows about this because I'm always saying, you've had on this climate scientist saying, you know, fossil fuels are it. Why don't you have on Sailesh Rao? And I give a little history. I mean, you know, I give a little bio of him. Democracynow.org, 5 days a week. And Rebecca, I would love to jump in with you guys. It seems like with Jane and Donnie and me writing Democracy Now! And your group, if you could maybe put a link in the chat, that would be great because I feel like, and the last thing is Dawn Watch. I may have mentioned this often, but Karen Dawn of Dawn Watch, she also was a reporter for many years, like you, Jane, to amazing people. And she has a Dawn Watch where people write in and say, oh, there was this New York Times article about.
Great job.
What?
She does a great job. She does a great job in getting people to write letters to the editor. That's very important. But beyond that, we have to go after these reporters who are putting out misinformation. And that's that's like a social media campaign. Thank you, though. I love your ideas. And I'm glad that you're on the team. And once we have that infrastructure activated, you're going to be a great consistent sharer, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Jane. Thank you, Nancy. We have 3 more people with questions in only 5 minutes. No, 4 more people if we count Alfred in the chat. So Jane, is yours a quick question? Not Jane, Paige, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Yes.
Oh.
No, no, it's not working, Paige.
Oh, crud. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, try it. Just try, get your question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. I think I have to open the door of my car or something. So, Dr. Rao, I agree with you 100%. Vegan is an important word. However, I am going to bring up plant-based treaty because right now I'm going to my probably 30th event of Earth Month, and probably the 5th or 6th that is not a vegan event that I can actually table and talk to people about their food choices and changes. Because essentially, if I say I'm, this is a vegan organization, they might not answer my email. So what's been happening when I say, oh, plant-based treaty, we want to bring system changes, or I don't even get into that. I'm like, oh, look, well, I did this and I did this. It's open. I'm going to my neighborhood 5 minutes away. I'm super excited.
Yeah.
Now, Jane, this one's for you. Okay. I am a decent writer. I'm going to call myself that, but I'll tell you what, to come up with that clever response back and forth. Whew. So here's what I think. We need to have those that are willing to have a workshop, or even better, that I can tweak a little. If you give me something to, if someone's willing, I know, no more homework, right? But if someone were really, I just don't know if I'm going to have the clever responses. And I'm a little nervous. Like I might say something stupid. I'm just being honest. I'm a college educated person, but still. I wonder if there might be other people who are a little bit in that analysis paralysis about themselves. That's all I want to say. So if there's some way we can get that system.
Yeah, you raised 2 great points. And Dr. Rao and I love to debate, and, we're both on the same team, but it's dialectics, argument and counter argument to reach a higher understanding. I don't care about a word. Okay. I don't care if the word vegan was never spoken again. I care about people not killing animals and not destroying the planet. And not destroying their own lives and health. So I agree. Plant-based, for whatever reason, is less threatening. I say go with it when you feel that that's. I use them interchangeably, but look at the LGBTQ movement. That the words that are used to describe the LGBTQ movement have changed over time. All right, and so that's an example of how they're pivoting depending on what works, who's coming into the movement. And so I'm not just married to a particular word. But as far as what you're saying, I think what's great about the Donnie Moss campaign, which I hope to get off the ground, is that he can do all that heavy lifting. He's a great reporter who can get in there, and he is really good at this. He has a little bit of a genius for finding that problem, highlighting it, interacting in a way that's not belligerent, where the reporters actually respond. And, he's gotten major corporations who said they would never do something to do things. So I think he can do the heavy lifting. All we need to do is retweet and comment. Even if you just say pathetic journalism, that's fine. And so I wouldn't worry about, I'm not good, put that away. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. We are at the top of the hour. I wonder, Jane, if you have time, if somebody had a comment, they could put it in the chat for you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And let me just say once again, I'm going to give, I put it there a couple of times. Please help us out. If you guys don't become monthly donors, who will, right? So we need those monthly, $5 a month. I'm not asking for any more of that. We're trying to build that number. It's really important for us. So I'm putting in the chat again. There's somebody here who says she's going to go on a hunger strike. Will I cover it? Yes. You can reach me at info@unshanedtv. info@unshanedtv.com. That will go straight to my personal email, and I will answer you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. That was fabulous. That was fabulous. And I see that action is going to be taken. And I almost hear the signups happening now. Okay. And we have our next guest here, Elmira. Welcome. Are you going to be using slides?
Yeah, I have some slides to share.
Oh, okay. Do you want to practice ahead of time or no? All right.
I
then.
can.
All right. Well, very good. Let me go ahead and introduce you. So glad you're here. Welcome to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. Thank you for being here. I'm Rebecca Allen, your Climate Healers NC today. I am honored to introduce you to Elmira Tanner, the lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere, also called DXE, a grassroots network of animal rights activists working to achieve revolutionary social and political change for animals in one generation. Elmira Tanner is very determined, compassionate, and an organized person who keeps her compassion and kindness steady in the middle of hundreds of people. I can tell you that because I have been there and seen her in action. Welcome, Elmira. Your topic is movement ecology and the right to rescue. Everyone, please welcome Elmira Tanner.
Thanks so much for having me, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. Does that look great?
Yes, it does.
Okay, awesome. And yeah, if there's any tech issues, I'm sure somebody can help people out in the chat. So yeah, I'm really excited to be chatting today. I actually am going to just focus on the Right to Rescue campaign and why it's a critical campaign, not just for Direct Action Everywhere, but I think for the entire movement. And I'll talk a little bit about the history of the campaign, where we're at now, and hopefully we have lots of time for questions at the end. And yeah, I hope that whether you are somebody who directly engages in direct action or protest, or somebody who's supporting behind the scenes or doing different types of activism, that the Right to Rescue is something that a lot of people can rally behind, because I think it's a campaign that just compels so many different types of people to support, because it truly is about bringing liberation to life. And I think just for context, Direct Action Everywhere, as Rebecca said, we have a mission to achieve revolutionary social and political change for animals in one generation. And what that looks like for us is some sort of constitutional amendment or something similar, where all non-human animals would have their basic rights enshrined. And we call this Rose's Law at DXC. Of course, we know that at the end of the day, whatever gets written into the Constitution is not going to be called Rose's Law, but that's kind of what we have called it as we're advocating for it, named after chicken Rose, who was rescued from a factory farm in California. And Rose's Law has 5 key rights, and one of those is the right to rescue. And I think a lot of times when we talk about the right to rescue, we think about our right to rescue animals, but really the right is the animal's right to be rescued from situations of distress or exploitation. They have that right to be taken out of that situation when they're being exploited, when they're being abused. And so this campaign, this Right to Rescue campaign, is a critical step on our path towards Rose's Law and towards this constitutional amendment. And the primary way that we advocate for the right to rescue is through the strategy and the tactic of open rescue, which I think a lot of people have probably heard of before, but I'm going to go a little bit into the history of open rescue. So if you don't know, the incredible woman on the right of the screen with the braids is somebody named Patty Mark. Patty Mark is from Australia, or she lives in Australia, and she is kind of known as the pioneer of the open rescue movement, the first person to ever really use this tactic. And this was in the early 1990s, so 1993 specifically. She had already been investigating factory farms and rescuing animals from there, but doing so in a way that most other people in the movement were not showing their faces, not saying who they were, more of a clandestine thing. And in 1993, she decided that, you know what, I'm not her, so I don't know exactly the thought process directly, but what I'm doing is the right thing to do. I'm saving animals who are being tortured, who are being abused, who are going to be killed. I'm not ashamed of what I'm doing. I think this is right, and I'm going to show my face, because this is something that I'm proud of doing, and I'm not going to hide it anymore. And that is what open rescue is all about. It's about rescuing the animals, but being very open about who we are, where this is happening, proud of what we're doing, not pretending that it's some anonymous person. And this tactic, when she started using it in 1993, generated a lot of results in the sense of more conversations, more press attention, more drama around these rescues and these investigations, which could then reach more people. And then in 1999, I think specifically, Patty Mark came to the United States to speak at a conference that was hosted by the United Poultry Concerns. And that was when the tactic of open rescue was brought to the United States. She spoke about how powerful it was going in Australia, and how it was really transforming the way that they were doing rescues and doing investigations, and open rescue started happening in the United States. So in the early 2000s, we were actually seeing quite a few open rescues in the United States. And, this tactic, like why I think it did catch on and why Patty started it and found it so transformative is because it really is anti-speciesism in action. Like ultimately, what we want to see as animal rights activists is a world where animals are not being exploited. So when they're being exploited, we should take them out of that situation and rescue them. It's really clear what is happening and what we should do. And this is a term that social movement theorists sometimes call action logic, which is like when the action that you're doing logically makes a ton of sense. And sometimes we don't get to have great action logic. When we're protesting outside of a horse racing track or a grocery store, there's not a ton of action logic there because, we're protesting, we're not directly doing the thing that we want. And sometimes it's because our options are limited. But contrast that to, for example, in the civil rights movement, the lunch counter sit-ins, where the lunch counters were segregated. The people didn't want them to be segregated. And so what they did was they sat at the lunch counters and desegregated them. That is perfect action logic. You are doing exactly what you want. When you are sitting on the bus in the place you're not supposed to, you are doing the thing that you want. And when we go into these farms and we take these animals out or we take them out of a slaughterhouse, we are doing exactly what we want. The action logic is really strong, and that helps gain a lot of public attention and support for our cause. So I'm not saying that other types of rescues or other types of actions are bad. It's just this is what makes open rescue so compelling. And I think a lot of us inherently already kind of support this idea, even people who are not animal rights activists. When we talk to people about, what would you do if you saw a dog in a hot car and the windows were all rolled up and they were really suffering and the guardian was nowhere to be found? Do you think it's right to break the window to take the dog out? I think most people are like, yes, it is. And that is exactly what open rescue is. That is exactly what the right to rescue is. And that's why it's so powerful. And so in addition to this action logic and kind of this pure anti-speciesism in action, the drama that these open rescues create and the subsequent court cases that come from them are really incredible for getting media attention. Media loves courtroom stories. They love conflict and drama. They like the storytelling that comes from one individual animal or two individual animals who have names and personalities, and you can root for them. And that is in contrast to maybe just saying 10 million chickens were killed today at the slaughterhouse. That's really hard for people to grapple with. And it feels kind of routine and anonymous and vague. But the open rescues and these court cases, they really get to personify the animals and kind of provide the stories that are helpful for the media to tell to the public. Also, so we've got the public support from the action logic, we've got the courtroom drama and the media attention. The other reason that these open rescues and the court cases that come from them are so powerful is because despite the risks, the battles that happen in the court system have the opportunity to fundamentally transform the way our legal system views other animals. So right now, animals live in the property status category of the law, but there are some parts of the law where we clearly understand that they're not property. For example, in California, as in many states, there is a right to break a window to rescue a dog from a hot car. There's not a right to break a window if somebody's ice cream cone is melting in the car, right? We clearly understand, even in the law, that there's a difference between an ice cream cone and a dog, and all animals. So these court cases, when we can kind of force the system to grapple with what category are these animals in, we have the opportunity to shift them and to create case law, essentially, that says animals are more than property. They are persons. They're not humans, sure, but they are persons who have rights and can be kind of seen as victims in the court of law, which, as I think we can all imagine, if all of a sudden animals get fully shifted into that person category, the floodgates will open to, well, if they're persons, then why are we confining them, preventing them from exhibiting any of their natural behaviors, killing them by the billions, etc. So those are kind of some of the incredible opportunities and the power that comes with open rescue, and why I think the strategy and this tactic is so powerful, and why I think Patty, Mark, and all the other pioneers of it thought it was so powerful. So this is kind of, that's kind of a big picture thing, but I'm going to bring you back to the early 2000s. This stuff's happening in the United States, happening around the world, in Australia and other countries as well. And then, if folks are familiar with the history of our movement, there was a big wave of repression. So in the early 2000s, mid kind of aughts, I guess they say, it was kind of the peak of the Green Scare. I think a lot of people might be familiar with the Shack 7 campaign, where 6 individuals were sentenced to several years in prison for violating the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, not for open rescue, but just as part of the animal rights movement. There were also 2 open rescues in the US that did go through the legal system, Adam Durand and Amber Canavan, both of whom ended up spending time in jail. And this all kind of happening at the same time in 2004, 2005, 2006, et cetera, basically stopped a lot of direct action in the United States. It succeeded, unfortunately, at creating a very chilling effect for the direct action movement. And then for a while, with the exception of Amber's case, we didn't really see any open rescues and very little direct action and civil disobedience in the animal rights movement. And that brings us to the foundation of direct action everywhere. I'm not a founder of DXC, but I do know that the folks who did found DXC, they already had a vision in their mind that when they wanted to start direct action everywhere, they were going to do open rescue. And this was going to be a key tactic. And they knew that bringing direct action back to the United States was really important, even though it was scary. And even though people said, you're going to be labeled a terrorist, they knew that direct action is so important, and all those reasons why open rescue is such a powerful tactic. And so in 2015, not this photo, but in 2015, Direct Action Everywhere released our first open rescue. And this was the rescue of Mei Hua, a chicken from a Whole Foods certified humane cage-free egg farm. And leading up to that investigation and that rescue, people were obviously getting legal advice and legal opinions of what the risks are, what are we looking at? And everybody was just telling the activists, you're going to go to prison. Like, you are like, this is too risky. What are you doing? This is like not smart. You're going to spend years in prison. Look at what happened in the past. And the DXC folks, Wayne and Priya and Ronnie and all the people as part of that that first open rescue, they did it anyway. And then nothing happened repression-wise. I mean, it was in the New York Times and it was incredible and tons of attention. And it was the first open rescue in a really long time in the United States, but no repression. Nobody was arrested. Released another one in 2015. No repression. Nobody was arrested. That was the Whole Foods turkey farm. And for several years, we were doing pretty consistent open rescues with no repression. And then 2018 happened. And then it felt like every day, which is an exaggeration, but it felt like every day new felonies were being filed. And this is kind of a concept sometimes we see in social movements where there's a curve of repression, where at first the authorities are like, let's just try to not give them too much attention and just like, maybe they'll stop on their own. Oh gosh, they're not going to stop. Now we're going to really throw the book at them. And eventually we're going to hit the top of that repression curve where they're like, the repression's not working. We'll let them do whatever they want and we'll go back to no repression. But 2018 was really when that repression curve started. And we started seeing significant charges being brought against animal rescuers, which is scary. But as you remember when I was talking earlier, partly the point, like we wanted these court cases. Let's go. Let's put this stuff in front of a jury and let's see what they say. And let's get the media attention that comes with these trials and get the public to think like, do I really think somebody who's rescuing piglets from the largest factory farm in the entire United States should go to prison? Like that's the type of battle we wanted. So despite being a little scared, we were excited. And the first trial, our first big right to rescue trial that happened was actually in November of 2021. And people might not be that familiar with it because it wasn't like the biggest deal in sense of we didn't exactly know what we were doing yet, and we didn't have a ton of campaigning around it, but it was actually in rural North Carolina, and Wayne went on trial for the rescue of 2 goats. Well, actually one goat. He had rescued two, but the trial was about one goat. And he was actually convicted. He was convicted of 2 felonies, which is pretty serious. And surprisingly, though, sentenced to no time in jail and only a $250 fine and some probation. I don't think he's even paid the fine. I think he refused to because they said that that was the value of the goats. He's like, I'm not paying for these goats. And so, this kind of big thing happened, but there wasn't that much consequences for it. And so it was kind of like, okay, that was a little bit of the test run. The next big one is really where the stakes are high. And that's where this photo is from. This was the Smithfield investigation, where there's the largest pig farm in the country, run by Smithfield, the largest pork producer in the entire world. And Wayne and another activist, Paul, and actually not in this photo, ultimately were going on trial for the rescue of 2 piglets. And this was not like North Carolina. The stakes here were very high. It was very scary. One, Smithfield is incredibly powerful. As I said, largest pork producer in the entire world. They had the FBI working with them. The FBI had been raiding sanctuaries, looking for the piglets. Involved in this case, it was a state prosecution. So the Attorney General of Utah was actually running the prosecution. It's in Utah, a relatively conservative state. And we knew that if they lost, they would probably be spending several years in prison. And so going into this trial in late 2022, we were pretty prepared for how to react if they were going to prison. We had like their personal information, we had a game plan, like it wasn't going to be fun, but we were prepared for them to go to prison because I just don't think there's unless a miracle occurs, I think they're going to be convicted. And then they're going to be sentenced to state prison in Utah, which is not a place that you want to go. But then a miracle did kind of occur. And for the first time ever in the history of the world, they were acquitted, which means that every single person on that jury said not guilty for all charges for both Wayne and Paul. And being in that courtroom when that happened was probably one of the best moments of my life. I could not believe it. And the jurors agreed that they hadn't stolen anything from Smithfield and they didn't go in with the intention to steal. They went in documenting what was happening and rescuing animals who were so sick that they were probably going to die and end up in some dumpster somewhere. And didn't even deprive Smithfield of any economic value. Smithfield didn't even know this had happened until the news broke about it, the investigation, and the jurors agreed. And the consequences, the positive consequences, beyond just Wayne and Paul not being in prison, were incredible from this case. So many people heard about it. It was in the New York Times twice. An op-ed that Wayne wrote was published in there. The state of Utah got so upset, they actually passed 2 laws after this happened to try to prevent this from ever happening again, which obviously in its face is a bad thing, but the repression showed this is working. And we're like, wow, this is exactly what we wanted out of these cases. And it was the scariest one, and we did it. And then less than 6 months later, we did it again. And Alicia and Alexandra, 2 activists, were fully acquitted of all their charges by a jury in Merced, which is a very agricultural area of California, for rescuing 2 chickens from the back of a Foster Farms slaughter truck. And that brought us to late 2023, Sonoma County, our 4th trial. Where it became very complicated. I was once in this case, there were 6 of us, and by the time trial was really happening, Wayne was the only defendant left. And he was facing, really at the end of the day, only 4 charges, but they were quite legally complicated because they were conspiracy charges. The trial took 2 months. I felt like we were in a twilight zone of how long this was going. There was a lot of not great things that were happening at that case, and in the trial, and ultimately Wayne was convicted of 3 of the 4 charges, immediately sent to jail, and eventually sentenced to about 90 days in jail, served about 40 of them, because that's just how it works in California, as well as 2 years of probation, which he's currently serving right now. And that probation includes a stay-away order from myself and 13 other activists, meaning I am not allowed to be within the vicinity of Wayne or even speak to him, even by messenger, for 2 entire years. And so we had this winning streak, and then things kind of ended in Sonoma. And even though like that is a bummer, of course, and Wayne had to go to jail, the loss of this case actually provides us with an incredible opportunity, because you actually, when you win, like when we won in Utah and when we won in Merced, you don't actually make case law. That's not how you make case law. You make case law by losing and then winning on appeal. And so right now, Wayne's case is actually in appeal, which means that we're actually waiting for the government to send a brief. But if, for example, a appeals court, a higher level of judges says some of the rulings that happened in Wayne's case were not correct, then that is really where we have the chance to say, well, actually, animals are persons, in the sense of we could use this defense to rescue them, etc. So that is kind of an exciting opportunity that comes out of these cases. And so we're kind of 2 for 4 at this moment, where we've got 2 wins and we've got 2 losses, but I would be remiss to mention 2 other cases that I'm going to count as wins, even though they actually never happened. And that is Iowa Select Farms, the investigation of ventilation shutdown and the rescue of a piglet there by Matt Johnson and team, and Ridgeland Farms, the rescue of 3 beagles from a beagle breeding facility in Wisconsin. And the reason those cases don't really count towards their wins or losses is because the charges were dropped at the last minute, right before trial was about to begin. Literally, there were people on their way to Iowa to go to this trial when the charges were dropped. And Ridgeland, we had a whole 10 days before trial was supposed to start. And I think these cases count as wins because the reason the charges were dropped is because they knew that they were probably going to lose and that the cases were not going to be good for them. So in a sense, we're kind of like 2 for 4, but I think we're kind of 4 for 6. And that is our record as we kind of head into Zoe Rosenberg's trial, which is what I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about, specifically this case, which is our currently only pending right to rescue case other than Wayne's appeal. And this is the advertising of the company in question, whereas my co-organizer Zoe is facing 5 years in prison for rescuing animals from their slaughterhouse. It's Rocky and Rosie, the organic chicken, the free-range chicken. Look how much fun these chickens are having. They've got sunglasses on and pearls. All of us can see how horribly offensive this marketing is when we know what happens to these animals inside these factory farms. And doubly confusing is that this is the marketing that people see in the grocery store. I'm actually in Petaluma right now. If you go to the grocery store, you're going to see Rosie, you're going to see Rocky. What you're not going to see is that Rocky and Rosie are brands under Petaluma Poultry, and Petaluma Poultry is a wholly owned subsidiary by Purdue, which is the 4th largest chicken company in the entire country. I think we might have heard recently that they actually just had to pay $4 million for having child labor. They have environmental violations, so on and so forth. So this is a horrible factory farming company being sold to people in California as this small, local, happy, humane brand. And we've been to these facilities, and this is a photo from one of them. This is inside one of the factory farms that supplies Rocky and Rosie, i.e. Purdue's Petaluma Poultry. This photo was taken in 2018, which is when our campaign against Petaluma Poultry really ramped up. We'd been doing vigils at the slaughterhouse in Petaluma since 2017. This was kind of when the SAVE movement was just kind of taking off. And so there was a SAVE group, and we would document the trucks that were coming in and bear witness to the animals. And in 2018, whistleblowers went to this factory farm, documented what was happening, reported it to the authorities. They obviously did nothing. And then a ton of people showed up to try to help the animals themselves. This was on September 29th, 2018. A lot of people standing on public property, some people standing on the facility, and then some rescuers going directly into the buildings looking for animals who needed help. And there were a lot of animals who needed help. So the animal rescuers, they took the animals out of the facilities and to a medical care tent where they were getting fluids and being assessed because they were in really bad shape. And there were a lot of animals who were really bad shape. But probably not that surprising to a lot of us, the police came. And instead of trying to help the animals and talk to the farmers or the company for abusing these animals, they were there to detain and arrest us. And we were pleading with the police officers, like, please, at least let us bring these animals that we have in our arms to our animal care van, who's right outside. We'll come back, you can arrest us, but we just want to get these animals help. They are desperately in need of help. And the cops said, absolutely not. They arrested all of us on multiple felony charges. There was 58 of us thrown in jail on $20,000 bail each. They ripped birds out of the arms of the rescuers who were carrying them and sent them to animal control, where they were deemed to be too sick to live and all killed. But before this happened, in the part of the negotiation, one officer did say, okay, you can take the sickest chicken to get veterinary care, and you can leave with her. And so that was Rose. Rose was the only chicken to be allowed off the property with an animal rescuer that day, and the only chicken to survive from that action. And she was the one who was in the worst shape. She was the sickest, but she went to an actual veterinarian who cared enough to give her the treatment that she needed and actually spend the time with her to provide her with care. And she survived, and she lived an entire year after that, despite being kind of so close to death. And I think that just shows how much those 9 individual chickens who were sent to animal control, they probably would have made it too if they'd actually been given a chance. And so Rose was the only bird who made it out of that hellhole. And she is also, you know, how we named Rose's Law after her. But that kind of put Petaluma Poultry in the spotlight for DXC, and really a company that we have been focusing on and off since 2017, 2018, when this action happened. Justice was never served for those animals. I and the other people were charged with felonies, as I mentioned, for their rescue, and in the final moments before trial, which is the Sonoma case that Wayne eventually went on trial for, those charges were dropped because I think they didn't want the jury to hear about how bad the conditions were at this facility. And so really, there was never any justice for them, never any justice for those animals. So in spring of 2023, Zoe Rosenberg, an investigator and organizer with DXC and other activists, went back to some of these facilities and did a company-wide investigation of many of the farms that supply to that slaughterhouse and that brand, and also for the first time did an investigation into the slaughterhouse. I don't think I need to tell you all how terrible the conditions were. There were as per usual, animals that were trapped on their backs, unable to get to food and water, sick, dead on the floor. In the slaughterhouse, records were showing the animals were not being properly stunned, etc., meaning they were being boiled alive, essentially, as they were going through the hot water tank. And the diseases, like animal welfare aside, the diseases present at this slaughterhouse in particular were 4 times the national rate of an average slaughterhouse, which we know is already pretty bad. So all in all, the investigation just showed how terrible Purdue's Petaluma Poultry is. And then in June of 2023, during the Animal Liberation Conference, for the first time, there was an open rescue from inside that slaughterhouse. So we'd rescued animals from the farms before, but never before had we gone inside that slaughterhouse and taken the animals, like moments away from being killed, out of the slaughterhouse. And it was an incredible evening. There were 18 chickens that were rescued that day. Zoe in particular rescued 4 of them from a truck that was parked kind of in the loading bay of the slaughterhouse. All the chickens got out. They all went to get veterinary care. They all survived. And that was kind of it. There were no arrests. The slaughterhouse wasn't investigated, and that kind of just was what happened in June. And for many months, there were no kind of follow-ups from that action. Then we come to November of 2023. So this was right after Wayne's trial. It was his sentencing hearing, actually. And we're marching from the courthouse to the sheriff's office, which is in the same complex, to once again deliver our reports of animal cruelty to them. And I'm marching there with Zoe and well over 100 other people. And all of a sudden I see people in handcuffs and I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? And I saw Zoe in handcuffs, and I saw Rocky in handcuffs, and I saw Conrad in handcuffs. And I thought they were about to arrest everybody because we were marching on the street as opposed to the sidewalk or something really silly like that. Turns out that was not what was happening, but they did have warrants for Zoe and a few other people. And so they arrested them, they took them to jail, and they held them there. And at this point, the only charges that have been filed are now against Zoe. And they're specifically against Zoe for that rescue that had happened in June of 2023 at that slaughterhouse. And now, since November of 2023, so it's been well over a year now, Zoe has been having these charges hung over her head. She's been wearing a GPS ankle monitor the entire time. She's under really intense pretrial conditions, meaning she can't even leave the county that she lives in without telling her pretrial officer. She can't leave the state without a court hearing and permission from the judge. She's subject to warrantless searches and seizures and all of that. And I was really excited to use this presentation today to tell you all that she was going on trial. She is going on trial in 3 weeks, and that trial is going to start on May 16th. But if you follow DXC stuff, you know that just on Wednesday, less than a week ago, the prosecutors filed a motion to delay her trial. And unfortunately, the judge agreed. And this is incredibly frustrating for multiple reasons. One being, we're ready, let's go. We want to have this trial. We want to use the power of this open rescue to show not just the jury, of course, but to have a springboard to tell the public about what's happening to these animals at the slaughterhouse and how rescuing animals is not a crime. And we were prepared, and we had like 400 people registered to come to this trial and show support and do actions and all of that. And I think the prosecutors knew that. And they, of course, didn't say that in their reason as to why they were asking for a delay, but I think that that was part of it. And yeah, so it's frustrating. The trial gets delayed. It's out of our control. It's one of the downsides of having to deal with the legal system. But I think it also goes to show that the prosecution knows how powerful we can be when we come together to support these cases and how powerful the opportunities that these cases provide are. And so they're really taking it seriously. So this is a high risk, high reward situation that requires all of us on this call, everybody who supports animal rights, everybody who supports animal rescue, to join to make the risks that Zoe is taking worth it. Because I truly think they are, if we can capitalize on the opportunity that these cases provide. So the trial is not happening on May 16th. We actually don't know when the trial is happening. Probably in August. We don't even have a date yet. But that is not going to stop us from taking action for animals. So the Animal Liberation Conference, which we have planned in the middle of trial, is still going to happen. And we're going to use the time before the Animal Liberation Conference, when we're going to be in court, to just be going hard against produced petaluma poultry with protests and vigils and trainings and all of that, and make them really regret delaying this trial. And then the Animal Liberation Conference is still going to happen. It's an incredible opportunity, tons of trainings, a big march, speakers, community events, a lot of free vegan food. All of that is happening May 23rd to 27th. So exactly a month, like 4 weeks from today, essentially, 4 weeks from yesterday. And it's free to attend, but you do have to come in person to Santa Rosa, California, which is about an hour north of San Francisco. If you want to come, you do need to register, and you can register at dxc.io/register. I'll put it in the chat at the end. And that's going to be your opportunity to start being a part of this campaign for the right to rescue against petaluma poultry. If you can't come, it's just not in the cards for you to come to Santa Rosa on May 23rd to 27th. There are a few other things that you can do. Everybody can go right now to righttorescue.com, righttorescue.com. And on that homepage of the website, there is it's kind of like a petition, but instead of a petition, it's like sending an email to the district attorney of Sonoma County, telling her, because she's the person who decides to prosecute Zoe or not. And the petition is telling her to not prosecute Zoe and use those resources instead to go after petaluma poultry for abusing animals. So you can add your name to that. Over 11,000 people have emailed the district attorney already. I'm sure she's very annoyed. More emails are great. So righttorescue.com. And then we also have an online action team that you can join if you would like to do online calls to action to support this campaign. You can do that It's a Signal chat. That's a messaging app. So it's free to download, but you do need Signal. It's kind of like WhatsApp or text messaging. And to join that action team, it's dxc.io/action team. So I'll send all those links in the end after, but come in person if you can at all. You don't need to come the full 5 days. Of course, that's great, but any of that time, 23rd to the 27th, is awesome. Sign the letter at righttorescue.com. Join our action team at dxc.io/action team. Post about this on social media, and stay tuned because the trial is going to happen. And when it does, we will be once again mobilizing people to come and do court support in probably August, but not entirely sure. And whatever you do, whether you come or not, or this campaign is like speaking to your heart or not, please just continue to take action for animals, because it's going to take so much, all of us working together, to be able to achieve the change that we want to see, but the change that animals absolutely need to see. So thank you all so much. And I guess we have some time for questions. I don't know if Rebecca runs that or whatever. You can just tell me what to do and I will answer the questions.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. And let's see, let's unshare your screen, which is what you're doing, I bet, right now. Great. Well, that is quite a history, and it was very informative. And I'm sure people will have questions. They will start putting them in the chat, or they'll raise their hands and the tech people will make it available for them. I didn't know if you know this, Elmira, but I was at one of the duck rescues and was arrested also. And I was very happy to be there because I was just sitting there holding a flower, you know, as a rose, right? And so I really want to encourage anybody who wants to be a part of this. It does help with having numbers there, and they're very careful about letting you know where to participate, where you will or won't be arrested. Although this last time, you know, they just went for a march and somebody was arrested. So, all right, very good. Let's see. We have Mark McCormick, who is ready to come on and ask a question. Hello, Mark.
Hi, I'm back. I'm asking a lot of questions because this is really an amazing set of people and topics. I really have to say, I love everything you said. I just took a course in animal justice where I learned about Rose's Law, and I love the legal direction you're taking because I think that the courthouse and the legal system has a big role to play in making changes. And I thought, you know what, maybe I won't make a comment because I was bugging Jane a little bit about covering this hunger strike I'm about to go on to the death if no actions are taken. And I looked at your date for the conference, and it's at the exact same day that I start my hunger strike. So I thought, that's a sign from God. I'm supposed to contact you. So if I can be somehow of service to you and use my hunger strike to push the issue, I'm doing it in front of my courthouse, like right in front of the courthouse steps, because I'm in a $10 million lawsuit with all these people, these government agents who don't respect hunger strikes for veganism or any protests for veganism. So it's very relevant, and I thought that was a divine signal to say, if I do sign up, is that the best way to communicate with you guys and start coordinating for the 23rd in terms of a bigger action? Or is it too serious? Like, it is pretty serious, but the issue is that
Right.
serious.
Yeah, well, thanks for doing that. I seen your comment. It's at the University of Alberta. So small world, actually got my master's degree at the University of Alberta. So there you go. Not in animal rights, though. That's pretty cool that they had that topic there. I'm curious who your professor is, but I wouldn't use the register, just to answer your question. The register form is for people who are coming in person. So I wouldn't do that, but you can email dxc@directactioneverywhere.com. And happy to kind of try to boost that, or at least let everybody know at the conference that this is happening. I'm assuming you'll be posting it on social media, so can share there. And good, best of luck. I'm glad you're not doing it in the winter in Alberta, because that would be not the best. And then somebody did message me directly a question.
Okay.
Our factory farm chickens that are in buildings but not caged within buildings called free range by the ranchers. And yeah, so interestingly, like, no, I guess I shouldn't say no because I'm not 100% sure, but I've never seen a chicken farm where chickens are being raised for meat that are in cages. So that caging the chickens is typically used in the egg industry. Almost always you will see that what they call the broiler chickens that are just kind of like a sea of chickens within one big empty space. And typically, because they only live for 6 weeks, they're not going through the process of keeping them in cages or anything. They're dumping them all in as babies. They're waiting 6 weeks, taking them out, and that's when they clean the barn out and they do it again. And so, yeah, they're never in cages. But then I think free range, technically, they might have to have like a little opening on the side of the door, but there's so many kind of loopholes or caveats. For example, right now with avian flu, then the farmers can say, well, we can't let them out because of avian flu, or we can't let them out because of inclement weather. And they never let them out anyway for the first 4 weeks of their life because they're too young. So really, it's like maybe if the conditions are right and there's no avian flu, which there just isn't a world in which there's no avian flu anymore, maybe the chickens are kind of going outside 1 week for their life. But most of them aren't anyway. And it's at the end when they're so sick and injured they can't even walk. And that's your free range chicken. So it's like technically true, but I think when people think of free range, they think of something else than what is actually happening. But yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you. And we have Dr. Rao here, and then also I know that we have Danny online with some question from the chat. So, okay.
Yeah, I had a question about how chickens or animals are injected with whatever hormones or whatever it is that they do. Apparently, what I found out, I had a student who was going to study needles and how many needles are used and needle waste and so on. And he claims that needles are being reused in the animal agriculture industry over and over. It's the same needle being used. And if that's the case, obviously avian flu is going to spread, right? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of whether he's correct or not?
I don't know. That would not surprise me. I don't think it, like, for example, chickens who are raised for meat, I think they're vaccinated, but after that, I don't think they're necessarily being injected at all when those 6 weeks of life are happening. I'm not a veterinarian, but I can't imagine that they're using a different needle for each chicken, but don't quote me on that. I don't know. And
That's what he's
avian
saying.
flu is spread through the air, so you don't even need a needle. Like, and the way that it works too is that even if one chicken in a facility has avian flu and none of the other ones do yet, they are going to kill all of them anyway because they're just protecting. And it's not even an economic loss for the farmer because they're getting bailed out by our tax dollars. So yeah, I don't think that would even add to the avian flu spread because it's just spread through, I guess, the air.
Right.
But yeah, I can't say I know specifically about the needles. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Elmira. And Danny, let's bring Danny. If Danny will turn on her camera, then we can bring her on. And she has questions from the chat.
Thank you for your presentation. We're supporters of pretty much everything you do. Let's see. Our first question is from Wes Chung, who asks, how is Animal Liberation Conference free? And I have 4 more questions.
Like, how do we financially do that? Well, we, Direct Action Everywhere takes donations for our work in general. And so part of our mission is to train and empower other activists. And so we're using our resources to put the conference on. We will be asking people to donate when they're there, but you don't have to. And, it's not like you still have to get yourself there, and there's housing that you will need to find for yourself in the area. But, the venue, the content, the food is free, and that comes from incredible supporters who just support DXC's work. And that's, one of our key programs is the conference.
Okay, Alfred Robert Hogan asks, how does judge granting prosecution another delay in Ms. Zoe's case not grossly violate the U.S. Constitution's 6th Amendment requirement for speedy and public trial, and why the high bail and monitoring and travel restrictions before trial?
Yeah, I'll answer the second part of the question first, which is why the high bail and all the restrictions. Yeah, it's kind of wild when you think about it. Zoe is on the highest level of pretrial release. Obviously, there are some people who, when they're arrested and they're pending trial, they're not released, so they're waiting in jail. So she's not at that level. But for the people that they let go, she's on the highest level. Like, people who have done very violent things to other individuals are on the same monitoring that she is. And I think this is just an example of, like, clearly this is not about the chickens. So in the not the value of the chickens, in the prosecution's own arguments, the chickens are worth $20 total. And I think that's even an exaggeration. I don't actually think they're worth $20, but at most $20. So this would be like going into a store and stealing a DVD and then being on a GPS ankle monitor for 16 months. So it's just absurd. It's a political prosecution in the same way that they punish activists for being, disrupting the status quo. And I think the part of the reason is to make an example out of Zoe and scare other people and to make them feel like, I don't want to do that because I don't want that to happen to me, which is exactly why we should all be doing it. We should all be out there, maybe that doesn't mean you doing civil disobedience, but taking action for animals.
Right. First
part of the question, again, so I'm not a vet, I'm also not a lawyer, but how does this prosecution getting a delay, how does it not violate Zoe's rights? So for full context, Zoe did waive her right to a speedy trial. So she was arrested in November of 2023, and almost always on serious charges like this, you want to waive your right to a speedy trial because you don't want to just give yourself 30 days to prepare. You need to find a lawyer, they need to get fully informed about their case, etc. You can always re-invoke your right to a speedy trial. So at any point you could be like, I want to invoke my right to a speedy trial now, which she could have done. But then that still wouldn't have guaranteed a May 16th trial start. I think it might be 30 days for 60 or 30 days. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think one is for felonies and one is for misdemeanors. And then also, as I kind of found out a few years ago, your right to a speedy trial is not as great as you think it is. We were like, we're going to do this. We had a case up in Merced, not Alicia and Alexandra's case. And we showed up with it was a bunch of misdemeanors, and they were like, oh, it was kind of still pretty post, in the aftermath of COVID, things were not fully functioning again. And they're like, we just don't have enough room to call a full jury. So you just don't get your case. And we're like, well, I thought we had a right to this. And they're like, well, only if we can. There was no jury for you. So you just come back every day to court until we have a jury pool and a courtroom, and then you can go. So your right to a speedy trial, at least in that circumstance, is kind of just show up every day until it happens. And that's very disruptive to people's lives, as you can imagine. If you're not even on trial and you're just showing up every morning to court, not today, back home you go. And so that was I've had a lot of rude awakenings in the last 10 years about the criminal justice system. And that was one of them where it's really not as great as you think it is. And so for that reason, she didn't actually partly why she didn't reinvoke her right to a speedy trial. I will say that I don't think we weren't surprised the judge granted this. And being honest, I think if we had been the ones asking for the delay, the judge would have granted it too. They tend to grant delays, especially when it's the first request from either side. So I think the judge is probably biased, but I don't think his bias affected this delay. I think he would have said yes, regardless of who'd asked for it.
So what are could you reiterate what the actual charges are? Jane asks, because they didn't just drop the charges. How long could she serve in prison?
It's been a mess because she was arrested on 5 felonies, and then it was 1 felony, and then they tried to add another felony, and then that got rejected, and all of that. So it's been very, very hard to keep track of. But as of right now, Zoe is facing 1 felony and 4 misdemeanors. So it is 2 counts of misdemeanor trespass, so different types of trespass, 1 count of misdemeanor theft, which is the theft of the chickens, and then 1 count of misdemeanor tampering with a motor vehicle because the birds were on a truck. And then the felony is felony conspiracy to commit those misdemeanors. And it's a really messed up thing in California and probably some other states too. you can be charged with a felony to conspire to commit misdemeanors. So if you're like, I'm going to go trespass into this slaughterhouse, but like I talked to Rebecca about it first and we made a plan to do it. Now, all of a sudden that planning can be a felony. And it's a kind of weird, legally complicated thing. This is what happened in Wayne's case, et cetera. So all of that kind of adds up to like 5.5 years in prison. I will say, I think that's extremely unlikely. I really don't think that that's going to happen, but it's possible. And they're the ones, you know, they could have charged her with misdemeanor conspiracy to do that, but it was them who said, no, we want to throw the book at her and get this on a felony. I mean, they were trying to charge her with felony burglary and like 4 felony conspiracies and all of that, which is why at the beginning it was like 20 years in prison. So it is over 5 years in prison. And while that's possible, I think it's unlikely. And hopefully that made sense. So yeah, it's a lot to keep track of. And sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I should really know.
And then there's one last question from Michael, just a practical question. He says, when being arrested, is there not a concern of those being stains on personal record indefinitely or for many years, making it difficult to get loans, seek employment, rent apartments? Is that catching the attention of any persons or businesses that run background checks before considering the individual? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does make sense. And like, I think the answer is yes. People should be very conscious of the risks that they're taking. And I think that usually, like, I don't want to downplay the risks, especially if you are somebody who, for example, has children or like other, like certainly if you're an immigrant or other things that kind of make you particularly higher at risk. But even if you don't, it's a big decision to make. It's not as scary as some people might paint it to be. And a lot of times in a big mass arrest situation, like, you know, Rebecca, like, you know, the charges are never filed and they pick out 3 leaders to make examples out of and everybody else goes home and it's fine. But it's serious. And I think that this campaign, like the Right to Rescue campaign, Open Rescue, all of this stuff needs everybody in the sense of we need people who are willing to do that. And we need people who are not able to do that or not willing to do that to do jail support, to hold vigils, to post on social media, to talk to the press. Like all of those roles are important. And if you are somebody who can't or doesn't want to get arrested, that doesn't mean that you can't be part of the campaign. I think what matters is that we understand why it's important for some people to take those risks and that we support the people who do, but it doesn't mean everybody needs to take those risks, because actually it would be really bad if everybody took those risks, because if everybody goes to jail, then there's nobody to tell the world about what happened. So you find your spot, you find where you fit, and then we support the people who take the risks. But that's a really great question. And I wouldn't want anybody to just kind of jump in willy-nilly to taking a legal risk without fully thinking through what the consequences are.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the distractions, folks. I had a puppy invasion. Awesome.
Bring them on camera.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny and Puppy. Elmira, I want to give a plug to the conference because I found it so informative in so many different ways, and it's so well organized, and I really appreciate it. I felt very comfortable there, even going by myself. And so it was just really good. And I encourage anybody who's interested to do, like you said, go or support.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm glad, I was no trial coming up in May, but hopefully it was still a informative presentation for everybody and people have a little bit more of an understanding of the campaign and how they can support.
Right. And are there any other questions? I don't see any other hands raised. So what would your wish is that we're all involved in this, and what would your outcome be for your final words, if you'll say?
Yeah, so, ultimately we want to win the trial, but actually the best case scenario is we lose and then we win on appeal. And so I think ultimately the main achievement of this campaign would be, it's twofold, right? It's general public support, awareness, et cetera, which is a little bit harder to measure. And then it's some sort of case law, some sort of legal opinion that enshrines the right of every animal to be rescued from distress or exploitation. So those are kind of the two main outcomes of the campaign. And obviously the public support is the area where more people might see the obvious way to jump in. But I don't think we should underestimate how much our support and our building of public support actually does kind of move the needle on the way some of these judges are going to rule. Because, you know, if they were all animal rights activists, they'd probably rule in our favor right now. And so we need to kind of build a public support so that they feel like they're not taking as much of a political risk to side with us, when I think they ultimately know that's the right side. So.
Right. I think most people love their pets and cats and dogs, and they have a heartfelt feeling for the animals. And so if they can see how this is related, I mean, how many of my friends have watched Judge Judy, and the pet was called a thing? So I think if people realize that this is the way to help animals, is to not think of them as things in the law. Wow, very informative presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Well, that's wonderful. All right, my friends, here we are at the convergence, getting ready for the next part of the convergence. And let's see, why don't you raise your hands if you have a dog or a cat or a bird or a pet, rescued or not. Hopefully it's rescued and not one that you went to buy. I mean, I will have to say I have 6 rescue cats myself. Okay, I see some hands up there. I know there are people out there who have pets. And thank you for all the rescue work that you're doing. Our next guest is here. And let's see. Fern Levitt. Is it Levitt or
Levitt? It's Levitt.
Levitt. Okay, that's
I was
wonderful.
just out walking my dogs. Oh, my hair's a little and swept.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad that you're here. And are you going to be doing a PowerPoint?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You're watching my documentary, correct? After
Yes.
a brief introduction. Yes. Okay, so I'll just briefly introduce it and then watch it, and then how long do we? Then we're doing a Q&A afterwards.
And then we're going to go until about for about an hour. We have an hour to do the video, and no, we have 2 hours, right?
No, the video's
Sorry,
88
we have 2 hours. Yeah, right. We
Yeah,
have 2
video's
hours.
88 minutes. I mean, it's, after I introduce it, will provoke a lot of discussion, as it usually does. And so, okay, I'll do a brief introduction.
Okay, well, let me introduce you. Let me introduce
okay,
you, and then you fill in where I
Okay, that's fine, thank
leave
you.
out. Is that good? Okay, just a moment. Just scroll down the wrong page here. Okay, if this is your first VCOP or if this is your 21st, we welcome you to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the People. I'm your Climate Healers MC, Rebecca Allen, and I'm so pleased to introduce to you an animal activist, award-winning documentary producer and director, Fern Levitt. Her films focus on animal rights, human rights, the Holocaust, discrimination against African Americans in the U.S., animal welfare, and other social issues. She's best known for her 2016 documentary, Sled Dogs, which aired on the CBC documentary channel. She's interviewed a wide cast of incredible people, and I'm very impressed. And I'm very happy that you're here today and looking forward to seeing your movie, your documentary. So take it away. Thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for having my film shown at your conference. I appreciate it. So just to give you a bit of a background, I've been doing documentaries for about 20 years, maybe even more. And most of my films have been on people who have fought for human rights. And what changed is that I did a Holocaust on a documentary on the Holocaust, where I went into the concentration camps, Majdanek, Switch-Birkenau, and we filmed the gas chambers. And when I came home, I said to my husband, let's go dog sledding, because I have to get rid of these images in my head. And I thought going dog sledding and being in the Canadian North would really help because I love dogs and I love the wilderness. And little did I know that that going dog sledding, it was like going from one concentration camp to another. And so we ended up taking a dog home who was 20 pounds underweight and completely depleted emotionally. And I thought, what is the deal with the sled dog industry? Because it was promoted as such a positive thing. And obviously that wasn't true. So that was my first animal, a documentary focused on animals, in which I revealed the cruelty of the sled dog industry and the laws in both Canada and the United States that allow this cruelty to continue. And we filmed the Iditarod as well. And after I finished that one, I thought, okay, I cannot do another animal film again because it breaks your heart, and it broke my heart. And so then what happened is someone sent me a picture of Lucy. Lucy is a lone elephant, female lone elephant in Edmonton, Alberta. And for those who don't know, it's one of the coldest cities in the world. And she was taken from Sri Lanka when she was only 2 years old and basically has lived alone ever since in a zoo. And female elephants are never alone. They're with their herd from the time they're born to the time they die. But Lucy is almost 50 and she has spent, as I said, the majority of time alone. And when I looked at her picture, and I'm not, I was never felt really connected to elephants. My thing are dogs and horses. But when I saw her in this concrete, her concrete prison, and with these painted palm trees, and I took a look at her and I said, I have to do something about this. And I was lucky enough that I have a platform as a filmmaker. And once again, CBC, which is our public broadcaster, said yes, that I was given the green light to make this documentary. I knew keeping elephants in zoos were wrong, but in fact, keeping any wild animal in zoos are wrong, but I had no idea of the cruelty of keeping these brilliant animals in captivity until I made this film. And like every documentary that I take onto, I spend a lot of time in research and finding the most powerful stories I can and speaking to the experts. So, and the result of that is the documentary Lucy, The Stone Lives of Elephants. And I was shocked to find out that this is the first documentary that exposes the cruelty of keeping elephants in zoos. There's been documentaries about elephants in circuses. There's been documentaries about elephants in tourism, used for tourism, but never has there been a documentary about elephants in zoos. And I was really surprised with that. So it is the first. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion. I've shown this film quite a bit, and there's always a lot of discussion about it afterwards. So I'll see you all in 88 minutes. Anything more? Or is that it?
Thank you. I think Ray is going to show the film.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go and talk to her. I want to do one more interview. How many elephants do you have here?
So we have 17 in total.
Wow.
They just alternate who's in the display area.
If people saw even 10% of what these elephants endure, most people in our world would say, my heart can't take it.
Don't you be taking pictures of me hooking on them.
Her name was Skanak. She was captured in Sri Lanka in 1975. At 2 years old, she was sold to the Edmonton Valley Zoo and has lived alone almost exclusively for the whole time. We're
calling on the Edmonton Valley Zoo.
Elephants need room to roll! Lucy needs a bigger home! People have to leave the line! Open up your blinded eyes!
This is how we're going to play it, because we're going undercover.
44 years is long enough! Let Lucy go! Elephants should not be alone! It's time to find her home!
As long as you're breathing and I'm still breathing, I'll never give up fighting for you.
I've been coming here to study elephants for over 20 years, more so after leaving the Calgary Zoo. Lucy was born in Sri Lanka. I really had this romantic feeling that I wanted to work in close proximity with animals. Zoos often talk about the conservation work that they do and the research, and I bought into that. I got hired on shortly after I was volunteering there. There was an internal apprenticeship that you entered to become a fully qualified zookeeper. You know, it was exciting at first and it was difficult. Physical punishment was an acceptable training method. You demand that they comply, and if they don't comply, then you force them to comply. I was very naive, and I put my trust into the people who I thought were the experts. But it always made me sick. I really wanted to make change. I just didn't really know how to do it. Just heading to the rear gate to the elephant orphanage. And I see we have quite the entourage waiting for us. When I was here the last time, I was actually quite naive. I hoped to learn what elephant conservation might mean in the countries of origin. But that's not what I learned. I learned about animal exploitation in the countries of origin. Pinawala is a zoological facility in south central Sri Lanka, and they've been around since the early mid-70s, where they were taking in orphaned elephants. What I was doing was eerily similar to what I was doing in a zoo at the time. We're seeing several elephants here that are chained up. Anytime an elephant is fettered, nothing good comes of it. All these elephants are exhibiting signs of stress. If we have an elephant directly in front of us that's swaying, just trauma.
Yeah, we want to bring this one. Those are our... Everybody got their buttons, everybody got their bracelets.
You're okay, right?
Looks like everyone's good for signs. I actually got involved with Lucy way back in 2011. Over the years, there's been numerous other activist groups. PETA, In Defense of Animals, Voice for Animals, and then us, Lucy's Edmonton Advocates Project.
Can you tell us what's going on here today?
We want to bring attention to Lucy's plight. We're calling on the Edmonton Valley Zoo to allow a sanctuary vet in to examine Lucy. The only person that can make the real call as to whether Lucy can be safely transported to a sanctuary are those that safely transport older, ailing elephants routinely.
Elephants should not be alone. It's time to find her and warn her home.
We've never said put Lucy's life at risk. Our main goal has always been to bring in an independent team of experts to examine Lucy.
Back in 2019, when I met face-to-face with the zoo director at the time, he promised to bring in fresh eyes to examine Lucy.
Every year, the Edmonton Valley Zoo has brought in their vets.
Vets that are part of the circus and zoo industry and certainly not considered independent.
And says, due to Lucy's poor health, there is no choice but to leave Lucy alone.
She does have a severe breathing issue. It's something that has caused previous experts that have examined her to warn against moving her from our zoo. The stress associated with that travel could be life-threatening.
So the main vet that they brought in for many years was Dr. James Oosterhuis.
He reports the same findings every year that state that Lucy is too sick to be safely moved to sanctuary. He has claimed this about other elephants and been wrong. Veterinarians are beholden to animals and the animal use industries, and only one of those pays our bills.
What do we want? Retire Lucy! Now!
One of the things I used to do here, I do around the world, is that I work on elephant feet. So is there the possibility I could see some later?
Yeah.
These animals were exposed to a lot of physical punishment as a method of training elephants. To start from the beginning, there's the idea and the concept of free contacts as a method where you work without any protective barriers. The only thing that you have as protection is a hook. You hook behind their leg, it draws them forward. That is the part that you can't escape from, is the damage that a hook can do to an elephant. Those elephants don't have a choice whether to follow those commands or not. And if they don't, you use that hook. You know what? We're not going to do it. The training that I started with was the exact same. And that was the industry standard for zoos pretty much across the world. I smacked those elephants, I beat those elephants. I didn't recognize the failure for what it was, which was within me. I blame the elephants for it. She's not good for it. We're not going to do it. No. No, that's okay. Thank you. That's okay.
Here you are fighting to bring the truth about what goes on behind the scenes. And you can't forgive yourself for what you did all those years. Why?
Just guilt. I was part of a problem. I know I was part of a problem. I was just clearly willfully blind to it.
When tourists go to zoos, you'll hear parents tell their children, oh, the elephant is dancing or the elephant is happy. What the elephant is doing is a reflection of brain damage. There's a disruption in parts of the brain that control movement that has been caused by an impoverished environment. And what's happened is the environment has messed with these finely tuned systems in such a way that you start to see excessive movements come through the system that are normally suppressed. Repetitive, unnecessary movements that serve no apparent function. What is clear, though, that it represents brain damage at some level.
her elephant barn. It is a squat concrete building. Her outdoor space is also desperately small. There's nothing there that is of key importance to elephants. What's meaningful to elephants is other elephants, space to roam, and a very diverse environment. They need warm climates, and they need the ability to make their own choices. None of that is provided for her. The first time I recall out a visit with her, she had a lot of sores on her face. One of my pictures has her laying on the ground. The whites of her eyes are showing. The sign of a terrified animal.
I have a really rare autoimmune disease, and I've managed until COVID came. And ever since then, I've been on oxygen. As far as Lucy goes, I faced quite a bit of pressure from my family to let this go. There isn't anybody that willing to sit up till 4 o'clock in the morning writing emails to city councilors. It's actually good because it gives me something to focus on, aside from not being able to breathe.
We feel that they didn't want to let Lucy go because she was the big attraction at the Valley Zoo.
What's the stop? Let it go, release. Ain't it pretty? Pretty. Oh, good girl.
And ego, I believe, is a big part of it. Admitting that maybe zoos aren't the best place for these exotic animals.
Her trunk is an extension of her nose.
We know better now. Science has shown that they have feelings. They think about things. In a zoo, they're plonked down, living completely alone so that we get pleasure to behold them.
There was an elephant in Alaska named Maggie. Maggie was getting sicker and sicker, and we parallel Maggie's story with Lucy's. She too was a lone elephant that was kept in a completely wrong climate.
Well, Maggie was here when I started working at the zoo. She came in the early 80s. Female elephant should not be by herself.
So they brought in a panel.
And most of them said she should go.
The only one that said Maggie wouldn't survive transport was James Oosterhuis.
The committee voted to keep Maggie, and I was upset. I almost quit over it.
Interestingly, from that day forward, James Oosterhuis was the Valley Zoo's go-to consultant every year.
One of the issues that has come up each time is whether or not that Lucy should be moved. And that, to me, with her respiratory problem, I think would be very, very problematic.
When advocates want to move animals, all the time zoos put forward the idea that the animals are going to die en route. It's too stressful. This is sort of a go-to, this idea that, no, you can't move animals because it's too dangerous. We've seen it many, many times.
When the board decided that they were going to keep the elephant, there was kind of a checklist of a number of different items that would be done.
And James Oosterhuis suggested that Maggie needed more exercise. They could build a treadmill for Maggie.
They spent $200,000, I believe it was, to get her a treadmill because she could barely walk and she's stuck in Alaska in the wintertime. But she didn't like the treadmill. Why would an elephant like a treadmill?
Nope, didn't work out. I questioned it to begin with because elephants are so sensitive about what's under their feet and costs a lot of money.
Then Maggie started to go downhill.
She went down with colic twice. extremely scary times when an elephant goes down, because if they don't get up, they're going to pass away. I went back to the board. The people were finally able to agree that finding another home for her was the best thing for her.
Finally, they were convinced to send her to PAWS, and my goodness, the transformation.
The ailments or diseases or problems that an animal experiences are often because of the conditions they're in. You move that animal to different conditions that are more enhanced, their health is going to improve.
I don't think anyone thought she would live for 14 years, but she did.
She just always looked great there, roaming the grassy hills, browsing. I do regret not being able to get it sooner.
This was the last time I filmed Lucy.
Oh, that looks bad.
She had just finished playing the drums and playing a recorder and doing silly tricks. And they were cleaning up all of that. And so I just looked at her and I told her, as long as you're breathing and I'm still breathing, I'll never give up fighting for you.
For us, Sanctuary is about giving back. It's about giving them control of their life in their space, in their time, and you can't do that in a zoo. You don't have the space. By nature, these are migratory animals. They're always on the move.